Welcome, everyone. Another year has passed. It's the end of the world again. Now, last year, on July 22nd, when we did the end of the world again, the end of the world didn't happen. I know, I'm shocked too. Just a brief history lesson, if you will, about the end of the world. Chad Daybell predicted that the end of the world would happen on July 22nd, 2020, and basically that everybody would die except for 144,000 people. And Chad and Lori would be like the king and queen of these 144,000 people. And it would be, the people that followed Chad and Lori and the chosen, if you will. Well, I knew damn well I wasn't one of the chosen ones. I figured you weren't either. So I thought, uh, it was before July 22nd, 2020. It was in the summer. And I thought, I'm going to broadcast for 24 hours because if the end of the world happens, we're all going to hell. I want us to go together. And so that's what we did. I had no idea what I was going to do. I had no plan. My internet was so weak that I couldn't even have a guest on. If I had a guest, it was me holding up my phone to the microphone like that. That was how I had a guest on. But somehow it worked. And it worked because of you all. And it was sad, it was fun, and it was everything in between. And for the next 24 hours, we are going to talk about cases. We're going to talk about the victims of Chad and Lori Daybell. I'm going to include Joe Ryan in that list as well, because I believe that Lori killed him. So we have Joe Ryan, we have Charles Vallow, we have Tylee Ryan, we have JJ Vallow, and Brandon Boudreaux, who survived. We're not going to talk a lot about Chad and Lori. We'll just remind people of the case. But through the next 24 hours, we are going to go, it'll be an emotional ride. It'll be up and down. We're going to talk about cases that will just tear your heart out. We're going to talk about facts of cults. In fact, our theme is going to be about cults all through the 24 hours. Why? Number one, we don't want to forget the victims of this horrible crime. And we also want to make sure that people know that Chad Daybell is dangerous behind bars. He is trying to be a cult leader just like Warren Jeffs. And we heard from a source that Lori Daybell was doing some sort of parenting class. You know what that could be? That could be Lori telling somebody how to clean sneakers and then saying, oh, look, I'm telling somebody how to be a good parent. I'm having parenting classes. She has that delusion. But there are people that believe Chad. How many? I have no idea. But he did try and change the narrative. Remember his letters from Chad, which we countered with letters to Chad, where people could write any obscene, obnoxious thing they wanted, and it was directed to him. That was very, very a good release of energy. But letters from Chad tried to change the narrative. He had, we believe it was his daughter Emma, post these letters on a website and on Facebook, turning him into this nice, benevolent, kind man who had near-death experiences. And what was interesting was when he got up to the point in his life where the murders happened, all of a sudden he couldn't talk anymore. His lawyer told him he had to shut it down. I was really curious how he was going to deal with that. How was he going to change that narrative? But we do know that Emma, at one point, his daughter, believed that he was framed. Absolutely, he was framed in their eyes. And I don't know what Chad's kids think now. But it is important that we remind people that cults are dangerous. And Chad Daybell is still dangerous. He's not nearly as dangerous, obviously, behind bars, but he still has influence over how many people we don't know. So we want to make sure that every year we get out there the message about be careful who you believe. Be careful when somebody comes along and has these crazy ideas that somehow they talk to God. You know, it's always interesting. These men that talk to God, they always want sex with younger women. They always want power and they always want money. It's amazing how they have those three things all in common. And that's what Chad wanted. He wanted sex with somebody else other than Tammy. To him, in my opinion, Lori was his cheerleader. Anyway, they're behind bars now, and the trials are over. We are hoping that maybe Melanie Boudreau, Brandon's ex-wife, would be charged with attempted murder, but I don't know if that's going to happen. They only have until October before the statute of limitations run out. But we do this every year for the number one reason: to remember the victims and to get together with all of you and tell you about other cases and introduce you to new people and bring back old friends. And we also pick an organization, sometimes two or three, that we ask you to donate. And we are doing that again this time. We'll tell you about those organizations a little bit later. You can't make a super chat. You can't make a super sticker. And the monetization is turned off on our channel. So we'll be putting links up to these organizations if you want to donate. They were chosen with the victims in mind. We're going to, like I said, we're going to have an emotional roller coaster. It's going to be very, very serious at times, and other times we will laugh. Because you know what? I remember watching the videos of Tylee. She seemed to love to laugh. She loved to have fun. And we're not doing it at their expense. We're doing it so people will understand that we are a community and we want to do good. And it's okay to have some fun along the way. But we also want to make sure that the victims know, that people know that we are remembering the victims tonight. We have more to come. We have more cases to tell you about. And tomorrow around 6 o'clock Eastern, we have a very special guest. You're going to love this person, and boy, are people going to be surprised. They are going to be surprised. And I have some wonderful pictures to show you as well. So a few surprises in store, some emotional things happening. We're going to have a slumber party. We're going to invite people up to go to sleep with us tonight when we go to bed. And then tomorrow morning, we start up with some great interviews, and then we'll do a lot of just talking back and forth. Tonight, we're going to start off with a case that we've talked about before. It's the Flora Four. 4 beautiful girls who died in a fire back in 2016. And they have determined that the fire was arson. It was Kiana, Kiera, Cariel, and Kiani. It is a horrific case. And I don't know if they even have any suspects anymore. I think in the beginning, they may have thought it was somebody close to the girls, but again, we don't know. But we are very fortunate to have somebody with us tonight that knows this case very well, who went to the memorial for the girls and filmed the memorial. And we're going to see that tonight for the first time. Nobody's ever seen it before. And he's got some pictures for us, and he knows a lot about the Flora Four. And I was sent this beautiful tile with the picture of the 4 girls on it out of the blue by somebody I didn't know. And that's how I found out about the case. WebSleuth has been discussing it, websleuth.com, since 2020. But I had never heard of it. I'm embarrassed and ashamed to say. So tonight we are going to feature the Flora Four, and let's bring up on stage somebody that is very close to this case, a good friend of ours, Aspen Conner. Hi, Aspen. How are you, my dear?
Hey there, I'm good. How are you?
Good. I am great. Let's bring Stacy up as well. Stacy's been working hard today with Aspen, and they have put together an amazing a set of information that they're going to tell us about the Flora Four. Hi, Stacy.
Hi, everyone.
And hi, oh, McSpunky. All of a sudden, I look over, I see McSpunky, and then I see the word bullshit, and I'm like, okay, what is
Uh,
McSpunky talking about? I need to see this. He says, I'm here in spirit, but getting at 3 a.m. for work. Oh, but getting up at 3 a.m. for work is bullshit. I agree, McSpunky. I
Aw,
agree.
I'm
Poor
sorry, Miss
guy.
Spunky.
Poor guy.
Lucky
Now,
for Miss Spunky, or you'll still be here when he gets off work.
that's right. We'll still be
No
here
kidding.
talking.
Yep, yep.
No question. Now, before we get started on the Flora Four, I do want to put up in chat the link to backstage, because when we're done with the Flora Four, we're gonna have a slumber party. I'm gonna get in my PJs, and we're going to bring people up on our platform here who will turn their cameras on, and who will go to sleep with us tonight. We're going to sleep with people tonight, people. Yes, we are, in a virtual sort of way. So if you would like to join our slumber party, the only requirement is you have to have your camera on, and you have to, you know, have it on all night so we can watch everybody sleep. And
Mm.
I don't know what we're going to do. We may tell ghost stories. I'm not sure. But here is the link. We can have 10 people. Aspen, are you going to be able to join us for the slumber party or not? Whatever
Mm.
you need to do, you let us know.
Also, I'll change into my pajamas, but I'm not sleeping with my camera on.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. No,
I was gonna
that
say, Aspen, are you gonna break the news to Trish, or shall I?
that's okay. That's hey, I am brave enough to do it. I've done it every year,
Few
and I
people know.
snore.
Few
What?
people know Trisha and I have already
Well, we've
already
slept together.
we slept.
Yeah,
We have, yeah. So like 4 nights, right?
he took my place,
Yes, he
man.
did.
Yes,
He
he
did.
Yeah.
did. But what happens in Vegas stays in
Stays
Vegas.
in Vegas. Absolutely. Hell yes. Here is the link to backstage. We can have 10 up to 10 people join us for our slumber party. So again, we're not going to do it right now, but if you would like to do it and keep your camera on, and everybody can watch everybody sleep. I don't know why I'm doing it. I was just trying to come up with something different.
Mhm.
And if it's wacky, crazy, and you don't want to do it, don't feel obligated. So anyway, there's the link in chat, and I will be putting it up throughout the night. Okay. And of course, we have the tinfoil hat contest, all kinds of things going on. But first, I want to talk about these sweet little girls, the Flora Four. And Aspen, I have to tell you, like I said, I'm embarrassed to say I did not know about this case until I got this beautiful tile. You can kind of see it behind me here with a picture of all four girls. And it was from somebody I didn't know. And I found out later, yeah, I didn't know her, but I met her at CrimeCon, and she was kind enough to send me. It's beautiful. She was kind enough to send it to me. And so I have every night tried to put the link up and put the picture up of the Flora Four,
Yeah.
because these girls should not be forgotten. And
They're not.
it seems like the case is very frustrating. So Aspen, let's see. Hold on, I want to grab the email that Stacy sent me. Hang on here.
It was driving Trish crazy, but I was able to sleuth out the person that sent it to her and find.
Yes,
So
she
now we
did.
know the answer to the mystery.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, because I was like, "Who sent that? This is so nice." But who's? How did they? Well, how did they get my address? Oh my God!
And then
And
little did Stacy know that little did you know that I sent Stacy the name. She could have just reached out to me right away.
but she didn't. She had to take 4 or 5 days, and then she went, "Aspen,
Yeah.
Aspen will know."
No, I mean, she found it on her own, but no, but I also then
Yeah.
sent her the name.
I didn't
Oh,
know. He told me after I found him, I contacted him. Hey, guess what? I found this person. He's, oh, I know them.
Which which I will say, really quickly that the floor case has not gotten as much attention as a lot of other cases, and
Hmm.
I will say that there's some very dedicated, genuine people that really have these girls in their heart every day, and I admire them so much. I've been able to consider some of them friends in my life, and I know that that they care about these girls, and I don't know if I'm even qualified to be sitting here talking about it as much, but I do care deeply for them, and I know that there are a lot of people that have a lot of love for them. So
well, Aspen, you're an amazing man, and I'm honored to have you here to talk about the Flora Four. And I've got their pictures up now. Can you give us a brief overview of the case, please?
Um, uh, so for anyone that is familiar with um, with the Delphi case, This case happened in the same county. This happened in Carroll County, Indiana. This is a small town called Flora, Indiana. Population of approximately 2,000 people. It's about 9 miles from Delphi, but it is in the same county, Carroll County. And on November 21st of 2016, approximately 3 months before the Delphi case happened, um, there was a 911 call, I believe at 3:35 a.m. that came in. And again, this is a very small town and is a
Mm-hmm.
volunteer fire department. Um, and it was for a house fire, and there were apparently children trapped upstairs in the house. The house is a duplex, and the family lived in one side of it, which consisted mainly of the first floor. There was a staircase, and then on the second floor, there was a small landing and a bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
So the girls were asleep, apparently, on the second floor. Their mother, Galen Rose, who was 28 years old at the time, a young mother with four daughters, and thank you for saying their names because it is something that I think always needs to be remembered.
Yes.
Kiani, Kiara, Kiara, um, Kiara, and Kiana. And I apologize if I said any of that incorrectly. Um, but this was, like I said, it was 2016. They just had the 10-year anniversary. Um, oh no, this
It'll
will
be coming up November. Yeah.
years in November.
Right.
Um, and At first, the fire was ruled undetermined.
Mm-hmm.
I believe a few weeks later, it, it was determined that they found accelerants, and it was ruled an arson. Lots of twists and turns have come since, which we can talk about, and we can go into since then. And then, like I said, then 3 months later, the Delphi case happened, and it in one way added to the speculation and the conspiracy and all of the questions that went into this small town. I mean, the Carroll County is 20,000 residents.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in the span of 3 months, to have six dead children um, is alarming,
Yes. It's
especially
terrible.
with no answers and very little transparency. Um, so, lots of speculation ensued, lots of suspicion, lots of conspiracies, um, and so hopefully I can, you know, be as reasonable and objective as possible. But I also don't buy into a lot of things, so I'm also not afraid to speak my mind.
Good. And I do want to bring something up because we were talking about this case the other night, and some people came into chat and started making some pretty outrageous claims. And I just want to say there, I could find nothing to suggest what they were saying was true. And I don't want to mention the name, but they were accusing somebody in law enforcement of starting the fire and these horrible things. And they said there was actual video of it. And I'm reading this in chat and I'm like, I've never heard of this. Is it that type of case? Is it bringing out these just wild accusations against innocent people?
Um, I will say that I think anything that has a connection to the Delphi case is going
Oh,
to
that's
bring
true.
out
Right.
a community of, to go with your theme this evening, of cult-like,
Mm-hmm.
conspiracy theorists.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that, there wasn't reason to have questions in these cases when
Right.
you're not having, when law enforcement isn't giving answers, they're not giving information. I've always said that, when you don't have transparency, that silence leads to speculation.
Absolutely. And they should have had that damn court case, live streamed for Delphi.
Again, and I don't want to make this about Delphi, but
I
it's
know.
it's impossible to ignore the effect that Delphi
Right.
had on this case, and
Right.
both in positive and in negative ways. Like I don't know if you want to get into that now, but I mean, I I have theories as to both the positive and negative of that.
Well, I mean, we can if you want. It's totally up to you.
Well,
Whatever you feel like doing,
I'll
Aspen.
just say quickly, that I think that had it not been for the Delphi case, I think people outside of the local geographic area probably to this day would not know about Flora.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's, it, I mean, I think I don't think many people would argue that there's a discrepancy in the attention that cases get based on the type of victim that they are.
Absolutely,
So it's
no
hard
question.
to deny that, when you have four black children
Mm-hmm.
that are murdered in an arson fire, and then you have two white girls that are murdered 3 months later, one gets way more national attention than the other. And I will say, I think that yes, I do think that people latch on to victims based on certain different demographics.
Sure.
But I also think that there were parts of the Delphi case that also added to the intrigue of it.
Absolutely. I mean, you had the
It's
bridge guy, you
all
had the film. It was a whole different element. Yeah.
yes.
But no, you're absolutely right. That happens all over the country.
So it's not
We're-
to take away from either of
Exactly.
take away from Flora or from Delphi, but I mean I
Right.
can see both sides as far as the fact that and there are other cases actually even in this area of Indiana that I've become aware of and become close to family members of that I would not have known of had it not been for Libby and Abby.
Right.
And that's a horrible thing to have to realize that the death of these two girls led me to learn about these other cases.
Mm-hmm.
But it does, sometimes a bigger profile case can bring awareness to a other case, to another
Yeah,
case.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Should,
So, eh,
should anything ever have to bring more attention to a case? No. Every case
right.
should get equal attention. That's one of the things that I've spoken to Nicole Schmidt, Gabby Petito's mom, about many times, and that's something they're very passionate about.
Yes.
Is that they realize not every case got the attention Gabby's case got, and they realize that it's because Gabby looked the way she did.
Right. Well, and that is unfortunately how it is all over the country. And again, perfect example. And thank goodness Gabby's family realizes that, and they're wonderful people.
And
They're amazing.
they are, and they work tirelessly to try to bring awareness to so that every case gets equal attention.
Yes, exactly.
We can
Eh,
only do what we can do.
Absolutely. Okay, so on that night in November,
Right.
somebody came in and poured accelerant. Was it for the intention to murder the girls? Do they know the motive, or what? What do they tell? What do the authorities say?
Stacey, did you have something to say first? Or
Oh,
all right.
no. Okay.
Okay. Well, that again, there's. I will say with most of the things, most of the facts surrounding this case, there are, you know, there's not, there's not a ton of things that are 100% confirmed,
Mm-hmm.
because there have been changes in some of it. Like I will say that initially, that when they did rule it an arson, it was said that there were multiple points of accelerant found on the first floor.
Mm-hmm.
They then state police, the state of Indiana had to backtrack on that later, and they realized it was an overstep in the report that was given by the then fire chief, and they think there was it was a single source of accelerant on the first floor. I don't know exactly where in the home that
Mm-hmm.
source was. That's never been confirmed. I've heard speculation that it was in the kitchen. And if you look at some of the pictures, I mean, I mean, it's devastating. And even when Stacy and I started talking about doing this, I told her that I had watched the body cam footage or the police car cam footage of this, once because it was so difficult that I didn't want to watch.
It's so horrible
And
that
and today I did go back and rewatch it because I wanted to make sure that I remembered things correctly, and it was just as difficult to watch today as it was when I watched it a few years ago. So yeah, so I would say it's Yeah, there was signs of an accelerant found in the home.
Okay, and
To
uh,
whether or not it was to kill the girls,
right.
that's not known. And in fact, Superintendent Doug Carter, which I believe we have a clip of an interview we're going to watch,
Yes, we're going to play that.
where he states he does not believe, and still he's retired now. There's a new superintendent,
Hmm.
but he's still now he's spoken very heartfelt about Flora, and he said he doesn't believe that the person that did this intended to kill those girls. And he says that's his personal belief. He doesn't have any any professional evidence behind that. It's just his personal
It's
belief.
his hunch. Should we play that clip now then?
Yeah, but
Okay,
however you
let's
want to do that, yeah.
let's get that
And then,
clip.
like I
So
said, because there's a lot of things to go into with this case.
right. So let's get to that clip here. Um, and this is the extended interview with ISP Superintendent Doug Carter on the Flora fire that killed 4 girls. And this is from about a year ago. At least that's when it was posted. So let me share this here.
And Doug Carter left off. He retired in January of 2025. I believe the interview we're watching is from November of 2024.
Okay, so it's a little older than what they're saying. Okay.
So it was about a month, but it was about 2 months before he left office, and he only retired because he you know he, he wanted to stay on. Um, well, I believe his term was up. I mean, I believe he had
Hmm.
like, reached the end of his. He couldn't be the superintendent anymore, and he's done.
Right.
And I've met Doug Carter, and I have a lot of respect for the man.
Okay, so here we go. Here's the interview.
Thanks so much for sitting down with me to talk today. And today of all days, this is the 8th year anniversary of the Flora fires. What's the update?
We continue on. We're going to continue on. Just like we had before. I know it's not what people want to hear, but we're going to continue on. And I really believe that one day we'll know.
Was Galen Rose, the girl's mother, ever a suspect in this case?
We have no reason to believe that. We think that she's a mom that lost 4 little kids, and my heart breaks for her. There's been so much said, so many allegations made about that, and all of the perception and public opinion and all those things. And Jenny, we have to be really, really careful there. And I think I'm still getting a lot of hate mail about it, that it wasn't as important as the Delphi murders, and that's just simply not the case. We have to act on what we know, and I've said that so many times. I feel like I'm a broken record, but we will continue to work that until the end.
Do you think somebody knows?
I do. Oh, 100%. 100%. I do. And there's also this notion of a cold case that everybody thinks about that, but I don't. As long as there are people still living that might have an idea or know, why would it be cold? So we will continue to do anything that we can around the country. I wish Galen all the best. I really wish her the best, and the rest of her family. And I can't imagine what they've been through.
Do you think we're ever going to solve this case?
Solving it, yes, I do. I do, because I believe somebody knows.
What would you say to the person who did this if they're watching this tonight?
What I want to say is I don't think you intended to do what you did. I don't think that they intended to kill 4 little girls. I don't. That's me. That's my own opinion. I don't believe they intended to do that. I believe they intended to send some type of a message. And I don't know what the message was.
There have been a lot of rumors about this case. How has ISP dealt with that and kind of weeded those out and gotten to some of the facts in this case?
That's a great question. I appreciate the question. And the answer is we've learned a lot over the course of these last 8 years, both from what happened in Flora and also what happened in Delphi, in one small county in Indiana. And things happen that I never dreamt ever would, and that is public opinion, because of the way in which we communicate today. And I don't hate people that hate me. I really don't. I think over time, this frustration builds and builds and builds. And then there was a racial overtone to it all, which really was hurtful to me personally. But there's so much speculation. And then you speculate long enough, you're right. But during that speculation, you're able to talk about what you think. Then it becomes what you know. And then all of a sudden, everybody believes it's true. And whether it's this case or any other complex criminal case anywhere here in the state or in the country, I think that's always something we're going to be fighting from this point forward. And I think that's one of the reasons that the media is so important. It's so very important that we're able to give the true perspective, not opinions, but perspectives and what we know, and talk about what we know. And you've done that always. You've always done that very well.
The house is gone. I was just up in Flora. It's just so quiet. It's eerie. I mean, you've been up there too. I know recently. That's got to be tough to see.
That was always a place of reflection for me. I would go there and I just sit across the street for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and I would just look at that house. And now that it's gone, it's strange. I'm glad for the community, for the Flora community, that it is gone. But that's always going to be something that rips at the heartstrings of everybody that lives there and that knows about this. And those four little girls.
Does that remind you every day that you still have to figure out and get to the bottom of this? Is that sort of?
Yeah, that rock was given to me by Jackie on the year anniversary. And I've kept that rock ever since. It sat here or over on my windowsill with the names of the girls and in the order in which they died. It was the four little girls in Flora, then it was Abby and Libby. So it's just a perpetual reminder. I'm going to be taking that with me when I leave. There are still investigative steps being taken pretty routinely. And I can't talk about those right now, but we'll continue to do that. And the tips and the information, more information than tips right now, but we'll continue to take them, and we encourage people to talk to us.
I don't think much has changed since that interview. But let me ask you, the girl's mother, does she have a kind of an adversarial relationship with the police? Is there some bad blood there? Do you know?
I mean, I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that question. I wouldn't want to speak for her because, I can only imagine that she probably feels differently depending
Right.
on the day. I know that she's been on the record of saying that she has gone long periods without hearing from the police. There have been times that she has not been in contact with them. There have been other times that she has. From my conversations with Galen and from things I've known about, Galen's an incredible woman. She was a young single mother. She was 28 years old.
I can't imagine. My God.
With four beautiful, beautiful young daughters. And, she had just, one report I read says she had moved to Flora 2 years prior. I think she moved earlier that summer. It was about 6 months before this happened. Her father, Tracy Rose, lived in Flora. And so she came from the Jefferson City, Missouri area where the girls were all born. She wanted a fresh start. She wanted a new area, and so she wanted to be close to the family. And she chose to move to Flora with her girls, and she rented this duplex, which was right there in town. She got a job working at the Marathon gas station. She was doing like so many women in this country are doing, trying to support their families and raise children on their own. The girls had different fathers, but none of them have been publicly named.
Okay.
And none of them have ever been publicly named as suspects either.
Okay.
There's I don't think there's any reason to consider that any of the children's fathers have anything to do with this.
Aspen, I'm going to show some of the pictures that you sent. Is that okay?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, let me download them and put them up. I mean, this looks like something out of a Hollywood movie. It
Yeah.
looks so bad. Let me get this up here in. There we go.
Yeah, I wanted everybody to see, the devastation this fire caused. And
This is just one picture. Let me get a few more here. I mean, look at that. That's the kitchen, obviously. My God, and it went up fast, didn't it?
Yes.
Talk about the officer or firefighter that tried to get in there and rescue the girls.
Well,
Yes.
first I will say that the duplex was owned by an LLC under the name of Birch. Birch, Birch, Birch Tree Holdings LLC, which was owned by an individual named Josh Ayers. One of the reasons that some of the controversy and speculation has gone into this case is Josh Ayers also was the president of the Flora Town Council.
Okay.
And so, there was, a suspicion there, of people that thought, here's this guy that owns this duplex, and he's also the president of the town board.
Mm-hmm.
There was a wrongful death lawsuit that was settled in 2023 out of court, because the duplex, it did not have working smoke detectors.
Oh, that's horrible.
And so the unit next door, apparently, the woman escaped unharmed. Her 2 children were not at home that night, thank God. And her unit's smoke detectors were working. But the smoke detectors in Galen's unit were not working. And if you ask me, looking at the layout of this home, I don't believe that this was ever designed to be a safe duplex.
It was
But,
just cheap, probably, right? It was designed to make as much money on the rent as possible. It
Well,
wasn't.
I think
Yeah.
I would think it was a single family home that they, divided into 2, and but I don't think it was necessarily done in the most effective way.
Right.
That's my personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And again, there's never been any, factual proof that Josh Ayers, the owner of the home, had anything to do with the fire itself. There's
Right.
no speculation of it. Mainly, I think, because of the fact that he also sat on as the president of the town board,
Mm-hmm.
and he also, about 2 months prior to the fire, took out I believe it was $393,000 insurance policy on the home that was valued at $45,000.
Whoa, wait a minute, wait. Is that this home?
Yes.
Okay, I that would be a huge red flag. Again, not accusing anybody, but damn, talk about a red flag.
Yeah,
But was he cleared?
To my knowledge, he's never been named a suspect.
Okay.
Like I said, I know that there was a wrongful death lawsuit in civil court that was settled out of court. That is, because it was settled out of court, the none of what the conclusions of that were ever made public. And it's, I guess technically, honestly, none of if it's for what Galen wants to share or what she's able to share, she can. Yeah, I think there were definitely. I definitely think there's a responsibility that he lies in his hands because he owned the home and he didn't
Right.
have working smoke detectors.
Right, exactly. Oh God, that's just awful. Okay, so
So now what was your question about the first responders?
if you could tell us about the officer that tried to put it out. There's a body cam footage, and I think we should play it because this person who risked his life to try and save these girls, he's been accused uh, of and again, I'm just dumbfounded by that. But did you send me that video, Stacy?
I'll send it right now.
Okay. And Aspen, can you talk about this, please, and talk about this man and what it? Maybe you can tell us what it did to him, because I know it devastated him, obviously.
Yeah, I don't, of course, don't want to speak um, for for that officer.
Well, no, but he said he's made these comments. Like I'm just talking about the stuff he said publicly about it.
The the police car cam video came out a few years ago. So I mean, there was a long period of time where you know there was not the transparency of having a video. So that, I think there was speculation. There were people that believed that that there was some cover up, and in fact, the then sheriff of Carroll County, he which they say is standard in these in open arson investigations, to not give media interviews, but Tobe Lesenby, who was the sheriff at the time, I believe denied media requests for the officer to be interviewed. The interviewing or the officer in question is Officer Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Drew Yoder. He was 25 years old at the time. He was also a Flora volunteer firefighter. They had a volunteer fire department. Flora police officer Josh Dissinger. Like I said, the 911 call came in at 3:35. I believe Josh arrived on scene at 3:36 a.m. Because Flora is a very small town. The fire department is only 4 blocks away from the house, which sits at East Columbia and South Division. It could be, I believe it's East, yeah. And so Drew Yoder has been for years was accused of horrible things, when in reality, you'll see this when we watch the video, he desperately tried to get into that house. He desperately tried to do what he could to save those girls, at the peril of his own life. And in fact, he suffered severe injuries during the fire trying to get to them.
Aspen, are you okay if we play the whole thing? It's 24 minutes long, but I think it's really important for people to see, because what this young man did, he damn near died doing it, trying to rescue the girls. Are you able to stay up late? I don't want to.
Of course,
Okay.
yeah. No, I will say, so I will say, when the fire broke out, Galen has been on the record of saying she woke up. She doesn't know why, but she woke up because she felt something, and that she got out of bed and she turned the corner and she was confronted with an entire home being on fire already at that point. She said that the smoke was so bad, like, that she couldn't breathe, and she doesn't remember everything after that, other than she remembers being outside of the home, and she remembers screaming for her babies. So people that have speculated also on anything, on her involvement with anything, I want it to be noted that Galen was airlifted. Like, she suffered injuries in the fire as well. Galen was airlifted to a hospital in Indianapolis, where she spent several days in the hospital in the burn unit. Her father was on the record even 2 days after the fires of saying she hadn't been able to speak yet, but that he felt like she knew what had happened. So she suffered injuries during the fire. Drew Yoder was transferred to to a hospital in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where he had to recover from burns to his face, his hands, parts of his body, and also severe lung damage.
Oh my God.
Josh Dissinger was taken to a hospital in Lafayette, which is close by, where he was treated for smoke inhalation and released. So for the people that are saying that anyone involved in trying to rescue those girls, and I will say they did remove the girls' they did remove those girls from their beds. And they brought them out of that house. They were unable to revive them, but they were successful in getting those girls out of that house.
Oh my God. Well, we're gonna watch the video now. It's
Their lives in the meantime. So to me, it is such a repulsive thing to claim that there's something in the footage we're about to watch of anyone putting down accelerant. First of all, what is the allegation that the accelerant's placed outside of the home? I'm sorry. Like, logic to me is always like, hopefully, like, to most people, common sense, right?
right.
But
Well, and here's the thing, Aspen. Hopefully, people will realize if it really did happen, like this person that came in our chat said it did, that they've got it on video camera, on this body cam footage, that he's pouring out the accelerant. My God, if that really happened, you don't think they would have arrested this guy by now? Come on. They wouldn't let this guy go. Just look at it logically, people.
And
This,
I can also say, on a personal level, and I don't like, I'm very careful. I've met Drew Yoder, and I think that he is an incredible man. I think he's a wonderful officer. I know his sister well, and I feel like I don't think there's a single person that was on scene that night in Flora that is still not affected by what they experienced.
I can't imagine.
Every single day of their lives.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Absolutely can't imagine. Well, everybody, this is 24 minutes long. Trigger warning. This is horrific. Okay, so please be aware of this. So we're going to share the video right now. Here we go.
And this is from the YouTube channel, The Inquisitor. So just to give credit.
Oh, thank you. Yes, the Inquisitor. I'll put the link in chat here. Everybody, please go and
We've
subscribe.
covered extensively, but for the first time tonight, you're about to see law enforcement video of the deadly Flora arson fire.
More than 6 years ago now, that fire claimed the lives of 4 young girls. They were sisters, ages 5 to 11. Their names were Kiani Welch, Kiriel McDonald, Kiera Phillips, and Kiana Davis. Now, the video you're about to see will be difficult for some to watch, but it provides the clearest picture so far of the valiant but unsuccessful efforts to rescue those girls that night.
CBS 4 Chief Investigator Steve Brown has our exclusive story tonight.
This story centers on Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Drew Yoder. He suffered serious injuries attempting to reach the 4 girls killed in the Flora fire. We have only ever heard from the deputy once at a brief news conference 6 weeks after the fire.
Some nights it brings tears to my eyes. Sometimes I try not to go past there. But I still think of those 4 little girls standing out there, dancing around, smiling at you, waving at you.
This is dash cam video of Yoder responding to the fire. You will only see what the camera is pointed at, but Yoder is wearing a microphone, and at times you will hear much more than you see.
Right.
Flora Police Officer Josh Dysinger arrives seconds before Yoder. The first voice you'll hear is the girl's mother, Galen Rose.
Where is it? They're upstairs? Hot. Yeah. County. Send Cutler Fire as well. Get Cutler Fire in there as well. Yeah. Where are the kids? Upstairs? Where's the upstairs? Around the corner to the left. I think so. Guys, the next well. Josh, you good? Josh, you good? I'm good. You good? I can't tell, man. I can't tell.
Inside the house, Yoder faced intense heat and thick smoke without protective gear while trying to climb this set of stairs. Then at the top, a landing on the left and another shorter set of stairs leading to the girl's bedroom. The girl's mother desperately tries to direct Yoder around that landing.
You go around the corner. Please. Let's go. Around the corner. Keep going.
But the smoke was too much.
Oh my. Guys, send tones. Keep sending off tones, please. We still got 4 kids inside. We can't get inside.
Yoder runs back to his car and races to the Flora Fire Department just 4 blocks away. The deputy is also a volunteer firefighter. The drive takes 24 seconds. He exits his car, races in, and yells to get the equipment moving.
Hey, clean the roll, dude. There's people inside.
For the next 45 seconds, it sounds like Yoder is getting into his turnout gear. He then runs back to his car, races back to the scene with fire trucks just behind him.
Hey, they're coming. They're right here, dude. They're right here. They're coming.
Both Deputy Yoder and Officer Deisinger quickly put on air packs to re-enter the house. If you look here, you can see one of them entering, crawling on hands and knees. Just seconds later, something has gone wrong. At 3:45, an emergency call goes out. Officer down. Other firefighters are now working to rescue Yoder while still trying to reach the 4 girls. And as the fire starts moving more rapidly right to left, from the back of the house to the front door, an alarm sounds, signaling an air pack low on oxygen. Firefighters would reach Yoder and the 4 girls and bring them out. Feverish attempts at CPR were performed on the girls without success. Yoder was rushed to the hospital. At the same time, flames engulfed the entire house. The last thing we see on the video is an advanced life support vehicle pulling up just before 4 a.m. It would be almost 2 months before it was announced the fire was an arson. In the 6+ years since, the investigation has not produced an arrest. Before making our final decision to air the dash cam video, we did show it to Galen Rose at her request. She supports airing the video. It is her hope that it will generate tips from the public. They may finally bring this case to a close. Now, that number is 1-800-382-4628. You do not have to give your name to provide information. Steve Brown, CBS 4 investigates.
And you can take another look at that video at CBS4ND.com. You can also see all of our coverage of the investigation into the Flora fire.
Well, the owner
If I remember right, this may be just the same footage from a different news agency.
We're right. They're upstairs? Trust me, Steve. Trust me. Hot. Yeah. County. Send Cutler Fire as well. Get Cutler Fire in there as well.
Yeah, where are those kids? Upstairs?
One's upstairs.
Stay around the corner to the left.
Back it down. County, send medics as well. Josh, you good? Josh, you good? I'm good. You good? I'll feel cool, man. I'll feel cool. Do we get? Can we bust the window up?
Yeah! Yeah, help! You go around the corner! Please! Let's go! Go around the corner! Keep going! Perfect! Alright. Oh. You're around the corner! Oh my!
County, send tones. Keep sending off tones, please. We still got 4 kids inside. We can't get inside.
Keep their back. Look at fire. Go around the
Hey, we need to roll, dude. There's people inside. I know, dude. I don't do anything. I know, dude. I know. My car's out here. We need to roll those. Roll. Hey, they're coming. They're right here, dude. They're right here. They're coming. I didn't think they have a airplane. Yeah. Grab your head, Joe.
want my babies to always be remembered. Never, ever.
That was an interview with the mom that just popped up, right?
Right, and I think Stacy has an interview with her that we had.
Right. I've got it right here. I want to play it now. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so.
Are you okay, Aspen?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, of course. I mean, watching it, I don't know how anyone, but with a heart can watch.
Oh
it.
my God. Yeah. It's too much. It's too much.
Especially then to hear that some of the people that we just saw have been over the years accused of setting the fire.
Yeah, I mean, watching that, how many heroes were there? And they get accused and their lives ruined, basically.
I mean, if I remember correctly, Drew Yoder, who, like I said, in my opinion, is a hero, and I saw that my good friend Deb is in the chat, and thank you, Deb, because I agree, Drew Yoder is a hero, and I know Deb cares very much about this case, as she does everything. Deb is she was a co-host of mine on a YouTube channel for a while, and then she now left. She's not really in true crime so much, but she has a thrifting channel. If anyone is interested.
Is that Derby by Penny Feather?
No, Deb. Her name is Deb.
Is she in chat? You say?
Yeah. So, I'll send you the link to her. If anyone's into thrifting.
Send us a link. We'll put it in chat. Absolutely. I'm trying to find her in chat right now, though. I'm trying to find her in chat.
There you go.
Well, that's what I said. Is it Derby Penny?
No, it's Deb.
Oh, it's not that one.
No.
That's what I thought it was too.
Let's see.
I'll send you her link. But no, yeah. So if you want to play the clip of Galen, that and this is of course I think I will say opposite what we're saying. Galen has I feel like I think like any grieving mother, her opinion and her feelings are going to vary. I'm not diminishing anything she's going to say in this interview in any way, but I'm just saying I feel like she's going to feel different ways different days. So
no, absolutely, no question.
Deb's thrift like you mean it, girl.
There you go. Okay, hang on. Let me
love her.
Let me get
one of the biggest hearts of anyone I've ever met.
Oh, well, we need to know her. We need to meet her.
Yeah, I was to say now we want to know her.
Yeah.
True crime.
I won't be the only one crying.
True crime. Sent her to Goodwill instead.
There you go. It's like I can't take true crime anymore. I got to go to Goodwill.
I have oftentimes said, why couldn't I have just gotten into HGTV or the Cooking Network?
There you go.
Oh,
I hear you. Boy, do I hear you there. Okay, here is the interview. I believe that Stacy, you sent me. Let me share this here. Here we go.
Go to iTeammate's investigation into the Flora fire and a chase for answers. Tonight, for the first time in years, Galen Rose, the mother of those 4 girls who died in that fire, she sits down with iTeammate. No topic off limits during an interview that often became very emotional. We start now with the questions that she sought answers to for years, how she made it out of the fire, but her girls did not.
You wasn't there. You didn't experience what I experienced. They don't understand the real love that we had for each other as mother and daughter and everything. My life will never be the same.
Are you angry?
I'm angry. I'm hurt. I'm more hurt than anything. I'm more hurt than anything because my family was wiped away right in front of my eyes.
Deeply painful memories as Galen Rose.
It was too much for me. It was too much.
Whose 4 girls died in what investigators deemed an arson, takes us back to the last weekend her 4 girls lived. 11-year-old Kiana Davis, 9-year-old Kiara Phillips, 7-year-old Carrie McDonald, and the youngest, 5-year-old Keone Welch, all killed in this 2-story duplex in 2016. The only place they live now is in Rose's memory. Do you remember those moments, and what was it like?
I think I talked to my grandma before I went to sleep. Out of nowhere, something just told me to get up. Rolled out of the bed, and then it's like when I hit the corner, that was it. It was like I am standing in front, I'm in a house, but my house is on fire. So I tried to get to the steps to go up to get the girls, and I couldn't breathe, couldn't talk, I couldn't say anything. That's how bad the smoke was. All I remember is the ambulance coming, and they put me in the ambulance. And I literally was like, my babies. I wouldn't stop saying my babies.
Medical records show Rose was transported to a local hospital. Her injuries placed her in a burn unit, her skin singed, smoke in her throat, and intubated. For months afterward, nightmarish reminders of what happened in Flora caused her to move from Indiana. Years later, she returned to the Midwest. Right now, we're in Jefferson City, Missouri, here where it all began. This is where the girls were born, or in cities not too far from here. This is where Galen Rose has settled after spending some time in California after the girls' deaths, because it's here where she's close to family, but far enough away from the painful memories of Flora.
They all had different personalities. Kiana was more, book smart, as far as like she wanted to go to school, she wanted to be outside. Kiara, she was more homebody, stay in the house. All of them didn't listen. None of them listened. Sometimes they listened, sometimes they didn't.
This is the first time she's opened up in years. Jefferson City, Missouri, a small town on the Missouri River where the state capitol looms large over Main Street, bustling on a cold winter afternoon. It's where here her girls went to preschool, then elementary school, and here where they were born. Those early years added up, becoming critical as Rose learned to be a mom and they all learned to be a family. It wasn't here, however, that she says she discovered prejudice. Why did you decide to make the change?
We decided to make the change just because I wanted to go and be somewhere different. It was totally different than Jefferson City. I worked in the Marathon, the gas station. Every day I would have a gentleman come in there and throw change at me because he wanted coffee. It was, like I said, the energy shifted, a very big difference in that town.
6 months after moving into the two-story duplex, it went up in flames. An arson. Investigators searched for the person who did it. What do you think about how they've handled the investigation?
I just feel like they were moving too fast to just jump to their own conclusions without stopping and thinking.
Why do you think they'd want to jump to a conclusion?
I'm Black, to be honest with you.
That, Rose says, led attention to shift when 3 months later, not far in Delphi, Abby Williams and Libby German, two white girls, went missing before eventually being found murdered. That's when, according to Rose, the frantic press coverage, law enforcement resources, and all attention shifted away from her girls and solving that case and went to the hunt for Abby and Libby's murderer. Do you think if you were white and this was 4 white girls who had died in the fire, do you think the investigation would have been conducted differently?
Of course, yes. They would have took more time into it. They wouldn't have just did a little investigation and then boom, oh, it was this. And like, it was so fast. Within 3 to 6 months, they had all the answers. I just don't believe it.
Indeed. Our interview with Ms. Rose does not end there. We have much more we will be exploring, including details on the investigation we've uncovered that could change that investigation right here tomorrow night. We talk with those closest to Rose and show you how the girls are still being remembered in Flora years later. Go to I-Team 8's investigation into the Flora.
Here is the interview link, and I'm going to put all of these links in the description under the videos. So just so you know. And Deb's Thrift Like You Mean It, girl. I love this channel. I was just looking at it briefly, and it looks like so much fun. Oh my gosh.
Heart of gold.
It's very cool. See, I wish I had the ability to do this. I go to thrift stores. I'm the only one that goes to thrift stores, and I get taken. You know,
Oh
I pay too
no.
much for crap. Yeah, I'm an idiot. So,
My
but
daughter will love that channel. I'm gonna share
yes,
it with her.
and again, I'll put I'll put Deb's link in the description as well. But we've put it in chat.
But I will say also, Deb also still deeply cares about so many of these cases, and mainly the victims. She
Mhm.
focuses mainly, like I do, on the victims and the effects it's had on the families, the community, and the people affected by it. Not so much the salacious
Right.
nature of things. But
Hey,
speaking of,
Aspen, can you turn up your mic a little bit?
yeah,
We've had a request to turn it up just a bit.
I'll try.
Okay, thank you.
I guess it got turned. Is that better?
I think that's a little better. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm making it
Please
closer.
continue.
I can move it closer as well.
Okay, good.
I
That'll
would
help
say,
too.
speaking of like the salacious nature of it,
Mhm.
Galen just, she acknowledged the racial
Right.
disparity she felt at that time with the Delphi case, and I as a white male am not going to. I don't know. I mean, I agree with her,
Mm-hmm.
but I am in no way in a position to understand how she feels.
I agree
And so I'm not going to
100%.
pretend to understand how that. I'm not going to pretend to
Right.
even be able, even have have a qualified opinion on that.
Yeah, I understand completely. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Go
There
ahead,
was
Stacy.
Aspen and I were talking earlier about how a Delphi case got a lot more attention than the Flora girls, and part of it we think could be race, but I think another part is stuff that you've taught me over the years, Trish. The one that has the most salacious story. So a
Exactly.
house fire isn't going to come across as salacious to reporters and things, but two girls found dead in the woods after going for a hike.
And you have that video of that guy.
Yes.
I mean, there's
Mhm.
all this salacious stuff. And
Yes.
again, that's unfortunately that's
Yeah.
what the media goes for. Now we
Yeah.
call it clicks and views, but back in the old days, it was about ratings. And that's what got the ratings. And it's terrible. It's so wrong, but it's
Yeah.
just true. But what Gail says is true as well. There is a racial element to it. But yeah,
Yep.
it is the salacious. You look at all of the cases that attract big headlines, and
Yeah.
they all have something like that. They all do. It's crazy.
I mean, because with Delphi, there was the mystery factor of
Yes.
like like with Flora. I mean, it's almost unthinkable what happened to those girls.
Right.
And but that's pretty much where the mystery ends. Because we don't,
Yeah.
because
Right.
but with Delphi, there was these extra pieces. So I mean, not only were they, like the racial the aspect of that, but there's also then the video of him on the bridge. There's like the ongoing like nature of like of the fact that it's they were murdered in a completely different manner, and not that one murder is worse or better than the other, but there, it kind of it fit all of the elements that go into what intrigues people when they look into these things. And I
Yeah.
hate, especially being as close to the families as I am now. I hate to even diminish their deaths by speaking of it that way, because it's not entertainment.
No, I agree
Right.
absolutely.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, you are so right.
Yes.
I do have the video that you took of the memorial walk for the Flora Four. It's about 14 minutes long. It's never been played before. Can I go ahead and play it?
Yes, and I do want to say, like I never publicly shared this video. I happened to, I mean, I'd been to Flora several times privately, but if anyone remembers when the Delphi trial ended, the verdict was on November 11th of 2024, and the anniversary of the Flora fire was November 21st,
Mhm.
and I was in didn't know the exact date that the Delphi trial was going to end. So I was there until the 23rd or 24th, I believe, of November of that year.
Mhm.
So I happened to be there during the memorial walk for the Flora Fire, which that year took place on the 17th of November. And it was the first time I got to experience one of the memorial walks for Flora.
Mhm.
And so, you know, I was fresh off of the Delphi trial, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to be able to pay respect to the four Flora girls. And
Right.
and I hope that, you know, I'm not, I mean, other people I think have posted videos from those walks, so I don't think I'm invading anyone's privacy or anything. But this is just what I encountered on that
Okay.
walk, and it gives you a good view of the town and the location where the home was,
Mhm.
and it shows you how the people that, you know, even at that point 8 years later, were still out there caring for those girls.
And there is one question, and this is a great question, Aspen.
Yeah, because I don't have chat opened up, so please.
Yeah. Jules and me says, for Aspen, who or what does mom think? Who does she think did it? Do you have any idea what she thinks now, or at the most recent thought?
I do not, to my knowledge, know that Galen has publicly ever given any indication as to who she thinks may have done this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Was there a racial motivating factor to it? I don't
Could
know.
be. We don't know. Yeah.
Was this someone that was targeting her? I don't know. I don't believe it was any of the children's fathers. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know about the relationships in her life. Again, that doesn't put her in any way at fault.
Right.
Galen is a victim of this, and her life, her family evaporated in a moment.
That's
Her
horrible.
entire life evaporated in a second.
So here's a memorial walk from Aspen Conner, and thank you, Aspen. This is amazing. Let me share this video, and we will watch this. Here we go.
So, as you can see here, the lot that we're of course all standing in front of is where the house stood. Not that you could ever tell anymore, but Jinx right there in the middle of my shot, but it's just impossible to think the horror that took place in this spot. Almost 8 years ago to the date. I don't think there, of course, are actual words that can make any sense in a moment like this or when something like this happens, but I think that we can all at least identify with the fact that we all go to bed every night. Every single one of us, go to bed every single night, and this is not the outcome you expect to have happen when you go to bed at night. But based on the fact that this was ruled an arson, someone intentionally knew that this was how this family's night would end, and in a way, the way that this family would end. And now it's this. But thank God for all of these people here because all of them care enough to come out here and make sure that they're not forgotten. I think we're saying a prayer.
Who are following this case, who are trying to solve this case. So somebody knows something, and we just pray that those people will be for the need, put a burden on their heart to come home and to just give closure to this case. Lord, we just pray for these precious girls. We know they're resting with you. We know that you have always called all children to come unto you, Lord, and we're so thankful and we just appreciate that. Lord, we just ask for the blessings on each person that has come today. We just ask that you give us peace, that you give us understanding, which only you, Father, can give. And we just pray, Lord, that you will bring closure by letting the law and the fire department find the answers that need to be so that these girls can rest eternally, which they already are with you. In your name, we give you the praise and the glory. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, and we were all given a candle. I don't know if you can see it here. So I want to just see. Can I get a picture of your sign? It's beautiful. Thank you. But now, like I was saying, before that beautiful prayer, I don't think anybody in the whole world ever expects this to be the outcome when they put their kids to bed at night or when they go to bed at night. And oddly enough, too often it is, especially in a small rural area in Indiana. But today we're just here to remember those girls and to pay respect. And I'm so grateful and happy that I finally have been able to partake in one of these, because it truly is impactful and moving. I've been here before privately by myself, but never with so many other people that care about this case and that care about these girls, and that even 8 years later are willing to take time out of their day and life to remember them. I'm not good at those kinds of things, so sorry if I sound awkward. Just for context, I've seen it and I know, but I was just curious. Greeno, where's the fire department? Oh, we're gonna get the bench.
I just want to thank everybody that came today.
Straight down there to the left, wherever that Flora sign is.
Yeah.
That's the grocery store. We're gonna go back that way anyway.
Okay. All right.
At 903 Columbia Street. Took the lives of Kiana Davis, age 11, Kiara Phillips, age 9, Carrie-Ann McDonald, age 7, Keone Welch, age 5. Mother surviving is Galen Rose. Every year, I try to do something to honor these girls. Just like you with the prayer, I make something. And I make it from my heart for these girls. They live. I know how much she loved her girls. And I will not stop coming and asking for justice and begging for people to come forward. This case means a lot to me. Lynn means a lot to me. Her family means a lot to me. I appreciate you guys so much. I know that Lynn couldn't be here today, but she's here in spirit with all of us. And I know she knows that you guys are all here. And I can feel it with the angel that was in the sky. The girls know you're here. And I just want to, I always try to come up with like a little angel prayer or just a poem. And so this is Angels in Heaven. And it's your voices now join the angels' song. As you dance and play all day long, your spirits live on. We feel it near. And in our hearts, you'll always be dear. In moments of silence, we feel your embrace, a whisper of comfort, a touch of grace. Your song, a sympathy of joy and peace. Fill our hearts with eternal release. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I'm just going to play this song if it plays.
I've turned it down because I don't want to get zapped. I don't know. Is that an?
It cuts it off. It just played the first few seconds.
Oh, okay.
Cuts it out.
Okay, very good.
Those 4 little girls in heaven, holding hands, dancing around, and thanking God for all here today. Thank you. I got
Okay, that was Kathy presenting.
Yeah. Mark, nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Mark Macaluso. Saw you with Sonny and Deb. Much like you guys.
Thank you. You know, I'm pretty solo these days, but so check out what you guys see.
Doing stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, check out my channel.
Yeah,
for sure. Because I am definitely on my own now with Aspen Conner.
Creator.
Oh,
it doesn't crazy, man. All I do is work anymore. I just got off for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Michael hunting.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. It's a whole new world.
I lived out in Carolina 6 years.
I was there. I was in Cucumber. Here, let me stop. I'm gonna stop recording here. Mark, can I get a picture real quick and I'm gonna stop?
Oh, yeah.
No. Here. Sorry. So we just walked through it from the beautiful tribute that Kathy did in the song they played. I stopped recording so that I met some of the wonderful people that were here, and we're literally right back there. Around the corner is the lot, and then the benches for the 4 Flora girls, and also for Abby and Libby. Some people are gonna head in here to fire pizza and eat, but I'm gonna walk up and I'm gonna show you guys how close the courthouse was, or the firehouse was, really quickly, just for context, so you can see how quickly they could have responded. It's a great coffee shop, by the way. I've been there before. But no, Flora is a charming, very pretty little town. It's an odd little town, but it's very, very pretty. They have a new craft kitchen. And, just... And there is the fire department right there. So, I mean, you can see right past that white car is the sign for the fire department. So, I mean, literally, it's 3 turns, 1 block. And those 4 girls lost their lives. And we had the brave people like Drew Yoder that tried so hard to save their lives. And I think that man's a hero. But I'm going to stop filming now. I am just very grateful to have been able to come and experience this. Flora is a small town in Carroll County, and it's been almost 8 years to the day since that fire. And just like Delphi, Flora's had to find a way to pick up the pieces and move on. And the important thing is that there's always people out there that refuse to forget about these victims, whether it be Livy or Abby, whether it be these girls, whether it be Karina McClurkin in Kokomo, or Ray Hanish in White County, or Nicole Bowen. These victims need remembered. And I'm just glad that there are people that care enough to keep their legacies and their memories alive. So, sending everyone love. Thank you very, very much for watching. And I hope you have a great night.
That was incredible, Aspen. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I really appreciate it.
I get really awkward in situations like that.
No, I didn't think you sounded
You did
awkward.
great. Yeah.
I didn't think you sounded awkward at all, not one single bit. Hey, Joe Schmo, are you coming up?
Hey, Joe.
He's
I
in
did
chat.
have a question for you, Aspen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who was the woman speaking?
That was someone that I had the privilege to get to know throughout my time traveling to Indiana. Her name is Kathy Clendenning. She's someone that cares very, very much about the Flora girls. She's a local, and she also has ties to this, again, this is rural Indiana, and so I mean I Kathy's a great woman. She has put her whole heart into advocating for the Flora Four, and just so happened her son was the neighbor of Richard Allen in Delphi, and so Kathy's someone that I really admire, and I've seen that woman's heart, and I know that she cares about the Flora Four so much. The girl's Aunt Jackie is someone also that Kathy's close to, and so like when you saw Kathy speaking, she was very emotional, and she played a song for the girls, which it did cut out of the video, and even though the video is private, it's not something I've ever shared publicly. I wanted to remove the song just so that there wasn't a copyright issue on your end with playing it, but Kathy's not alone in the fact that there's a handful of people I would say other than Kathy is someone that I trust with this case, that I know cares deeply. There's an individual named Jinx that I know cares about those girls with her whole heart, and there's several people. There's someone that behind the scenes took me to the gravesite of the 4 girls, and she shared that experience. She shared that with me, and it was something that is very private, and I'm not going to show pictures from their graves or anything like that.
Right.
But they are in a beautiful cemetery in Indianapolis, and this woman, I'll call her. She goes by the name Rescue All the Dogs, and she makes sure that those girls' grave sites are kept up and that they are beautiful at all times. And her heart is huge, and she cares more than anyone I've ever met with this case.
That's wonderful. That is amazing. And you're getting lots of love in chat, Aspen. Everybody really appreciates it. And look who's here, everybody.
Hey, Joe.
Good to see
Hi,
you.
Aspen.
Joe, tell us, do you know anything about this case at all? Have you followed it very much or?
I know about 1% of what Aspen knows about it.
Gotcha. I
I
think
know I know more about this area. I grew up, in between Lafayette and Delphi, and I was on the volunteer fire department for a small town, very
What town?
similar to Flora.
What town?
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to share that on here. That's a little too close.
Well, I will say the volunteer fire departments that that responded to the Flora fires were Camden. Let's see. I know all the towns.
Yeah, it's in an adjacent county, not one in Carroll.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, you're fine.
But no, yeah. When I say when you so Joe can attest to the fact that when I say you're 2 degrees of separation from anyone in this area. So like when I say Kathy Kindening, cares about the Flora Four, and her son also ended up being the next door neighbor of Richard Allen. I mean, it's only in small town USA do you see these kind of things.
Yeah, very, very small town. Which makes these circumstances all that much more tragic.
Right. I mean, I didn't know until years after the fact that, and a lot of people, I'm not going to go into detail, but my family homestead is in Indiana. It's in Fishers, Indiana, and it's called Conner Prairie. And my like great grandfather William Conner, like they established this homestead, and I think Eli Lilly owns it now. But it just coincidentally, Conner Prairie built a bridge that they measured wrong, and it didn't fit, and so they donated the bridge to Carroll County, Indiana, and that is the Freedom Bridge that goes over Highway 25 in Delphi, Indiana. And little did I know that my family's history is connected to Delphi, Indiana, and I'd never heard of it. I'd never heard of of Delphi until the case. So even I am 2 degrees separated from this area, having never had been there prior to this.
Thank you for taking us on that memorial walk.
That was lovely.
And I was invited to that, and regretfully I couldn't make it to that, and now I really regret not being able to make it to that. So hopefully the next one I will be.
I hope I hope that they have one this year, being the 10-year anniversary. I wish there were answers. As far as like the most current, I don't want to go too off track with Flora, but I will say the most recent updates that I know of in Flora are that in July of 2025, the FBI came to Flora, and they along with the Indiana State Police started doing door-to-door canvassing. And the FBI agents that were assigned to it were all fresh, new agents from the Indianapolis field unit, and they went door to door in Flora, and started to re-look at this case with fresh eyes, with an open mind. And I don't know if anything has come from that. There's still a $5,000 reward, which I feel is measly, in my opinion. I feel like it should be much higher. And I feel like there should be more attention on this case.
I think that's one of the most frustrating things from my standpoint. Originally from a keyboard detective, and now to being more of a media type, wannabe investigative reporter, is the lack of communication with the public on the investigation into this.
That could be said with almost everything there, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's why it felt so similar to Delphi, because we didn't know a whole lot about, Abby and Libby until what, 5 years later, when they finally arrested somebody, then we started learning more, and then we learned more at the pretrial hearings, then we learned more at the trial, but they're just so close to the vest with all of their investigation into this, and they deny so many public records requests that it's infuriating.
Look at you stealing the words right out of Doug Carter's mouth. I'm gonna get angry texts tomorrow. No, I'm kidding.
That's okay. So this walk in October, do you know anything about that? And thank you, Deb's Thrift Like You Mean It Girl. Thank you.
Deb, I did not know they were having one in October, but depending on Deb messaged me because when I'm actually going to be in, I mean, I think a lot of people know I go back to the area like quite often. I was there for the 4th of July. I'm going to be there for Bacon Fest in August. I volunteer every year for Bacon Fest now. And I'm going to be there in September for the oral arguments for Libby and Abby. And then I'm going to be there for an entire week in October. So
Wait. Oral arguments for what do you mean?
Well, the appeal for Richard Allen.
Oh, the appeal. Okay, sorry. I thought something had happened that I wasn't aware of, but had a heart attack. Okay.
The appeal for Richard Allen, they granted oral arguments.
Right.
In September. I'm not going to put myself in that courtroom if it takes the place of a family member, because I know space is limited. But I will be there, to support the family. Even if I'm standing outside.
That's good. Hey, Joe, I think you have a party going on in your. Is it? We can hear all this noise and people talking and hooping and hollering in your.
Sounds like feedback.
Yeah.
Are you out there buying tequila shots for people?
I think that's what Joe's doing. Joe's having a party. Yeah, we can hear it. It's like somebody's going blah blah blah. It just sounds like people are chatting. Like it sounds like you have a room full of people. It's weird.
There's a heater right next to me, but otherwise the room is completely empty.
Do you have a video going that you don't know about? Maybe.
Like I said, to me, it just sounds like feedback from something, whatever that could be.
To me, it's.
I'm going to mute and then unmute.
Okay, it's gone now. It's gone. Whatever it was is gone.
And I want to answer Jesse's question really quickly while you.
Yes.
So, I don't feel confident in providing a link at this moment because there have been a few different fundraising things. I'd be happy to share that with you, Jesse, and I'll be happy to post it for Websleuth to post as well. Once I confirm the correct one as of now, because there was someone in charge of something. There was some questions about how the money was whatever, and so then it was taken over. And then I just want to make sure if money is donated, I want to make sure it goes to the right place and that it is being used for the purposes it said it's being used for. So I don't want to share any link that's going to be not 100% reliable.
By the way, now it's back again, and I know what it is. You have earbuds in that are Apple wireless earbuds, right? That they suck. I hate Apple. I have so much trouble with Apple, and that's what it is. If you're able to take those out, it will go away. I promise.
Let me dip out, and I'll be back.
Okay. That's exactly what it is. Stacy, I hate Apple. I need you to get rid of your Apple phone. It makes me mad. It makes me mad at the thought that you have an Apple phone.
I cannot use those Androids. They do not have as much stuff on them for me to use.
No.
They suck.
No, they don't. Apple interferes with my life. And as soon as I looked at Joe's earbuds and I saw that there were no wires attached, I went, That's it. It's Apple.
I
We're
don't
getting
think
that
he, I
feedback.
don't think he
And
had Apple
He-
AirPods in.
No, he didn't
Those,
have Apple ones in.
those were not Apple AirPods.
well, I said, "Do you have
Apple's
Apple?"
perfect.
And he said, "Yeah." He said he did. I asked him if he had
Yeah.
Apple, but and
There's a-
StreamYard has trouble with Apple too. It seems like there's a problem with Apple that isn't as friendly to us on StreamYard. So yeah, and that's why he couldn't hear it. But it was feeding back what he was listening to.
Yeah. So, but he had earbuds, but they weren't Apple ones. So,
You sure?
Yeah. And just like mine, I use mine. Mine are oh God, what are they called? They're not Apple earbuds. They're a different brand. The Skull Candy. That's what they
Oh,
are.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, these Skull Candy.
Okay.
Those are my
well,
favorite.
I still get mad at Apple. I've got to get mad at something, guys. It might as well be Apple. So okay. I don't mean to get off on a tangent here, but I will. Oral arguments for the appeal for Richard Allen. I was surprised that happened, but if there is a legit, there's some legit reasons, I'm all for it. I want it to be fair. Are they arguing? Is the defense arguing that he was coerced in this confession and because he was tortured? Is it the things that they have been arguing all along about Richard Allen? They're going to try and argue to get a new trial. Is that what we're looking at, Aspen?
The appeal was based on a few different factors. One being they felt like that the judge denied the defense the ability to put on a third-party defense.
Oh, that's right. It was the
So the odinous.
Yeah, the odinous thing.
Odonism
That's
thing.
right. Yeah.
There were a few different things, and you can read the. Yeah, I mean, we can do a whole episode talking about that, and probably as it gets closer to September.
Yes, we will.
We very much should. And I will say, while I personally feel I have very, it's I don't pretend to be objective when it comes to my relationship with the families of Abby and Libby at this point. I care so much about them, and I consider them dear friends. I think they're incredible people.
And I agree. They are amazing.
I personally think that, and I objectively think that they have the right individual. But that should be all open to examination.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
And that's one of the things that I really appreciate about our judicial system, as many flaws as it has, is that that there are these things that are put in place to have checks and balances. So you know what? If there's a conviction, it should be able to be held up upon examination.
It should withstand appeals. Absolutely.
And in a conversation I had privately with a family member, we were talking about it, and of course they have to relive it. It's hell. They have to, they finally, after all of those years, got some sense of closure, or at least the ability to close a chapter and start a new one. When they got that conviction in November of 2024, and they were then able to kind of see what their lives looked like after that was able
right, exactly.
But it doesn't take away the fact that girls are gone, but it allowed them to be able to kind of move on and give some attention to other parts of their lives they hadn't given in the past. And now they're put back in a position where they have to go through this again. And that's something that I think it's okay that I say, Becky Patty, Libby's grandmother, told me privately, you know what, if we have to sit through 100 appeals, we will do that because we owe that to Libby.
And I can see her saying that. She's an amazing woman.
But something else that she said is, we also, because of the conviction, are able to now give the focus and attention to our other grandchildren.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Because they deserve just as much of us as we did. And that's true. And it's a hard it's a hard reality to focus on. And then to have to turn around and be refaced with all of this. But again, when you love someone and you believe in something, yes, great. Then you go through it again. I know that sucks, but I said to them I said, for all of the people out there that were like, oh, the judge was biased or this or that. Guess what? Now we have a whole different court
Right.
going to review that and look at it, and if they uphold that, then it removes the question of that bias.
Absolutely.
And if it doesn't, and if there are things that are unanswered, they should be addressed.
I 100%.
I really
that's
think
so logical. Yeah.
I really think the appellate system is not to harm the families of the victims.
Mhm.
It's going to cause pain, just because you have
Right.
to reopen these wounds. But they're used to it. Trust me. They
Mhm.
never let those scars heal completely because they go through it every day. So you know what? But I feel confident that this isn't going to go anywhere.
Mhm.
I could be wrong. I'm not a lawyer,
Right.
but we'll see
We'll
what
see.
happens.
So it's not going to be Judge. Is it Gull? Was that her?
No. This is the Supreme Court of Indiana.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so it's a whole
It's
different.
gonna
Right.
be-
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, this is going
And
to be the Supreme Justices.
so there won't be any cameras in the courtroom, obviously.
And it's
Which
not the original.
ugh.
It's not the original. It's not the defense attorneys. They have two new appellate attorneys,
Mhm.
Mark Lehman and there's a female. They're very, very good qualified appellate attorneys, and then the state attorney general will, I believe, present the case for the prosecution. Who I know, Nick McClelland, who's the prosecutor in Carroll County, probably was instrumental in giving him information and building the response that they had to the appeal. So I believe that Todd Rokita, the Attorney General, will be the one presenting for the state,
Mhm.
and then Mark Lehman and the female defense attorney will be the appellate attorneys that are arguing for the defense.
Got it.
I don't know if Richard Allen will be there. He was transferred to a prison in Oklahoma.
Mhm.
I do know that the families of the victims will be there,
Right.
as they've been at everything.
By the way, I apologize. I have started a World War III in chat by saying I hate Apple, and so people are defending Apple. People are, agreeing with me, and it's starting a war. And people, let's hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
I'm on team. No, we can't do that because your texts are green.
Someone said they want to throw the Android phones out the window. So it's
No.
going both ways here.
It is. It's getting ugly.
Trisha says the sky is green, and Stacy and I say the sky is blue.
I know.
think only one of us can be right.
Hey, what happened to Joe? He said he was going to go fix it. I hope I didn't offend him. Can you text him?
It was probably my tequila comment.
That was it. You're done. You're done.
I'm ready for our sleepover. I think I've had enough heaviness.
Okay.
No.
Text
I
him.
don't want. And again, I didn't want.
There he is.
I don't want to take away from Flora. So even though we started talking about Delphi, I don't want to take away from Flora.
Oh no, I agree.
Poor girls.
Yeah.
They deserve the answers and the justice that, as of now, Libby and Abby have gotten.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And something Doug Carter did say, I will say really quickly. People have different opinions about law enforcement in Indiana.
Mhm.
Doug Carter, I personally, from my experience, feel like whether or not he made mistakes as superintendent, his biggest regret, he has said, when he left office, is that Flora did not get solved.
Right.
He went out of his way to say that Flora did not get solved, and he thinks of Galen every day. He thinks of the hell that she goes through.
I
when
can't
she gets up in the
imagine.
morning, and he wishes that he had been that he had been able to do more for that.
Mhm.
He doesn't think that the person that did it meant to murder the girls.
What do you think
I
it
don't know if
was?
I agree with that.
Like-
but I think that Doug Carter is a good man, and
But okay, again, like somebody in chat said, what did Carter, or what did the guy who poured the gasoline or the accelerant down, what did he think would happen? That somehow it'd just be magically put out? Now that sounds like somebody to me that was drunk.
Did he
And
know? Yeah, I don't know. And again,
I mean,
I don't have answers to any of that.
Yeah.
Did he know the children were there? I don't know.
I mean, what did he think was going to happen when you pour accelerant down and you light it? It's, and especially a house like that it looked like it was made of wood, if I'm not mistaken. It would just go up. And again, to me, if that is true, that he didn't mean to kill anybody, it sounds like somebody was drunk and did something stupid.
Well,
And
here's a comment.
Jeff Carter was very clear to say that was his personal feeling.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Not based on anything.
Sure. No, and I understand.
And I just put up this comment, Aspen, and we talked about this earlier. Derby Pennyfeather says, Aspen, can you speak to the officer saying he thought the perp wanted to send a message?
Okay, now Stacy, you sound like you're in the tunnel.
I think that was something like there's 2,000 people as of the 2020 census. There are 2,000 people in the town of Flora. I believe there were 38 black people in the town, as opposed to like 1,900 or 1,097 white people.
Right.
So I mean, clearly this is Carroll County is 94 to 97% white. So to think that race might not have played a part in it would be, I think that has to be in question.
I think should be the number one question.
It might be better to speak to this.
Yeah. What do you think, Joe? I think race should be the number one question in this case. Joe, what do you think?
I think that's a no-brainer. I mean, knowing how racist this area is,
right?
And not everybody that lives there is racist, obviously,
sure.
but there are quite a few people that are above average, I would say, for the area.
Right. I will say, from my experience with Drew Yoder, with the officers and the people that I know that are intimately involved in this, I know that not one of them, from the character I know of those men, gave a damn about the color of those girls' skin. When
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that played a factor in it, and I don't think it's played a factor in the attention that they've given it since that night. Because and I won't say who, but I know one volunteer firefighter that had told me privately that was the last night he was a firefighter because he could never again go through what he went through that night.
So he quit? I don't blame. I can understand that. Absolutely. I can imagine.
And that it caused issues in his marriage and because we all know men process things differently, and he just wasn't able to handle it. Yeah. He saw things that he was not prepared to handle.
Oh my God, that's just horrible. That is absolutely horrible. Good God. Candy Williams said, did he say the landlord took out a big insurance policy?
Yeah. He did. There was and it was through the LLC, and he did have a business partner named Troy Hiddleston. I can't remember the last name, but it was under Birch Tree something. But it was like $393,000 if I remember correctly, and it was 2 months before the fire, and the house was valued at $45,000.
To me, huge red. That's probably the biggest red flag right there. Again, absolutely, race needs to play a part in this. But knowing that, I weigh them equally now. It's race or I mean, huge red flag. So was he cleared? Do we know anything about it, or?
To my knowledge, he's never been named in any way a suspect, other than the fact that he did settle in a civil wrongful death suit.
Right, because they didn't have any smoke detectors or things like that worked. It was an unsafe environment, and I understand that. Yeah. Absolutely.
And I do want to say, I don't buy into I don't always go down the conspiracy rabbit hole. I will say that the fire, Dennis Randall's role was on the on the Marshals fire marshals something, and he was accused of falsifying the report that there were multiple points of accelerant.
Who was again?
His name was Dennis Randall.
Thank you.
And his son, Adam Randall, was the fire, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, the fire chief of that area at the time. And when the independent report came out that it was a single source of accelerant, and the state had to backtrack on that, he did resign, and then his son resigned almost immediately afterwards, which led to there being speculation on there being some sort of kind of conspiracy or cover up in this.
Mm-hmm. I've got to put this up.
Yes.
So,
and again, I will say that, the land, I have no love. There's no love lost between me and Josh Ayers. I've never met him. I've never spoken to him. If I were to, I'd have some very interesting questions to ask him.
Exactly. And also this comment, Aspen. Hi, Aspen Conner. I stopped you and got your autograph at CrimeCon in Las Vegas. So tired, RN. And didn't I meet you as well? So tired, RN. I think I remember.
Hopefully, meeting me didn't cause your screen name.
I'm so tired. I've had it. I met Aspen Conner. I'm just done. I'm done. I'm so tired. Hey, so Joe Schmo, tell us what you've been doing. We haven't seen you for such a long time. What's been going on?
I've had some things going on in my personal life that have kind of taken away a little bit from my channel and coverage, but I am still covering the London Valdez case.
Good. And anything personal that you don't want to reveal, you need to reveal to us. It's just part of what we ask. So, no. So tell us what's going on with London, because I am not caught up on London's case.
I'm not either.
It's a very slow moving case, and it's not getting a lot of attention because it's not a whodunit. It's not a violent crime. It's not a salacious crime. It's it involves a teenager that left home without permission and spent 2.5 days out with 2 adult men partying, and ended up dead at the end of that 2.5 days. And
Nolan Wells, what?
Well, and let me tell you, in case people don't know this in our chat, if it wasn't for Joe Schmo, the murder of London he never would have been caught, because the prosecution, my God, said probably one of the cruelest things I've ever heard a person in a prosecutor's office say to a victim's mother, to a murder victim's mother. First of all, they didn't think she was murdered in the beginning, right?
Right.
And because of Joe Schmo and his tenacity and his push, and thank God you did that, that it was determined that London was murdered. But tell us, was it the prosecutor that said this to London's mother? That horrible thing?
Yes. Why? So in an email, so an official letter from the prosecutor, from the district.
He thought this, and he typed it, and he hit send.
Yes. He said, why wasn't she safe at home in bed and not doing drugs?
I want to pick something up right now and throw it. What a flippin' stupid thing to say. Really? Oh, I don't know. I guess what he was saying was, you're a terrible mother, and, she should have been home safe. Well, no shit, Sherlock. But guess what? Kids sneak out, and they sneak out of really good homes with really good parents, and they do stupid stuff. That's what kids do. And it doesn't mean they're a bad parent. It doesn't mean it's the parent's fault. When you told me that...
Kid.
Yeah, it's not about... Yeah, kids do stupid things. They're not bad. And when you told me that prosecutor said that to her. I still can't believe it. I mean, I believe it, but that guy should have been fired. He wasn't, though, but he did come around, right?
He did. And I attended the February 6th hearing, which was the probable cause hearing for Braden Brown, who was the last person to see London alive, and who fed her the meth that led to her death. And the prosecutor, Buddy Leach III, the Region 1 district attorney, who was appointed by the governor, by the way.
Where's this at, Joe? Sorry.
It's in Oklahoma. It's in the panhandle of Oklahoma.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You can ask all the questions you want. It's a case that's not getting much coverage, and it's been my pet case, if you will, just because I want to see justice done for London. But
I'll go to your channel because I want to research it later. Sorry. Yeah.
I appreciate that. There is a playlist on there. I've compiled all of the videos that I've done on London into one playlist, so it should be in sequential order from a year ago, June, when I first started covering it, to a couple of months ago when I covered the February hearing, where the prosecutor did argue very well in front of the judge and made a very passionate plea to the judge to allow this to go to trial. So it'll go to trial September 14th. The trial is supposed to begin. I will be there, boots on the ground, to cover that.
If it doesn't get delayed.
Yeah, right. It's been a slow process. I mean, we had this hearing on February 6th, and it's been very frustrating for the family in this. So this is a felony case, and it's like felony case 2025-0005. And it was filed the end of October. So they've had a total of like 5 or 6, maybe 7 felony cases in Beaver County, Oklahoma, in all of 2025. And then it takes from February to September. So 6-7 months to get to trial. I mean, it's been very frustrating and very slow, but we will get there. We'll get to trial. He argued before the judge. It's not so it's got some legal subtleties to it. So Braden Brown accepted responsibility of London Valdez when he took the keys from Jose, the keys to the car, and said, "I'm taking London home." But instead of taking her home, he drove past her grandmother's house where he was supposed to drop her off, and kept on driving into the rural county, where they kept on doing meth, and then they got the car stuck, and they went their separate ways from the truck that got stuck. He went one way, he lived. She went another way, and she did not live.
And like Trace on the case said, that could have been us. We all did stupid crap when we were little kids. No, I mean, when we were teenagers, and London didn't deserve to die.
No.
And her mother did not deserve that horrible comment. Did he ever come back and apologize?
I don't believe that an actual apology has been made, no.
And I want to read what Jesse says. Jesse Roblin says, "Thank you, Joe, for being a voice for London and her family." And again, and Joe, I know you don't like to talk about this, but it is so true. Aspen, you know this. If Joe hadn't stepped in and done something, this guy would have gotten off scot-free. Right. Absolutely scot-free.
Well, and I will not to distract from London's, but I'm sure Joe knows as well about, I got very involved with the Karina McClurkin case in Kokomo, Indiana. Another case that I feel like a huge injustice was done to, because again, it was a teenage girl, a young girl. She went missing for a long time. There was a trial that, it's still unknown how she died, but it wasn't, a lot of people speculate that she was given a hot shot. And people accused her mother of being in the sex trade. People accused her of all sorts of horrible things. There was another case where a gay middle-aged man in White County, Indiana, was murdered, and his family was told by the prosecutor at the time, we can't go after this because he died because of his lifestyle.
What?
Yeah, his name was Ray Hanish.
Oh my God! Give me us.
Another woman, Nicole Bowen, who was murdered by her then off and on boyfriend. Because there was meth involved. People victim blamed. So
that's horrible. That is just horrible.
Yeah.
And again, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was going to say that. So London's cause of death was acute methamphetamine toxicity. So she OD'd on meth, but the level of meth in her system was reportedly the second highest that the state ME had ever seen. And there were no track marks on her arm, and there were no burn marks on her trachea. So they weren't doing meth the normal way. What we speculate is they were out doing meth drops, the three of them, and then they left it, and then one of them went another way. So there were just the two of them, Braden and London, and they got paranoid and thought that the cops were chasing them, which is how the truck got stuck.
What's a meth
So, I'm sorry?
What's a meth drop? I've never heard of that.
I haven't either.
Drug drop. They're just out delivering.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm thinking.
And this is speculation. We don't have any proof of this.
I'm thinking
but
they're taking a dropper and putting it up their nose or something.
Normal way.
Making deliveries.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know how do you do meth the normal way? I don't know.
Yeah. No idea.
I don't either.
Okay, so they're delivering.
So so they had more than just like a recreational amount and ingested it before they both went their separate ways, and he was able to survive it and she was not.
Oh my gosh. I just again, that is so sad, and she didn't deserve it. And I think we all get disgusted when we hear how dismissive people can be because drugs are involved. I mean, it's an epidemic. These kids don't deserve to die.
Yep.
Again, like I said, not all of us, but probably most of us in chat when we were teenagers did stupid things, probably with alcohol. Now
I'm 45 and I still do stupid things.
Well, yeah, but that's why we love you. That's why we love you, because you're always out there trying new stupid things, Aspen, and that's why.
45, but only for like 6 days. So I'm
Really?
basically 44 still.
Oh, your birthday's coming up. We'll have to throw you a big.
No, you missed it, actually.
And we did. Oh, I'm sorry. Shoot. Stacy knows this. When I have a new friend that I'm close to, and it's the first birthday that, since we become close, they get a very special gift from me. And that's a retired circus pony. And Aspen, you missed yours, so I'll send you one. He's purple, but you'll love him. Absolutely love him. I can't believe I thought you were like 30.
Your friendship is enough of a gift,
Oh,
Trisha.
thank you. As it should be. Would you just let everybody know, please? I mean, of course.
In fact, you're wearing the jacket that you let me borrow.
No, I'm not. This one isn't. It's not sparkly.
Okay, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not the sparkly one.
I want to hear more about London.
Yes, London. Well, and again, I want to hear. And Joe, you've told this, but I think it's imperative that you let us know again. How in the world did you get so involved? Because you got really involved. And it's not like this case was a big case that everybody was talking about. I mean, I know it was local to you, right?
No.
No, it wasn't local. So how in the world did you get so involved?
So her grandmother told me one time, London found me. So I was driving back home to Indiana from Phoenix, Arizona, after having covered the Lori Daybell trials. And drove. Yes, I drove 25 hours.
Wow.
Almost straight through. And when I'm going point A to point B on road trips, I go point A to point B. I don't stop. I don't stop and do tourist sites and do pictures and that thing. I stopped in this little town in Hooker, Oklahoma, in the Panhandle. And the Panhandle is really short. Like you go from Texas to Oklahoma to Kansas in a matter of minutes, it seems like. But US 54 goes up diagonally southwest to northeast through the Panhandle. And it so reminds me of Indiana because it runs parallel with railroad tracks. And about every 20 miles, there's a grain elevator with a little town around the grain elevator. And that's what Hooker is. It's a little town around a grain elevator. And I didn't see the missing posters when I was there. And I don't know how I didn't, but I got to my hotel room that night and I just Googled true crime in Hooker, Oklahoma, just randomly. And boom, 2 weeks before I had gone through there, London Valdez, 16 years old, goes missing from her grandmother's house in Hooker. And they hadn't even had her funeral yet, and I didn't know, but I saw the missing poster, and I texted that had her mother's number on it and her grandmother's number on it, and I texted them both just out of the blue, and tried to be very respectful. I was just like, "Hey, are you willing to talk about this?" Neither one of them contacted me back right away.
Mm-hmm.
But on the day of her funeral, they were gonna air her funeral on Facebook, and I was gonna show that on my channel. And so I did a little preview, a little case summary on my channel, which is the very first London Valdez video in my playlist. And then they ended up not showing the funeral live on Facebook. So I didn't show that, but I kept following the case. And then a month or so later, grandma reached out to me, and then about a month after that, mom reached out to me and agreed to come on my channel and talk about it. In the meantime, I'm submitting public records requests for information on it. I submitted a request to the medical examiner's office, and she said it would be about 90 days before we release the results. It was like 89. But she did send me the results from the autopsy, and I saw that, but she actually sent me the results for that before she sent them to the family.
Oh, wow.
So the family was like, "What's going on here?" And I'm like, "I don't know what's going on here."
Well, so okay, let me back up.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Because I'm getting a little tired and a little loopy, so do forgive me. But
Sure.
You literally came into this small town and just Googled true crime and the name of the town.
Yep.
You just.
Don't you do that every town you go into, Trisha?
No. But see, I don't go anywhere. I go to 7-Eleven a block away. That's it. That's all I do. I should Google true crime around Trisha's house. Maybe there's all kinds of crap happening around here that I don't know about. But so I just find that fascinating. And that popped up, and months later, they respond to you. And you get the information first before the family. So yeah, I think her grandma was right. London chose you. She went, there's the guy. That's the guy that's going to do it. He's going to be the one to go in there and push and get justice. And how do you think the prosecutor's office feels about you?
They know me by name. They know who Joe Schmo is.
They love you.
Do they love and adore you?
I'm not sure about that. I know the OSBI doesn't, because
your picture's probably up on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
The OSBI doesn't love me because I did an interview with the public information officer for the OSBI, and I aired it on my channel. And this was Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, who was conducting the case. And believe it or not, the FBI is not involved in this case. And when I say believe it or not, that's because at the February 6th hearing, we learned that Jose and Braden took London across state lines into Texas and came back. Do you hear that crackling too?
Yes. What is that?
It was Stacy.
See, I'm telling you, because Stacy's using Apple. I'm telling you.
I think the frogs got her.
I'm telling you, we're
It's
gonna
my
have
speakers going out.
buy more speakers.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You've got the card. Honey, you've got the card. Go ahead and use it. Seriously.
Okay, Mom.
Okay. Go for it.
Joe, really quickly,
yes.
I have to say, isn't it an odd feeling and experience to have information that the family member of a victim doesn't have? And
it is.
Share
it
that
is.
It's a very, you don't know how, I don't think anyone's qualified to know how to handle that. And so I respect how you did handle that.
Yeah, and that's not the only thing that I've gotten before they did that I've had to share with them. Like now I text them first and I say, I got this information. What would you like me to do with it?
Do you want me to share it with you?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
something I always do as well, as I don't want to share information unsolicited that they don't want. But people I think have an assumption that these family members get all of this information before other people. It's amazing how often they're in the dark.
Yeah. And that's the fault of law enforcement or whoever is providing this information to the media or to whoever they're providing it to. But it's also still our responsibility. I mean, a lot of people are in, in the YouTube world, want to take this information and run straight to the public with it, run to their channel and say, look what I got, look everybody what I got. And that's one of the hard learning points that I'd like to think I've grown over the last year through covering this case is that to be an ethical and responsible journalist, you can't just run and share everything that you've got.
Right.
And you're I would consider, like I did an episode of I was interviewed for a podcast once, and it was the first time I really considered myself what they labeled me as new media. And and they had, it was myself and Susan Hendricks, who was a correspondent for CNN and Headline News, and anchor for Headline News. And so she had a traditional news background, and so they referenced her as someone that came from a journalistic background, and then they were using me as the example of someone that ethically did new media, which I was like, I don't know if I deserve that, but I appreciate it because it is something where like there's not a defined written rule to how we handle that when you have a YouTube channel or how you handle information. And there are the people, like you said, that will just jump on and they'll throw out information, true, untrue, verified, unverified, rumor, whatever. And like I always try to I hold myself to the same standards as traditional journalist, where I'm like, I want to verify something, and again, I want to be respectful of the families first and foremost. But I was surprised the few times that I first experienced where I'd be like, hey, did you know this? And family members were like, no, we had no idea. And then I'll tell you, like the very last picture of Libby and Abby in Delphi that was released after the trial in in one of the releases that they did from the Discovery. That was a picture that the family members of Libby and Abby had never seen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
Oh my God.
And I had it before they did. And so I messaged them to just say, did you know this was out there? Because I knew from a previous conversation that was a picture they knew existed, but they had never seen.
Right.
So when I got it, I said, did you know this is out there? And do you want it? And they were like, I would love to have that. And but like, who am I to send that to them? That's the last picture of their child or grandchild.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
It's just it's a very odd position to be in, but that's one of the weights and responsibilities I feel like is always on us, and I feel like you do a good job at that, Joe, as handling that respectfully towards victims and their families.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, Joe, I can't say enough good about you with this case. You are really amazing, and to me, it's a great example when people ask, well, what can I do? Well, look what Joe Schmo did. I mean, it's incredible what you did. And in fact, I just looked up London Valdez on YouTube, and 99% of everything that comes up is yours. You've done so much coverage on this case. It's incredible. So, and you're still doing it.
Yeah, I have more to do, and I need to do it soon. I feel really bad because I was on the road on the 14th, and that was going to be London's 18th birthday, July 14th.
Oh.
And I missed it. I wanted to do a happy heavenly birthday tour, and I was on the road and not able to do it. So I'll say it now. Happy heavenly birthday, London.
There you go.
Is it July 8th?
July 14th.
Oh, day after my birthday. Well,
And Jesse Rodlin wants to know, can Joe talk about how London was at the grandma's because her mom was trying to keep her out of trouble? It's so infuriating that the prosecutor said that.
Yeah, there is a history there. London had a history of alcohol abuse at her young age. So, and she lived with her mom and her sister in Ponca City, which is several hours east of Hooker. And London's grandmother lived in Hooker. And because of the trouble that London was getting into on a regular basis in Ponca City, her mother did the tough thing and sent her to go live with her grandmother because she thought she would remove her from those influences, from her bad influential friends in Ponca City, and be able to get away from that. But sadly, she still struggled with alcohol abuse there in Hooker. She was able to find people to get it for her, and that's one of the reasons why meth doesn't make sense for her cause of death.
Yeah.
Because she did have a substance abuse problem, but it was alcohol. And did you know there are no addiction treatment centers for teenagers in the entire state of Oklahoma?
No, you know what? No, I think I just misheard you, because that can't possibly be true.
Yes.
Are you serious? That
Her
is
mom-
obscene. That is absolutely unforgivable. In case you missed it, there are no alcohol treatment centers for teenagers in the state of Oklahoma. That is mortifying. My God, no wonder kids have a problem. Don't even get me started. I'll never stop. I mean, my God, it is unbelievable.
So her mother,
that's terrible.
yeah, her mother struggled with what do I do? What do I do? What do I
Mhm.
do? So she actually did still get in a little bit of legal trouble in Hooker, and she had an ankle bracelet on from the legal trouble, and they cut it off the day, or they removed it. Not they legally removed it. Whatever agency was supervising her removed it the day before she went missing. June
Yeah.
5th.
Exactly.
It's amazing that these states will they don't have any resources for people that are going through these things, yet they have such strict guidelines, such strict laws as far as if you get caught with a certain amount of small amount of marijuana or something, 3 strikes and you're in prison. For
Yeah. I mean, it's so ridiculous. The money they spend on prison.
There's no rehabilitation, but again. So, what do you think if you live in the state of Oklahoma? What do you think people could do to help fix that?
Well, her mother has a dream to raise the funds to start some type of a treatment center for teenagers and to name it after London.
Do you think
London.
Do you think there's value in writing to the legislature?
Absolutely.
If you live in the state of Oklahoma, I mean, call your senator, call your state representative.
And her, so Brittany is London's mother, Brittany Valdez, and her best friend Rochelle have actually put together some draft legislation that they want to present to the state legislature.
Thank God.
And that's going to be the next phase of this. After we get through the trial, after we get through Braden's trial, is to start focusing on that legislation.
And like Bipolar Express says that parents can do everything right and still have terrible problems with their kids. It just happens. It does. Gentlemen, I'm fading fast. We're gonna have a slumber party. I don't know, it may just end up being me at the slumber party. But before we move on to another topic, Joe, do you have anything coming up on your channel that you want to talk about right now? Because I mean, the floor is yours. Whatever you want to talk about. It's been so long since we've had you on. So
Well,
I'd like
thank
to
you. I
get caught up.
appreciate that. So yes, I have some never before seen crime scene photos from London's case.
Mhm.
They're kind of exclusive, but they're not exclusive because I got them through a public records request. But I'm the only one besides the prosecutor and the defense attorney to have requested those. So I'm going to show those crime scene photos. They're not the graphic crime scene photos that include the victim, because those were sealed by the judge. We waited for a month after the release of these documents for the judge to seal some particular photos. But I have other photos, and there actually is kind of a mystery about how London's body got to where it was along the side of the road in rural Oklahoma.
Mhm.
And we've talked about that before. We've talked about that with Brittany and Rochelle. on my channel, and these photos that I have kind of make the mystery deepen a little bit and don't help us to solve it mentally,
Right.
how her body got there. But besides that, I was in Vegas last week, and I went around to 5 different spots in Vegas and recorded a short little video of each of the places that played a part in Tupac Shakur's murder on September 7th, 1996.
Oh, that's right.
Because next month is going to start the trial.
That's right.
Yep.
Keefe D is going on trial next month.
That,
So,
yeah. For now, he's not on trial for the actual murder, right? It's
I'm not sure what the charges are. I'm pretty sure homicide is the charge.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he didn't do the
I've been
actual
waiting
killing.
for this for a long time.
But he didn't do the actual killing, did he?
No, but he admitted in an interview a couple of years ago and in a book
stupid
that he orchestrated it.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, he admitted it.
According to 50
He was
Cent.
bragging. He was bragging that, he's the one that arranged it or some crap. What an idiot,
If you heard anything while you were in town about Trisha and I's behavior while we were in Vegas, every word of it was true.
Absolutely. In fact, it was probably a lot worse than what you heard. So just be aware, people.
But Joe, I'd like to talk to you about like London sometime just privately because I want to
Absolutely.
learn more. So yeah. So, like I appreciate that, and especially because everyone goes for the salacious cases where there's like a mystery there, but when you care enough about someone that deserves answers and justice, even if there's not some huge mystery behind it or a culprit, like everyone deserves. Everyone deserves respect and justice. So that child did not deserve to go through what she went through, and whatever way I can help, I'd be happy to.
I appreciate that very much.
Not to get publicity or just behind the scenes, whatever. Yeah. So.
Now, gentlemen, I know Aspen said he's not going to turn on his camera and let us watch him sleep. Joe, are you going to join us for the slumber party? Put on your PJs and turn on your camera and let us watch you sleep, or no? You don't have to. You don't have to. Everybody, I know everybody's all shy. I've been doing it this will be my 7th time, but I've left the camera on so people can watch me sleep.
I think I will have to decline that invitation.
I can't imagine.
Regretfully.
So yeah, and I'm sure you really regret it because it's such a lovely invitation to have strangers on the internet watch you sleep. I know.
I will change. I will change into pajamas and come back up for a little bit.
I'm going to go change into my pajamas right now.
And I will say, my good friend Nancy Gray said she was going to come up as well, but unfortunately, she doesn't wear pajamas, so she didn't feel it was appropriate.
Oh my gosh! Well, you now that rumor is going to get out there, you are going to be in so much trouble, Aspen.
I could not be in any more trouble.
That's true. That's true. Okay, I'm going to go get in my PJs. Joe, I don't know if you have PJs or not. You don't have to get in them if you don't want to. Now, we do have one brave soul that said she would join our slumber party, and that's Jessie Roblin. And Jessie, I'm going to get my PJs, and then I'm going to bring you up on stage. So give me about 10 minutes, okay? And we'll bring you up. And I don't know what we're going to talk about.
Can I say really quickly before we leave the Flora conversation? I just want to say that there is still, like I said, I think it's a measly, but there's a $5,000 reward for answers. The lead investigative agencies in the Flora case now are the FBI and the Indiana State Police. They are lead agencies. So if you do know anything, if you do have any answers, or you do have any suspicion, or you do have any tips, you can report them. I can send Trisha and Stacey the link for them to post. You can also easily find it. But
I've got the phone number right here.
Yeah, this is not just local, because for anyone that has questions on like local government or local agencies in that area, or that have suspicion against people that are local officials, Indiana State Police now and the FBI are co-lead agencies.
And is the tip line. Let me put this in chat right now, and I'll put it up on the screen.
And I also do want to say that, it's been almost a decade. Galen Rose, who was 28 years old at the time, she lost all 4 of her children that one night. She, she got to the point where she could no longer deal with going by that boarded up house and seeing it and having that reminder every day. Her life was gone. In her words, her life was taken away. Her life was gone. Her family was destroyed. She did leave the Flora area. She went to California temporarily. She now resides back in the Midwest, in Missouri, and she's had no other children in the decades since this has happened. She still is she's not married, and in a lot of ways she's been able to move on with her life as much as possible, but she's also says that she's stuck in a cycle of not being able to continue on with life because everything she loved the most about life was taken away from her that night.
Right.
And
Oh my God.
I just want that to be the thing that sticks in people's minds when they think about those girls.
And the fact that she's able to even function is amazing.
And smile. That woman has an infectious
Yeah.
smile. And she was a baby herself when this happened.
Yes.
To me, I'm old enough now that 28 is a baby to me.
Yeah, exactly.
She's, still young, and she, she has an infectious smile, and she's able to talk about those girls. You saw the clip where she was talking about their personalities, and she was able to laugh and smile. And that's the stuff that should be remembered about those girls is their personalities.
Right.
Even
Absolutely
at 5,
right.
Even at the ages they were 5, 7, 9, and 11, I believe, they were unique little girls, and every one of them deserves to be remembered.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, hang on just a minute here. Here we go. Absolutely. That just these beautiful, sweet, incredible babies. Hang on here. Just a second. Where is it? Oh my gosh.
And again, Kim, thank you for the everything you've done.
Sorry, you cut off
You know
just
who
a
you
little
are.
bit, my dear.
Kim, thank you for everything you've done. You know who you are.
So thank you, my dear. Hold on, I need to get this up here. Just a minute. Where did it go? Where the heck did it go?
And again, like I said, there are people like Kathy Clendenning, Jinx, Rescue All the Dogs. There are people that love and support this case more and know more about it than I do. So I am not pretending to be qualified to speak on it in any capacity like they are. But hopefully I spoke respectfully of them.
Oh, you absolutely did. Absolutely. Hang on. I just got to grab one more thing here from Flora. Just a second here.
I love that. I love that group of the 4 school pictures of the girls. You could see their personality.
Oh, it is so cute. Yeah. It's Kiana, Kiara, Cariel, and Keone. They are just so beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, and I've put the link in chat, and I'll put it in the description too. We have discussion going on websleuths.com about the Flora Four. But I'm going to go put my PJs on, and we can continue to talk about the Flora Four. I just want to get in my PJs because I'm going to be going to sleep soon. And I've got to take care of the porch kitties outside and make sure my kitties are in. So give me about 10 minutes, everybody. Talk amongst yourselves.
What are you going to play? Because I need to go change too.
Okay. Yeah. So Joe and Stacy, can you chit chat for a little bit?
Oh yeah.
Okay, we'll be right back. Okay, come on, let's go.
So, how's the weather, Stacy?
Okay, here to go. Boo.
It's hot here, believe it or not.
Good boy. There you go.
Really hot for us. Yeah. What you were talking about earlier about, when you get information the families don't have.
Yeah.
That's a rough go. gone through that with a couple of cases right now. And, there's reasons, as we know, that they don't share certain information, and that's, some people will go share it. And we've seen that happen with some families where they go share the information police told them in confidence, which can jeopardize the case. And then there's times, unfortunately, where some family members are suspects, and they don't want to share information with them until they're ruled out from that possibility. So, but yeah, when you have it and you can't share it, it's feel guilty, feel bad, but whatever is best for the case, even though it's really hard.
Yeah, and that's a lot more of a gray area at times than I thought it was going to be. What is best for the case? Because if you've followed my channel at all, there are times when I'm critical of the police and law enforcement, and especially when they don't do a great job investigating. And I feel like that's the case in London's case. Like I could point out so many things that I would have done better if I were the special agent in charge of the investigation, but I wasn't. And so we have to go to trial with the investigation that was done. And there are times, because I'm one of the only ones covering London's case right now currently, and have been the entire time, that I know that my channel is being watched by some of the law enforcement, because when this is a funny story. I'm going to get sidetracked. Bring me back in 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
I went to go interview the chief of police in Hooker, Scott Hedrick, and I didn't know. It took courage for me to do that, because I didn't know how I was going to be received in the chief of police's office. So I went to the police department, and I kind of paced out back and forth in front of it for a couple minutes, and then I was like, all right, I'm going to go in and do it. So I go in, and the lady at the reception area says, okay, I'll go back and tell them you're here and have a seat in the waiting room. So I sat down, and I almost walked out a couple of times, but I didn't. I stayed there, and Chief Hedrick came out, and he extended his hand to me, and he goes, "You're Joe Schmo. I watched some of your stuff." And I was like, holy cow.
Yeah.
He knows who I am. So they're watching. But then he goes, come on back to my office and let's talk. And then I was really like, do I want to go back to his office? Because the family doesn't feel like the search for London was as thorough as it could have been those early days when she went missing.
Right.
Like June 7th to June 12th, she was missing. She walked out of the house on June 7th, and her body wasn't found until June 12th. So we were critical. Me and her mom, when her mom came on my channel, we're critical of the police. Regarding that. So I didn't know how I was going to be received, but Chief Hedrick received me very well. Now, where was I going with this? Oh, no, I don't remember. I don't remember the rabbit trail I was on eventually. Oh, we were talking about sharing information, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, but so if, say the defense attorneys are watching my channel, and I say something critical of one of the officers that has to get on the stand and testify, am I giving them ammunition that they maybe wouldn't have thought of on their own? I mean, that's kind of conceited and egotistical to think of that, because defense attorneys are usually pretty good, even if they're public defenders, and they probably know everything that I've said on my channel for themselves. Like I'm not bringing them any new ideas. But that thought does go through your mind. How critical do I want to be of a state's witness, who is a key witness in this trial?
Right. Yeah. There's so much to it, and there's so much to an investigation and why things are done a certain way. And, so many people don't understand that, and it causes issues. But, the most important thing, however it works out, is, like we said, the integrity of the case. You know.
Yeah, and not every case is perfect. So,
Right.
you know, us sitting at our keyboard, you know, behind our laptop or PC, we can find the cracks in the case and be critical of it, and we're going to. That's kind of what we do,
Mm.
especially when we're trial watching. But we're not going to be able to watch this trial because the courts don't allow cameras or any recording devices in the courtroom.
Yeah.
It stinks. It's kind of like Delphi was, where we're going to have to count on, you know, me being in there to report on what happened and other people in there, and there aren't going to be a whole lot of people in there, but you can set 10 different people inside of a courtroom, and we saw this in Delphi because there were 20 people in the courtroom all watching the same proceedings and have 10 different things that they heard or that they saw or that are important to them. So I
Right.
think that the evolution of the courtroom is going to be important, and having those televised is going to be important because that cuts out us hearing it through somebody that's in between us and what's actually happening in the courtroom. Um,
Yeah.
and the judge in London's case, her excuse was for not allowing any recording in the courtroom. My court recorder is going to be the only official record of these proceedings.
Okay.
And that all that's well and good. I can see that argument, but
Mhm.
I asked for that transcript from that February 6th, or yeah, February 6th hearing,
Mhm.
and I did not get that transcript until May 14th. So February,
Wait.
March,
And
April,
how
May,
long did you have to wait for it again?
over 3 months, 3 months and a week.
Wow.
Yes. So
Wow.
that's 3 months and a week of the public having to rely on me and the Woodward, Oklahoma News to tell them
Mhm.
what happened in that 7 hour hearing.
Wow.
And it's pretty critical because the same arguments that went on in that hearing are also going to go on at the trial. And there are some legal subtleties there that are going on there that were argued that are pretty critical to the case.
Oh, for sure. And when is this supposed to start?
The trial is scheduled to start September 14th, and I don't
Okay.
know if that means jury selection, if that means they send out jury questionnaires on the 14th. I don't know if that's the next pre-trial hearing.
Okay.
All it says on the docket is the trial is scheduled to start September 14th.
Okay. That's probably voir dire then to begin with.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
yes.
Gosh. What would you say is, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say it's going to be interesting to try and get an impartial jury there in Beaver County, Oklahoma, because everybody knows everybody, just like we were talking about in Flora, like what Aspen was talking about. Everybody knows everybody. So to get 10 or 12 people, whatever it is they have there, that don't know either the defendant or the victim or the defendant's family or the victim's family or the
Mm,
prosecutor or the defense attorney. I mean, the defense attorney is probably from a bigger city a little further away, but or anybody involved in the case, any of the witnesses. I mean, that's going to be really tough to do.
yeah, I agree. And it's interesting talking to um, you and Aspen about, the locations of where these crimes happen because you guys know more about them than us, for example. And you guys both talking about the area where the Flora Four lived. You know, I have no idea what type of area that is, but it's really interesting when you share those details with us. So we get an idea, just like in this case, you think it's going to be hard to find an unbiased jury or that doesn't know somebody, you know?
I do.
Yeah. Gosh.
And we know in Delphi they had to bring in a jury from Allen County.
Mm,
So, is there going to be a change of venue request? Are they going to bring in a jury from out? And they don't have a lot of money in the county, so I don't know how they would pay to bring in a jury from another county. I
right.
think I think that the Delphi trial cost Carroll County taxpayers like $5 million, if I remember right. I think the total bill was something like $5 million for the extra security for the jurors, putting the jurors up in a hotel room in Lafayette for the duration of the trial.
Wow.
And I'm not sure what their annual budget is, but I'm pretty sure it's not in the millions of dollars.
Yeah, I'm sure. I was going to ask you. So, London's case, it was your first experience taking on a case like this, correct? With as much um involvement you had.
Yes, yes, my personal involvement in it. Yes, this is my first one like
So,
that.
what would you say is the biggest thing you've learned from that experience?
Well, we already talked about the ethics part of it with Aspen.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the most critical to me as a wannabe investigative reporter slash journalist. But you're always told, and when Vinny Politan was on here on Trisha's channel a few weeks ago, was that about a month ago when Vinny came on?
Yeah, I think
One
so.
of the things that Trisha complimented him on was you've presented these cases to us over the years in an impartial way. You just give us the facts of the case, and you let us decide, you know. But so I was always told, don't get involved, don't get to know the victims' families. And I have gotten to know London's mom pretty well, and Rochelle, and I know her grandmother a little bit. We've had several conversations, and I don't regret it, but
Yeah.
I'm also not going to lie. I'm not impartial in this case anymore by any stretch of the imagination. I think
Right.
I think London needs justice, and I don't know, the jury and judge are going to decide what that means. If that means Braden is not found guilty, then that's up to the jury to find out. But it's going to feel like injustice to me and the family if he's not found guilty,
Right.
which is a distinct possibility. I mean, it's not even a question of was he the last person to see London alive. He was. He admitted he was in two separate interviews with Special Agent Ryan Beck of the OSBI. One of those interviews was not recorded. One of those was recorded. So we'll probably hear that at trial. So there's no doubt who the last person to see her alive was and what role he played. The question is the legal argument, is he legally responsible for her death arising to the level of second degree homicide?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what the DA has to argue, and that's what the defense attorney has to convince the jury, the opposite way of.
Right. Yeah. See, I am. And everybody is a little different. My dad taught me from when I was very young um, methods of investigation. My dad was insistent I grow up to be a police officer or a correctional officer, and that's what I told him. I don't want to arrest them. I want to study them, criminals. So I was going down the psychology route, but he taught me, you know, um, how they investigate, why they investigate things and stuff. And now doing this with Web Sleuths, I found that I really enjoy working with the families and helping them out because with Web Sleuths, it's a lot of people reaching out for help, and there's different ways we help. Some people may need resources, some people may need help getting documents, some people just need somebody to talk to, you know. And so I actually enjoy it pretty well. So far I've been able to keep you know, compartmentalize on like the investigation part and not let them, one overshadow the other. But I've realized now I get way more emotional than I used to working with these families. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
from dealing with it for so long, but like I'll get off the phone with someone and just cry, you know. I don't know.
Yeah. I know. I know the feeling. I know the feeling
Yeah.
very well. I'm definitely emotionally invested in London, not just London's case, but in London herself. Like I feel I know her a little bit, obviously one fraction of, what the family feels and what her friends feel. But I feel like I know her a
Yes.
little bit. I've gotten to
Yeah.
know her. And I've also gotten to know Braden a little bit and his buddy Jose and the police officers a little bit. When you spend that much time and getting in depth into a case, you can't help but get to know them all a little bit.
Right. Oh yeah. And there's they have important information to offer most of the time, you know.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Well, even and it can be somebody that's even on the periphery. Like,
Mhm.
for example, when I was out at London Spot, so London Spot is where her body was found on June 12th, and there's a little memorial there now. And I've been out there a couple of different times now with Brittany and Rochelle to get some footage, and there have been vehicles that drive by, and one of the reasons that law enforcement gave why her body wasn't found for 5 days after she went missing was because it's a rural road and hardly anybody ever drives up and down it.
That makes sense.
So this guy driving by, the first time the vehicle drove by, I just let it go by. And I was like, maybe I should have stopped and talked to that guy. The
Yeah.
next time a vehicle went by, we stopped him.
Mm.
And Brittany and Rochelle talked to him, but I also had one critical question for the guy that was driving he and his son were driving the Jeep down the road. I said, how many times do you drive up and down this road? He said, well, at least twice a day because I go home, leave home, and I come back home on this road. I said, and
Oh.
how many other vehicles go up and down this road? He said, it's not infrequent that other people drive up and down it too, but that's the road that London's body was found on, about, I'm guessing here, about 8 to 10 feet off of the road. And I'm like, if people are driving up it, so it's part of the mystery. One is how people could drive up and down that road and not see her body for 5 days. And number two, learning as an investigator to not be afraid to get out of my comfort zone and ask to talk to people, because I'm a very introverted person and it's not natural for me to want to talk to people. So I'm learning to get comfortable outside of my comfort zone.
Well, that's good though, you know. And I'm the complete opposite. I love talking to people. So, but yeah, it's also hard. It's really hard sometimes to know how to say things, how to word things, you know.
Absolutely, it is. And how to ask the right questions, what questions to ask, what questions not to ask.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Like when I was in Vegas, so the first place that I went to go record a little short video clip for my Tupac tour was at the Justice Center, at the Clark County Justice Center. And I walked up, and I'm wearing a body cam, so I'm going to show my body cam footage. As I'm walking up to the steps of the courthouse center, somebody's on a megaphone. A really, really loud person on a megaphone is talking something. I have no idea what it's about. And I'm like, there's some kind of a protest going on out in front of the Justice Center. So I walk up and I kind of observe, and they've got like some poster boards up with some informational stuff. And there's like half a dozen people out there, protesting something in front of the justice system. So I got out of my comfort zone. I stopped and I asked one of the volunteers, what's going on here? And they told me about this case and about this prisoner that's been in prison for like 15 years. And they believe he was unjustly found guilty and incarcerated. So they're protesting for either a new trial or something, or his release. And I looked at their poster board. They have an actual letter from somebody else who has confessed to this crime that is not the person that is in prison serving time for it.
Oh. Can
So
you say what crime it was? Or?
Yeah, it was murder. Somebody was shot through a door somewhere in Vegas. I was just looking at the video of it now because now that I've got the raw video footage, now I have to do my own pre-production work and production work and put the video
Yeah.
together and air the video. But it was fascinating because getting out of my comfort zone, I met the leader of this organization that protests wrongly imprisoned people.
Mhm.
And I interviewed her, and it was a short interview, probably 3.5, 4 minutes at the most. But I had to think on my feet, and I had to ask her
Yes.
questions. And I still haven't done the, like I said, I'm still working on the pre-production work, so I have no idea if it's a good interview or not. But it was interesting to me, so hopefully somebody will find it interesting too.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
So
Absolutely.
I'm still learning and I'm still growing. Like the videos that I recorded for my Tupac tour are very amateurish, and I had AI write a script for me, and of course I went off script every single time.
Yeah.
It's just it feels too mechanical to me to read a script.
I think our own words are probably better.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
And yeah, I would like to talk to you about the Tupac case. Living in California, my whole life. That's a big thing here.
Yeah,
Is the whole
I learned a lot about the Tupac case and being
Yep.
there at the intersection of
Yep.
Koval and Flamingo.
Mhm.
They have a big power pole that's become like a memorial, and people go and
Yep.
write stuff like R.I.P. Tupac on that pole. So I got some pretty good video footage of that. But I learned
Yeah.
a lot about the case just going
Yeah.
there and saying I want to learn more about it, and I learned more about it.
Right. Unfortunately, I only got to see him one time. So just once.
Yeah, it changed the face of that whole genre because he was one of the premier artists of the
Yeah.
genre and part of the whole East Coast West Coast thing, and the Bloods and the Crips and all that are involved in this.
Yeah. And so the East Coast, West Coast big thing that we had here is, if you're a West Coast, you like Death Row. It's Death Row Records. If you're East Coast, it's Bad Boy Records, which, I never liked them. And now we saw with Sean Combs, a lot of us weren't far off for not liking his label or him
Right.
too well,
Right.
But
And you think,
it's a real thing, the East Coast, West Coast thing.
yeah. And the buddy that he was riding with at that BMW that night, Suge Knight,
Hmm.
he had his own label too, right? Death Row Records.
Yeah, that's what Death Row Records is, Suge Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Suge Knight's a guy you wouldn't want to mess with.
They did though. They shot him
Yeah, they did.
along with Tupac. He
Yep.
survived.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, and we can't say who did it, but there are things that happened afterwards for it.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I'm not familiar with any of that.
Yeah. So, and groups like that, especially from certain parts in California, there's the bad thing is retribution. So one person does something and then the other side has to go retaliate. And then it keeps going and it doesn't stop.
Right. And that's kind of, I mean, just in my personal tour that I took last week, kind of what it did. So I went and I talked to security once again, getting outside of my comfort zone. I went to the MGM Grand, and first I recorded a little video outside of the MGM Grand with it in the background, and I was like, you know what, the lobby's right here, and in the lobby is where the fight took place with Orlando
Yep.
Anderson.
Yep.
So I went up to security and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I record a video here? And they looked at me with my cell phone on my little device, and they're like, well, as long as it's not professional recording equipment, I guess we can allow that. So I recorded a little video inside the lobby of the MGM Grand, right in front of that golden lion.
Nice. Oh yeah. That was such a huge deal when that happened for us
Yeah.
here.
But the shooting was retaliation for that, right?
Yeah, you could say in that case. So what they're going with now, yes, it was. And then from that, there would be the West Coast side retaliating. as well.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Well, that was North Side Blood versus South Side Crips, or do I have that backwards?
Oh,
That was North Compton and South Compton because Orlando is from the South Side. Orlando and
yes.
his uncle Keefe D were from South Side of Compton, and
And then there's some stuff out there about how certain East Coasters were friends with those Keefe D and stuff.
oh, okay, that
So
would
there
make
might
sense.
have been more to it. Yeah.
Right.
I don't want to say too much, you know.
If your enemy is my enemy, then we're kind of allies.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I saw Tupac once because him and Janet Jackson did part of a movie here where I live at the beach, and it was Poetic Justice, and they filmed part of it here. So a lot of us went down and watched that part. So I got to see Tupac and Janet Jackson together sitting on the beach.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But that's the only time I ever got to see him. But very tragic, very sad. So many people's lives end in these situations, whether it's gangs or rivalries, and it's so stupid, and it's just such a waste of life. So,
It is. It is.
yeah,
And
Trish, go ahead.
I was going to say a waste of talent too, because now
Yes.
whatever he was going to bring to the world in his medium will never be brought into this world, at least not what he was going to bring to it.
Right. And Tupac's lyrics are special, and he was more like, to some of us, he was more like a poet,
I
talked
don't
about
actually.
meaningful things. Yeah.
I'm not really all that familiar with his music. I probably
Oh, I'll
should
have to
be more.
send you some of his songs
Yeah.
because they're online. I mean, I have the DVDs, but I'll just send, give you links. Yeah. Yep. And definitely look into the establishment of Death Row Records. It's pretty interesting.
Okay. I also went to what was Club 662
Mm-hmm.
on East Flamingo Road there, and it's a Hamburger Mary's now. But I walked around it because I was like, this looks like it used to be a nightclub because it's got like a little entrance off to the side. It does not look like a hamburger restaurant.
Right.
And I walked around it. I walked all the way around it to see where the back entrance would be because if Tupac's coming over there with his entourage, he's not going in the side door. He's going in the back door. And they have it walled off. So I stuck my camera up there to see over it. And then I kept walking around it, and there was a homeless group in front of the building next to it. And all of a sudden I realized how alone I was there in the middle of the night in Vegas all by myself. That's something else I'm learning is I've got to be more aware of my surroundings.
Right.
I heard
That's
you
for
say,
sure.
yeah, there's a question
Yeah.
maybe you can answer or not answer.
Yeah. Oh, I'll just say that is the question. That's all I can say. But yeah, that is the question. So that's another one. You gotta, if you get into the Tupac case, you gotta get into the Biggie Smalls case.
Yeah, I've actually seen a video on that.
Yeah.
And those were they used to be friends, but then after that incident happened, then they weren't anymore because Tupac kind of felt like Biggie was maybe involved with it. Am I getting that right?
Well, before that, what happened was Tupac made a song talking about sleeping with Biggie's wife, Faith Evans. that didn't go very well. So everything went downhill from then. And they were friends before that. Yes.
Okay. That
Mhm.
makes sense now. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So yeah, Faith Evans is the mother of Biggie's child, Christopher. And so yeah, he made a track about that. I'll have to send you that too. And yeah, and things just went to hell from that, Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So then after that, there was a lot of, back and forth. And so it's pretty deep. You got to go in. There's a lot to go into to see the back and forth, learn who all the players were, who did what, stuff like that. So, but yeah, for years here, I'm sure all over, Tupac and Biggie had fans all over the world, not just here, you know. Um, it's been a major mystery, that we've been waiting and waiting for there to be movement for it to be solved. So, yeah.
I'm curious to see TPD go to trial because
Yes.
was his bragging just empty bragging with no truth
Mhm.
behind it, or was he really confessing to his role?
Right. Yeah. Some of these guys are big talkers. So dumb to do that, but it's true.
Yeah.
They get major street cred by claiming to do things they haven't done.
Bipolar. Trisha just went to bed. she never made it back from the wardrobe change.
Aw.
Street cred, yeah, street cred with the district attorney and a grand jury.
Yeah. Well, that's true. There, you get that out there, it spreads.
I could see bragging about it like in closed circles, but like doing it publicly, probably not the brightest move.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff they do for people do for odd reasons. And sometimes they do that hoping to get a deal. I better text Trisha.
I see a dog on the couch now, and he seems to be anticipating someone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's wagging his tail.
Okay, let me wait. There she is. She's back, Aspen. Let's see. Okay. Kelly J says, yeah, it was a diss song, and Tupac dosed Biggie and his wife many, many times and dissed Biggie and his wife many, many times in songs along with other people in Biggie's crew. Yeah. Yeah, I get it was a low. I mean, I love Tupac and everything, but that song he did about his wife was a low blow.
Yeah, that's like the bro rule. That's a line you don't cross.
Yeah. And to put it out in a song publicly as well for everybody to hear that.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No good. Not good at all. Let's see. Good morning, Katie.
Holy cow, it is morning, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I have to be up in 3 hours to go to class.
Okay. You need to go to sleep then.
Yeah. I do. I'm going to go ahead and duck out then and at least crash
Okay.
a couple of hours, take a power nap.
Okay.
Appreciate the invitation. And wait, do you have no Aspen's muted? I'll wait till you at least have some kind of company up here. So you're not all by yourself.
Yeah, he was text me. What did he say? He says he'll be right there. Yep.
Good deal.
Oh, I had just thought of something. Okay.
The event did he put on?
Yeah.
Bipolar has a comment up there that I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I was just reading that. Yes, I can get the information on that. On Diddy's killing people by not having safety in place.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Let's see.
Well, he probably had enough baby oil to go around.
Well, yeah, man. That's just so bad. You know, and I've always told my husband I do not like him. I get a bad feeling from him. You know, I said it like, just wait 15, 20 years, we're going to hear he's some sick predator. Just didn't like him at all. And like, wow, I was surprised, even though I thought that when all this came out, because it was way worse than anything I thought of.
Yeah.
Oh.
For sure.
Let me see. So, let me see. Let me find the part. Try to go. Okay, there's a couple of things, but that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, let's not go down to the Diddy oil rabbit trail. That's a rabbit hole, not a rabbit trail.
Yeah. Okay. So, Combs' first brush with infamy came decades ago, 13 miles north of the Metropolitan Detention Center on a college campus in Harlem. There, a judge later ruled Combs shared responsibility for the deaths of 9 young people during a fatal crush on the stairs at a celebrity basketball game he organized. And that's what bipolar is referring to.
Oh, gosh. At a charity event, even.
Yeah, so, yeah. Let me see. Let's see. Combs said he had handled the security and he went into overdrive promoting the game. But yeah, school administrators were unaware the event would feature some of the biggest names in hip hop. Let's see.
Okay.
There you are.
There we go.
I want to see Trisha's nighty night look before I turn my camera on.
All right.
That's just the diva I am, you know.
Okay.
Now that Stacy has company, I'm gonna dip out and go shut my eyes for a few before I got to get up.
Hey Joe, please, yeah, get in touch with me because I do want to know. I would like to talk to you about London.
Okay, absolutely.
And again, I appreciate everything, and I know I know what you went through last year, and I know you didn't deserve it, and I just wanted to let you know that I know the kind of guy you are, and the context. So I support you, and I really appreciate you.
What did I miss? Sounds like it was some drama stuff. Talk to me. By the way.
Oh no, Aspen just got here.
I was talking about you, Trisha, and you know all the how problematic you are.
I am everywhere I go. It's one problem after another.
Chaos.
Alphabet, look at you.
It's look at yes, and somebody asked in one of my messages, "How come you dress like Liberace?" And I'm like,
I've gotten the same message.
yeah, I love this. I have nowhere to wear it, and I got my nightgown underneath it. So I thought
Well,
I'm just gonna
Trish,
throw it on.
my response is always, if you want less, find it.
Yeah,
Yeah, there
I'm
you go.
more. There you go. I'm just more. That's
Yeah.
all it is. I'm just more.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I forgot it was garbage night, so I had to take care of garbage and all that crap. And then,
Or did you take them all out so we don't have to worry about them anymore?
yes, they're all out. All the garbage in my life is out. But now here's.
Okay. Hold on, Trisha.
Okay.
I got to be up in a couple of hours to go to class. So
okay.
in like 3 hours.
Okay.
So I'm going to dip out now. Thank you so much for the invitation and for the attention on London's case. I appreciate it.
Thank you, darling. Thank
Good
you
night.
so much. Good night.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye. Can I just tell you what happens in my life? This is a perfect example. Okay. My friend Lizard Tia said, because she lives in Texas, and she said, you've got to get this thing. It looks like a tennis racket, but it's an electronic fly swatter. So you can go and hit the flies. Oh my God, I love your hat. That is so cute.
I was going to say.
That is so perfect. I don't know what happened to my hat. Anyway, so she said, because it's the best way to get rid of flies, because in Texas, the flies are the size of pterodactyls. So I got one, and I'm out, and I'm getting the garbage, and there's this fly buzzing around. So I take my electronic fly swatter, and I hit it. It goes, bzz, and it's supposed to go bzz, and drop dead, right? Well, this one gets stuck, and it starts on fire. And so
Jesus Christ.
I know. So I'm going like this, and I threw it, and it flew out on fire into a paper bag. And the paper bag started to smolder. And I'm like, oh my God, God. And it's like the fly's way to get even with me. I swear to God, it was the weirdest thing. So anyway, I had to make sure that bag was out, that the fly was doused. And then now I feel guilty. It's like that poor thing.
It's just easier to leave the fly alone.
Yeah, I'm just going to let it
Jeez, you're going to burn the whole neighborhood down.
God, I know. And I don't know how I would explain that.
You just wait. 20 minutes from now, we're going to see flames.
I know there's going to be that my house will just be, up and smoke. How will I explain?
It won't be yours. It'll be like the one across the street or something. And they go.
The innocent people. Yeah.
It'll be Trisha and her fly swatter. Huh, boo. He's a good boy. I had a night hat too. Where's my night hat?
So, Trisha, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you recognize my necklace?
I do. Didn't I give that to you?
No, but you did unintentionally leave it behind.
Oh, that's right.
After our rendezvous
in Vegas.
In Vegas.
That's right. I did, didn't I?
I said I would send it back to you, but I thought I would don it tonight for my
It looks so much better on you than it ever would me. So I want you to have it.
I mean, no. I'm sending this back to you because
well, it would go with my Liberace jacket, wouldn't it? It really would. Absolutely. Well, so does Jesse want to come up? Because Jesse's going to come to bed with us too. Or I shouldn't say, that's the wrong way to say that.
Yeah, but
she's going to join the slumber party.
It's funny. Again, Jesse is someone that I was able to spend. We didn't sleep together, but I did spend several hours in the wee hours of the morning with Jesse as they were waiting to leave their because they had an early morning flight leaving Vegas.
Right.
And I was so happy to get to know her because I did not know Jesse.
Oh my God, she's amazing.
Prior to this year CrimeCon.
She is one of the smartest people I know, and she steps in and helps people. And of course, she would never tell, but she's one of those people that will step in and help everybody. I'm going to bring her up here.
Sounds familiar.
We had a very unique experience with a male admirer that I was able to help. I hope at least run interference with as the advances were continuing.
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
When the wee hours in the mornings of Vegas, you never know what you're going to encounter.
And that does happen. There can be admirers that you didn't realize you had. Jesse, I'm going to bring you up. I hope that's okay. There you are. Oh, and you're in your PJs too. Oh, you got to unmute.
There we
There we
go.
go. There we go.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of different pajamas because I don't love them, but these are my Christmas gingerbread man.
Oh,
Oh, I
cute.
love gingerbread men.
That is so
Yeah.
cute.
But yeah, we had quite the experience there
I
at
mean,
that bar.
That's
But I was not about to, of course, I was not about to, not that I mean, you're probably way more capable of handling that man than I am, but I was not going to leave you.
You're so sweet.
Yeah.
Do you have a TV on in the background, Jesse?
Are you playing the video?
Experience there at that bar.
He's talking.
I think yours is giving feedback.
So Trish,
It's Rosemary listening on an iPad. I got her to
okay.
stop.
Hey, Rosemary.
That's it.
I'm going to dip out for a minute and come back in because I need to change.
Okay. Go
All right.
change. Go change, my dear.
You need to change a lot of things, Stacy.
There you go. That's it.
You're so mean. I'll be back.
Got it.
Oh,
Got to
thank
switch
you.
AI models.
Yeah, well, she's got, people don't think that AI changes clothes. AI does change clothes. And, we know Stacy's AI. She's not human. And thank you, Lizard Tia. Lizard Tia says, hi, Trisha, Stacy, Aspen, Jesse, Mods, and Matt Chatters. What a wonderful slumber party. I'm so here for it. Love to you all. Well, that is very good to hear.
I just can't wait for the pictures to be clipped of this.
Oh, yeah, and how they're going to be used. It's going to be hilarious. It's going to be me saying, yes, we slept together. We slept together. We
Right,
slept together.
And look at that insane person and what they wear.
Yeah, look at her. Look at what she's wearing.
Right.
And
I got my Paul Frank one pajama shirt I have. So
I love it. It's beautiful. And Bipolar Express put up Boo's real name, which is Boo Boo Badoo Boo 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 Badoo Boo Boo. We just call him Boo. Okay, I have my little night hat, but I actually need to put my hair up in my rollers. Do you guys mind if I do that while we talk?
yeah.
Not at all.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, I just went ahead and put my my Tiny Tim sleepy hat on.
Got one of
Love
those
it.
too. But I don't know if it'll go over my rollers here.
I got this at American Apparel about 20 years ago.
You guys, these little.
I bought it thinking I actually was gonna wear it without it being ironic, but
Where would you wear it? Oh my God, there she is. There you are. Look, there she is, everybody. Stacy, AI in pajamas.
Yep, I need to. I'm trying to make it bigger. What the heck?
But I mean, people are always saying, Stacy, we can never see what Stacy looks like. There, that is Stacy, everybody. Right there.
No, I've met Stacy. That's not Stacy.
that is Stacy. And that's Stacy AI, people.
Stacy is actually Erica Kirk.
Oh
God. Blonde haired. Yeah.
I was trying to get us in the algorithm.
Oh God, that's right. If we say some crazy things, then we'll get in the. Thank you. Yeah, Erica Kirk. That's Stacy. Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, you guys. These little squishy rod doodadders from Temu are amazing, and I don't need very many of them because my hair has gotten so thin when you get old. Boo, what are you doing?
Thin.
Oh, my hair is so thin.
Do you want some?
Oh God, I would love some of that. Look at Jesse's hair. That's so unfair. Look at that.
It's just a lot.
Oh my God. My hair and my teeth just fell apart when I hit like 60. I don't know why.
Trisha, the 4 teeth that you have are amazing.
Well, they are beautiful and they're like big horse teeth and they're bright white, but they're gorgeous. But
I mean, especially when I saw the chiclet packet next to the bed.
Exactly. And I can still eat corn. So that's all that matters. Corn on the cob.
Yeah.
Anyway. That's all that matters. So
okay.
There we go. God, I can't believe, Jesse, I can't believe that hair. My God. That's amazing. I mean, when I saw you, you wore it like in a pulled back, like in a ponytail type
It was
thing.
106 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's if I didn't know much about hair growing up, and I remember wanting to do a bun like everyone else I saw. So I went out and got one of the foam things and tried
Yeah.
to put it in and then put my hair in a bun around it.
Right.
And it ended up being like the size of a football
Oh, I believe it.
because there's a lot there.
I mean, that
we can't
is the
be
most
all
hair I've
Mr.
ever
we
seen
can't all be
anybody
Mr.
have,
Gorilla.
by far. Boo?
Yeah, you know, I used to have super thick hair. So my hair goes down just below my waist. And it used to be super thick, but in the last 5 years, no, it is so thin.
Stacey, you
Sad.
never told us you were married to Sam Bateman.
Oh, God.
Sam Bateman. Sam Bateman. Sam Bateman. We're trying to get in the algorithm, people.
Yeah.
Right.
We are.
Which?
Oh, how about David? David. What's another one we can do?
Well,
No, you have to do G4VD.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Right.
Uh-oh, I got to
Can I say really quickly though, one of the things that like I appreciate so much about like being able to like have experienced something like CrimeCon is that that you get to meet such incredible people.
You really do.
Trisha and I had known each other online prior to Denver, but I got to meet Trisha in Denver, and that's in a span of an hour, I think we formed a pretty close friendship.
We knew then it was meant to be.
I got to meet Jesse in Vegas, and that's those are the kinds of experiences that are really really valuable. Not to mention, I mean the cases you become aware of you didn't know about,
Right.
the victims' families you meet, the panels you sit on, and those kinds of things. But with any of the negative things that people might find with those kind of events, I appreciate the connections I make more than anything.
That's
just why I continue to partake in them.
To me, that's the main reason to go to CrimeCon is, again, to meet victims and see what they, because they tell their stories and it's so compelling. And then you meet so many great people. You really do.
Right.
It's amazing. It really is amazing.
And you get to see, you kind of get to see the good, bad, and the ugly of people too. So you kind of form, you're able to see things about people that you would not know just from the content that they curate.
We saw somebody trying to fly down the hall. It was kind of interesting. With McSpunky.
I saw someone on dollar slots that I just.
You know what? I heard there was somebody on dollar slots, and they ended up calling her web slots, and she wouldn't leave. She took her family's money. She took food out of her children's mouths.
Funny because I heard Caesar's Palace call her a high roller.
She was a high something. Oh, look at that baby.
Oh.
Look at that sweet baby. Who's that?
I love a tuxedo cat.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. That looks just like my son's cat that we put down. He was a tuxedo cat, and they are supposed to be the smartest cat.
Oh, I will not disagree with that. He is a smart aleck.
Mm-hmm.
This is our constant problem child.
Mm-hmm.
He figured out almost immediately. We have a Brita, it's almost like a Keurig, but for filtering water.
Yeah.
And we brought it home, and that same night, we thought it was leaking. We learned how to dispense 20 ounces of water onto the counter.
He did?
Oh, they're so smart.
Is anyone noticing there are several animals in Trisha's background now that are getting jealous?
Yes, they are. They want all the attention.
They're like, wait, no, we can't let the cat upstage us.
Yeah.
And your cat, Jesse, is he very vocal?
He is actually not that one.
God.
But his siblings, some of them are. So the first one was Birch. This one is his brother Ash.
Eyes.
How did you end up with him?
Like a panther.
So during COVID, we actually were fostering other cats that came in from Qatar. Yeah, they were brought in, and they were so cool. but there was no way that we could have kept them because our house would not be standing.
Right.
So we already had a few cats. I'm just going to stop counting.
Yeah.
We had a few. And so we had to keep the ones that we were fostering separate. So they were in our kitchen, which had like a sliding door.
Kitchen dining area.
And so they had that whole area, but
Right.
they would jump from on top of the fridge onto the island, or sometimes they would just skip that and go all the way into like the living area that was in that same enclosed area and just like fly. They were 9 months old siblings, and their names were Piglet and Eeyore, and they were so cute.
Oh.
And they were Egyptian maw cats, and they were huge. So we were so in love with them, but there was no way that they would have gotten along with the rest of our cats.
Right.
So they got adopted. But when we had gone actually to pick them up, well, someone had brought in one of the litters that was supposed to be fostering them, and they were like, we have family issues, we can't do it. And so there was a kennel full of kittens, and the person in charge of the rescue was there because she was like having everyone bring in the different cats to the vet that needed treatment. And so she just looked like she was going to break down because she had so many at her house, and they have hundreds in different fosters. And she was like, I'm at my capacity.
Oh.
So they came home, and they never left. Well,
you're getting your cats from Qatar and other places, and I'm like, oh, mine came from the gutter outside my house.
Mine came from the garbage can that somebody threw away. Yeah.
I was doing good.
These ones we don't know where they came from, but this is the third one in that same sibling set, because during COVID, when everyone was returning their pet,
Oh, that was so awful.
they got super bonded. And so by the time that they were like old enough to go to the adoption center, they were so attached to each other. But also the first one you saw, Birch, stopped eating.
Oh no.
And they called us and were like, can you take him home?
Oh
and
my
gosh. This one's Cypress.
Well, how did you get them from Qatar? How did that happen?
Not these ones. That's Piglet and Eeyore. So we didn't end up keeping them, but they went to a home together. But what it is, no, they got to stay in Canada. We're not in the US.
Oh, that's right.
But they have a sister. She's around here somewhere too. Her name's Willow. But they came in because they have a big issue with stray cats there. And so there is a few different groups that work together on rescuing cats. And so the one we were fostering for is called CTRS. So it's Cat Therapy and Rescue Society. And so they actually take cats from all over the US that are going to get euthanized, and as well as all over Canada. And so they will get close to like 100 cats at a time.
Oh,
and
wow.
they get flown in. There's volunteer pilots that will fly them. And Tito's Vodka often will be the sponsor for the fuel. So
oh, wow.
Yeah, and I like with how much they do, I don't know much about their alcohol, but as far as their sponsorships, they've done so much. But this is Willow. This is the sister.
Oh, the little baby kitty cat.
There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about liquor companies, but when I do order a vodka, Tito's is the one that I usually go with.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that my money is going towards good causes.
Yeah. I apologize for the crinkling. I was opening up my new curler dually daddy thingy. So
you're giving me full Mama's Family right now, and I'm loving it.
Oh yeah. I love that show.
I'm nothing but pure sex appeal, people. Let's face it. Nothing but pure sex appeal. That's me.
I mean, we're basically just thirst trapping all of us right now.
This is what I look like. So,
She's so squirmy.
oh, look at that little squirm. That's just a little squirmy worm.
So I wonder. I'm not watching chat. I don't have it open. Like I don't even know how many people are here. But so I would be curious. How many people in the chat are dog people versus cat people?
Well, we got lots of cat
I
people.
assume there are a lot of dog. I assume more people are dog people.
Yes,
You
but
know,
we have.
I love all animals the same, other than snakes and anything that smells.
We have 178 people in chat, which I'm surprised at that high number at this late at night. And I think we probably do. I think we have people in there that equally love cats and dogs. But we probably do.
We have both. Yeah.
Yeah, because I have both, obviously. But
As Jesse pulls a dog up.
yeah, just
Randomly. If you
now,
pull
what
any
kind?
more animals up, they may send someone to your house to
Yeah.
check on you.
There may be a
Right.
hoarding issue. So
she's
tell us
floating
about
over
that.
there now. So the one that you saw a second ago.
If an alpaca walks across
Really
the
awesome.
screen,
This one's really, really dramatic.
that would be me.
Her name is Autumn, and she's River's mom.
Uh-huh.
Nobody wanted them because River was a baby,
Mhm.
and she was a grand whopping like 13 months old, but her baby was like 4 months old. And so everyone wanted just the baby, but
The
nobody
baby.
wanted her.
Right.
She is the most playful, like sassy cat on the planet.
Oh.
She, like, if she follows you into the bathroom, which she's kind of like a shadow, so she will.
Uh-huh.
She just, if you try and take toilet paper, she is going to be trying to shred it. And
Of
like,
course.
she is just, her baby's lazy. Her baby likes to sleep.
Uh-huh. Oh,
But
wait.
everyone wanted the kitten.
That's always the deal. They always want the kitten. D-Max
Yeah.
says
Yeah.
that dogs are wonderful, but my daughter has 4. So I go visit and they think I'm their grandma. And you are their grandma. Absolutely. And Sienna says, let me read this real quick. I'm both one dog and 2 cats, but I also dog sit my grandpuppy. I have a grandpuppy too. I'm sorry. Go ahead, my dear Aspen.
I was wanted to say really quickly, and this is probably inappropriate. I'll get myself into trouble for this, but I went to house sit for a lesbian couple that I'm
Mhm.
very good friends with, and I wasn't thinking, and I left the door open in the bathroom, and like my cat respects my boundaries, so she knows I respect her, she respects mine, but so this couple has 3 pit bulls which they rescued,
Aw.
and 2 cats, and I got the biggest kick out of the fact that like I don't know if they were used to seeing someone use the restroom in a different position than
Than you standing up, yes.
And by the time I had finished using the restroom, had 2 dogs and 2 cats with their paws up on the toilet.
Oh my God.
Veering down into the toilet to witness what was happening.
Well, they couldn't imagine the stream they were seeing.
They were like, what is happening and why are you going to the bathroom in a way that I've never seen before?
Yeah, our moms never stand up and do that. That you gave
Again,
them
inappropriate. I'm sorry.
That's not inappropriate.
It was
That's
not-
absolutely.
Well, I was
true.
waiting.
I
I
had
was
to pick
waiting
up
for
Flora.
the cat and lesbian jokes.
Yeah, I thought that was what was going to be coming.
I mean, the
God.
U-Haul was still parked outside, but I mean, I won't-
Yeah.
But no.
No, wait.
I
Hold
even
on.
had to send the picture with something blurred out, but I was like, what is wrong with your sicko animals?
They're voyeurism. They have a voyeurism issue. Does Rosemary keep handing you new cats? I mean,
Yeah.
just like there's one
And
after
this
the other
one's-
after the other.
And this one just wants snacks. So she'll yell at me
Mhm.
because she wants snacks.
Now, what's she got behind her ear? She got
Oh,
something.
she's
behind-
just
Oh, she's coloring.
Oh, it's coloring. Okay.
she's just fluffy, but
Oh my
she's a little
gosh.
terror.
I can't believe there's not cat hair all over your couch.
Yeah.
It's velvet.
There you go.
So if you brush the one way, it comes right off.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You have a
Very
beautiful
good.
fireplace too, by the way.
Yeah, you have a
I love
gorgeous
that
house.
fireplace. I bet
It was-
Christmas, the mantle. I bet it's gorgeous.
Yeah. It was not when we moved in. I got sick of it being poo brown. So I just whitewashed it because I was like, I can't do this anymore. It
Oh
was
my
the
God, that's me too. I cannot stand the brown.
it was literally like a chocolate bar.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
It was not a good shade. No, I don't want her. No. Rosemary asked me if I wanted the last cat. No. She's the cat that I have had the longest.
Mm-hmm.
Not the last one, but the one before that was Rosemary's cat that
Okay.
she's had for 18 years.
Oh, wow.
But the one she was offering me is the first cat I got as an adult.
Mm-hmm.
And she was a rescue. My mom called me because I'd had a lot of experience with kittens growing up.
Yeah.
And she said, there's this litter that my friend found in their garage. There's no mom around.
Mhm.
And they were inside a couch. Like they'd gone into the underside. So
Okay.
she had her friend drop them off. Out of the 4, only 2 of them survived because 2 of them
Oh.
had some kind of seizure disorder.
Mm-hmm.
And so the property owner ended up, after they were old enough, taking one back, and I got the other one. And she is absolutely does not have any appreciation for me keeping her alive.
That's so typical, though.
You know, I travel.
Yeah, no.
I travel so much that like my cat, I feel so neglectful. Like I trust me, I make sure that there's someone that is
Right.
takes care of her. Because I mean, even like when I mean, the longest time I've been gone away was like 44 days in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, every time I come home, I'm like, hi, it's your negligent owner.
Oh.
And she's so sweet. Like, she's like, because I had a cat for 21 years that passed away, and she was a
Oh.
I got her when I was 18, and she died when I was 39.
Oh my God. Oh no, that must have been
Literally the
horrible.
week after this stray cat started showing up outside my house, and I was like,
Mhm.
nope, get away
Yeah.
from me. I don't want anything to do with you. I'll put down food for you.
Mhm.
I don't have any love to give. And like,
Aw.
and then over like the course of a year, and then like, well, my partner and I split up and we sold our house. So I was like, okay, this cat's gonna be out here now expecting food.
Mhm.
New owners, I don't know. So I have to now either like abandon this cat who relies on me, and even though I will not give it love, or I have to bring it inside and like make it like mine.
Yeah.
You know, and so I of course kidnapped it and abducted it and forced it to love me,
Oh.
as you know, you do, because that would the only other alternative was just abandon it. And
Mhm.
I was
And you would never do that.
So so she has been with me for now
Fine.
5 years. And,
How long?
but when I leave town, I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so
You're
sorry.
fine.
And I come home and then she's like, meow, meow.
Oh.
Yeah. And then I get the ass in the face,
Yeah.
Oh,
Of
of course.
night, every night.
Mm-hmm.
But there's, I don't know, nothing can love you as much as a pet.
God, that's the
Yeah.
truth.
Mhm.
Now, Jesse, is that a different dog?
This is the same dog.
Okay.
I'm trying to convince her that the camera is not like her enemy.
Gotcha.
She is not so sure. Hi. But
So, how many dogs do you have?
2. The other
Okay.
one I won't bring in because she's like a small horse.
Oh, what kind of dog?
Black Lab, Great Dane Cross.
Well,
Big
maybe,
black.
Oh, wow.
maybe that dog has committed crimes and doesn't want to be on camera.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, the little one, yes. The little one is absolutely a criminal.
See, ours is that way too. The little one's the naughty one. You
Yeah,
know?
Trisha, I mean, she can't walk out of the house without like cats,
I know. I've got porch kitties everywhere.
I mean, she goes, she shows up anywhere that she is in. There's like cats just being like, hey,
Hey, I'm here.
we heard,
We heard you're the one.
I mean, she's
Yeah.
literally like, like Justin Bieber when he shows up somewhere and like was there.
Instead of groupies, I had cats. Oh,
I gotta share a picture of our tuxedo cat we had. It was my
Yes.
son's. He got it when he was 8, and then we put it. He had to go down. I think he was 17 when we put him down. So
Oh.
my
Do you wanna
son's 25 now.
Do you
So
want to send it? Oh, there it is.
Thank
Look
God-
at that baby.
Thank God for
you
having
know.
it for so long.
Oh.
And then here's him when he's chilling.
Yeah. Is he wearing? He's got like a little hat. That's so
The
cute.
Rastafarian hat. Yeah.
Oh.
You culturally appropriate. I mean, it's appropriate.
Yeah.
He was the smartest cat, so sweet, and he slept with me every night. Once my son got a dog, he started sleeping with me.
I joke
So,
that I
yeah.
joke that I could never get in a relationship now because my cat would be like, "Who the f is this?"
Yeah.
Wouldn't accept. Would not
Like,
accept
we're in the
it.
middle of the bed. We've got the we've got the routine down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no room here for anyone else.
Yeah. Well, when you should get, if you find someone and fall in love, that's wonderful. You'll just have to ease them into your life.
Yeah, because you know how appealing it is to someone that you just meet that you're like, oh yes, I'm also into true crime.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I have a YouTube channel and I'm a middle-aged
Yeah.
man.
And people, they love it and they understand it so clearly. They don't think you're weird or anything.
I mean, I'm a catch.
They don't make any jokes about maybe being poisoned or anything.
Yeah.
I hear that
Or
a lot.
How to hide a body.
Can't wait to meet
Yeah.
your family. Hope
Yeah.
you live in Nebraska or something.
I've always wanted to marry a gay man because I've always had wonderful gay friends, and I want to have I want to marry like 5 gay men at the same time, so they can all take care of.
Polygamist.
Yeah, I would be. Absolutely, I would be. Yeah, I guess I would be a polygamist, wouldn't I? But that's not the name of it. What is it when a woman marries a bunch of guys?
Polyandry?
That's or something like that. Yeah,
Bigamy.
that would be it
Bigamy,
too.
it would be a blanket term, yeah.
Yeah,
That'd be it.
bigamy.
You know what's sad? Though is if you have 5 husbands,
Mm-hmm.
they'd still be useless.
Well, that's true. I'd have 5 big lumps, but
I didn't say it.
I mean,
that's absolutely true.
At least if you have 5 wives, I mean,
At least they'll cook dinner clean. They're useful.
It does actually happen in some remote areas where
does.
a woman, there's too many men, and
Mhm.
so they will have a polyandrous relationship or marriage. And
In Alaska, in like rural
Is that like
Alaska, I read about
Portland
that. Yeah, rural Alaska.
and then I think is it the Andes Mountains?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where I've heard of it as well.
That's me. I would be their beard. Yes.
Yeah.
They could take me home and introduce me to their granny and say, look at this sweet lady I'm going to marry.
I wish that I could just marry women. I just wish that like,
I know. I literally,
even at birth, God was like, nope,
not going to happen.
You're gonna, you're in for a life of punishment.
Yeah. For some reason, I had 2 very good close friends that dated me, and they were both LDS. And no, I take it back. One was, no, they were both LDS. Actually, it happened 3 times. Sorry. But their bishop told them that they could be cured of being gay if they just found the right woman. And they picked me to cure them of their gayness. And I was just like, I guess I'm flattered, but
I've dated a few LDS too.
I bet you have. Yeah. I mean, let me tell you, there's a lot of LDS gay men, but they were trying, and this was back in the 70s. So they were told they could pray it away if they were just more faithful, if they just pray more, if you could find a good woman. I was friends with them. And so they thought, I'll pick Trisha, and I had no idea they were gay at the time.
It's
And
the Liberace look.
I know it is. Well, that's, again, I went to my first gay bar and I'm not gay, but I could only get into a gay bar. It was called The Sun, and I was 15. It was my girlfriends and I went there, and they wouldn't let us drink beer because they knew we were kids. I had my ID was a black woman who was 30, and and they let me in. They let me, and but we loved to go
Same,
there because we would
same.
dance. You know, we'd have so much fun, and we felt so safe there. It was wonderful. It was absolutely
I
wonderful.
actually used to tell my straight male friends, if you want to meet a single straight female, the best place for you to go is to go hang out at a gay bar. 'Cause
Absolutely.
all because there are all these straight girls there hanging out with their gay friends.
Their gay buddies, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm over here going to all 3 years of Lilith Fest, just wishing I could be a lesbian.
So I actually had a wild experience when I was probably just legal here, but our drinking age is 19. I was volunteering with a youth group, even though it wasn't really my thing, but it was through Young Life. And we ended up going to a nightclub that they picked, the more like senior leaders that were female. They didn't really tell me much about it, but it's a pretty well-known one in Vancouver called Celebrities. And it is a gay nightclub. And it was a wild adventure. And a guy told me he really liked my shoes and then bought me drinks, but he was as gay as could be. And yeah, I felt very safe there, and it was a great experience. But I still don't know why they picked that one.
I have a question. Did you notice anything specific about the planters outside of that nightclub in Vancouver? Or was that Toronto?
What happened in Toronto with planters? I want to know.
I was young and I was very, very inebriated. And so I actually, on the way back to the parking structure, I was not driving. I thought I was running in high heels in a straight line. And I kept running, except for my face suddenly was on the ground. And there was a group of Australian guys who came and like picked me up and righted me and were like, okay, are you all good to go? And I'm like, oh yeah. I didn't feel it till the next day. So
right.
I need a group of Australian men to pick me up after. No, but if anyone in chat knows what I'm talking about with planters outside of gay bars in Canada,
I have no idea.
let us know.
I'm very curious.
How do you not know about the serial killer?
What?
Huh? I have no idea.
The Canadian serial killer that was a landscaper that would dispose of his he would kill gay men, and he would dispose of them and put them into planters. No one's heard of this? Someone in chat has to have heard of this.
Ferguson.
I'm trying to think of.
And I can't remember if it was Toronto or Montreal or Vancouver, because it's Canada, so they're all like the same, right? I'm kidding.
You know, just like how long would it take?
Different provinces, just different cultures and provinces.
Bruce MacArthur.
This case?
Bruce MacArthur, you're talking about him, right?
Yes.
4 days.
I mean, and this is and not just a few, like a huge amount of victims.
Yeah.
If I wanted to drive there, I think I could get there in about 4 days to Toronto.
Right, I know.
Yeah, he did. That's what Bruce MacArthur did. He targeted men, many of who were immigrants,
You get to Stacy by tomorrow.
and marginalized and struggling with homelessness. And met them on dating apps, and then he would dismember them and put their remains in planters. You're right. That is so weird.
Right, a lot. You know,
What a weirdo.
Some of these serial killers, just like Fox Hollow Farms in
I know that one.
And again, this is rural in Indiana. It's
Oh God,
he probably killed more people than
Baumberger,
Gacy, Dahmer,
Baumeister.
Baumeister.
Herb Baumeister. They're still finding victims.
Oh, he was a weird. Oh God, he was so weird.
I mean, and I've been there.
You have?
So you can't get to the property, but I mean, and I think Hulu actually just started a second season on a docuseries that they did last year.
Do you
I
think?
watched it last year, but I didn't know they were doing a second one.
I think there was only one episode. And I've talked to a few of the investigators. They did a panel in Denver at CrimeCon last year. But Fox Hollow Farms is I mean, Herb Baumeister is a serial killer that people don't know about, and it's insane because it's because he killed gay men in the 90s during the AIDS crisis. And so when these men would go missing, a lot of times they didn't even go, it didn't even, raise suspicion. One, because sometimes families don't want to acknowledge at that time, especially that their loved one was, of that culture. But then also people they got accustomed to their friends just kind of disappearing because they would get sick and die.
Yeah, it was sad. But
And this man was married, he had children.
But don't you think his wife knew? I mean, when
from
I
all indications, he would do it when she was out of town. With their children, because they also had children. And they would go and they had money. It's a beautiful estate.
Oh yeah, he had like dollar stores or something like that, didn't he?
Well, the big thing with these serial killers is they absolutely don't want their spouse to know, so they do everything they can to hide it because they don't want to lose what they have or get busted. And a lot of times their family is their cover.
Right.
So they look normal.
Was an instance where I think his son at one point, and a friend brought a jawbone up to the house that they.
Yeah, I was going to say they found a skull or something.
Yeah.
And they didn't think it was weird, which I find so strange.
He would excuse it away with something about what was it? A skeleton
for medical or something, wasn't that it?
Yeah, there was.
So,
they had an indoor pool, and he would pose mannequins. I mean, this is very creepy. Anyone that's interested, look into it. But it's amazing how someone like that went unknown.
Detected.
There are people in Indiana even local that didn't know about this case.
So it's what I found interesting is I've read a couple books on Baumeister because I remember what big deal it was on the news, and I was like, wow. So I read the books, and he had a similar MO to Dahmer.
He did, yes. He would target gay men at gay bars in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And his home was in Cicero. It's like I said, I've been there, and there's a memorial. There actually is a memorial now with the known victims' names on it. I've got pictures of it. I've been there. But because of the nature of the it didn't get a lot of attention at the time. It wasn't until after the fact that people started to learn about this, and he took his own life before he could.
But I mean, I just there were so many clues. You're right. He did hide it, but there were so many clues, and I think they found several times like a skull, a jawbone. I mean, they kept finding all these human bones on this property, and somehow he would convince his wife or kids that, oh no, it's not what it looks like. Don't believe your eyes. It's bizarre.
They're continuing, and they're still finding.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
there were over 1,000 unidentified. I think there's still over 1,000 unidentified bones. Not meaning victims, but I mean, but most investigators that have looked into it have said they think the numbers of his victims probably put Dahmer and Gacy to shame.
Yeah, he did. And wouldn't he bring him home? And he'd do the thing, with the handcuffs.
Drug them.
Yeah.
And it was he would tie, strangulation, different forms of strangulation.
Lizard Tia is here. I'm sorry, excuse me. Yeah, she just posted. So yeah, Lizard. Are you looking for Lizard Tia?
No, they're looking for Truth Be Told. I don't know if she contacted Lizard Tia.
Oh, okay.
But they're asking if she's blocked.
And now who is that?
Truth Be Told.
No, truth be told isn't blocked. Unless she was accidentally blocked, but I don't think she was.
Okay. Oh, no, Lizard Tia says she seems to have been blocked all night. Yes, she is posting chats now.
But she's posting now?
Apparently.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Aspen. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you didn't. I was done.
But yeah, I mean, Herb Baumeister, that was that. I don't know what book I read, but it was so chilling and so disgusting and so weird,
Mhm.
you know. And his wife was blamed. A lot of people blamed her.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think when you find, and again, I don't think for 1 second she had any idea he was really murdering people.
Mhm.
I just wonder how you can believe
Right.
when you keep finding human bones on your huge property that it's just
Well,
an
that's
accident.
kind of why, a huge property, you think, there could be all kinds of people
Well,
buried
yeah.
out there and settlers. And especially here where I am,
Yeah.
we find Indian burial grounds because we have the Shumash here.
Right.
And so, like my ex's dad, he found a whole Indian burial ground. He went and he found bones. And then he kept digging and found arrowheads and all these things and made it in the newspaper for finding the burial ground. And, there's all kinds of things he could say, Most
Right.
wives aren't going to doubt their husbands.
Well, not like that. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
And we believe what we want to believe. But I also think I don't know that she was aware of them finding so many bones in the backyard. It really was what led to him really being looked at was more so the witnesses that started to place that this guy was seen in the same place these people went missing. So yes,
Right.
there were a few instances of them finding things in the backyard. But I don't think that's necessarily what led to the suspicion of his involvement.
Right.
I think that came out after the fact, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt,
No, you're good.
Stacy. Are you able to see if she's blocked? Because apparently she's posting in chat and she can see her chats, but nobody else can.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, sorry.
All right.
Well, that's really weird.
So Jesse, can I ask, what are you? Are there any cases that you're looking into now, or is there any what are you focused on, or where can people find your work?
Mostly helping out behind the scenes.
I know you. Yeah, I know you do
But-
behind the scenes,
But I've been looking into a few different ones. The Tyler Robinson one has been really just sticking in my mind because at first sight, you think, oh, it's a slam dunk. But if there's so many holes in it that I keep on even when I go and I'm trying to do something else, I keep on having these thoughts about it where it's but why does it not make sense here? Or all the different elements, they just don't work. So that one's been really bothering me, trying to figure that one out.
and Tyler Robinson is accused of murdering Charlie Kirk, right?
Yes, so he is. And I've been trying to figure out where I'm at on what I think right now. And I don't think what he's been charged with is quite right. I don't know if he had some involvement, but it just doesn't seem right with the case they've built. So
Yeah,
that
you
one-
guys, everybody, Jesse did a great job reporting on the case for us. And again, if I had to say right now, I'd say he's guilty, but I can see them finding him not guilty because of the weird things and the strange things the police and the prosecution have done. I think there's a lot of holes that the defense can drive through. So
Yeah, and I'm trying to dig into another thing I've seen online because obviously this one has really got the conspiracy theory people going. And so you want to double and triple check everything. But one part that's been really interesting is everyone originally thought the timeline was that the shooting happened and then he turned himself in that evening,
Yeah.
but it's not. There was, so he
The next day,
he went home and he saw Twigs and apparently was acting a bit agitated.
Mm-hmm.
Then the following morning was pacing around. And at that point, his parents saw the picture on the news. They communicated, and it wasn't till that evening that they actually brought him in. However, what I've been trying to verify is there is a Discord message that they're talking about where he supposedly admitted guilt.
Right.
And I'm trying to confirm the timelines, and I don't know if we'll get a real answer until court. But based on the timelines that are floating around, the Discord post may have been after he was already in custody.
Well, that would be weird. That would, they'd have a lot of explaining to do if that's the case.
Biggs had access to his.
Well, no, he had his phone with him when he got turned in. I can't imagine that the officer who brought him in, who they also don't like talking about, his name's Mike Mitchell, and they just keep on trying to minimize his involvement. And they just refer to him as the family friend. But I can't imagine, with the possibility of destruction of evidence, that when they were driving him to that police station, that they wouldn't have had him give them his phone.
Of course, yeah. I mean, but I mean, if you're, Discord. I mean, I know that from what I do, I'm not an expert on the case, but I do know that he had Mac. He did. Trisha, don't listen. He had Apple products, and so if you open up Discord on your iPad or your phone or your MacBook, the message could be posted from any one of those devices, and I just don't know if at that point did law enforcement, had they already taken all of the devices, or could someone have had access to maybe with information that'd be like, yes, he admitted that he did it to me, and they posted under his name that he admitted guilt because they knew he was on his way to being taken to jail. I mean,
and that definitely could be it, and they'll have to look into what the different devices are, because he definitely had a computer. I don't know if he brought it when he went to his parents and then was taken in, but that one's just an interesting one that's definitely leading people to question things.
Yeah, that's one of the issues, though. Is one thing I've learned is definitely never read the online speculation that people are sharing. It takes you to crazy town. So only go by, documents and police reports and things like that, because it can get so crazy.
I like to have all the information. So but I also like to go and make sure you can make sure there's viable information to back it up, and it's not just let me go through mental gymnastics to go from 2 + 2 = 5, and then try to prove that, because because I'll be honest, with that case, I was in Colorado, I was in Colorado still when that happened, because it was after CrimeCon in Denver, and I was there because I stayed an extra week, and so that was on the 10th of September, I believe, of 2025. And I was in Boulder that day, and he was scheduled to come to Boulder. I didn't know who Charlie Kirk was, honestly, until
I didn't either.
And then I started to see the things come out, and I have friends that are very invested in it on both sides, because it's one of those cases where
it
gets political,
so polarizing.
But I have seen the at least what's released. I've seen the body, the video footage, and and if it's true that there's timestamps to him actually shooting, I'm and then the confession, to me those are hard things to overcome, just from if I look at an Othram's razor
Mhm.
perspective of the case. I'm like, I
Mhm.
understand their questions,
Yeah.
but I'm like,
Um,
I look at those things that are timestamped, that are, documented video evidence. It's hard for
Mhm.
me to dispute that, like, this person is the one that did it.
See, the way I've been approaching it is more from the legalistic side, where you have to make a like trail of the evidence, and so you can prove he was there, and you can tie him to the gun. But what they're lacking
Fingerprints
as
were
far
on
as
it,
the
right?
prelim, sorry,
His fingerprints were on the cartridge, right?
but they haven't confirmed that gun was the one that shot him. They
Okay.
could not definitively tie the gun to the shooting.
Okay.
And then, see, I'm not saying that he didn't do it because I'm not invested necessarily in that. I just want to see it be fair. And I do believe that in Utah, it's going to be a struggle for it to be a fair trial. But
Is it
they can't
federal or
tie.
state? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
They, oh no, it's okay. It's state, and that's a concern for sure. And he's also like that area where he will be tried if it doesn't get moved is a very, very conservative LDS area.
Well, it's the same. It's the same courthouse that.
Corey Richams, I believe.
Yes, Corey Richams. Yeah, it's the same.
Mhm.
Yeah, Provo.
Yeah. So I just want to see that they can check all the boxes. There is definitely some issues, and I am wondering, just this is all speculation, I'm wondering almost if he might have been encouraged to go there by someone online, because even Twigs and his other friends online, they said that he was not political. He didn't talk to them about politics. And it's like, what makes a person? And I actually just found out this past week, he was brilliant. It's indisputable. He had a 4.0 GPA when he graduated from high school. And I think his average on the ACTs was 36.
That's more than mine.
Hey, real quick, Stacy, did you see Truth Be Told's full name?
And I'm trying to I can't even get in right now to try to fix it, but I don't need the full name. So
Okay,
just
where do I go to make her? What is it called again?
approved user in the YouTube studio.
And where under what? Where do I start to look for that?
Jesus. Hold on. So
I can't remember.
I just do it. I'm trying to figure out how I do it.
In a second here. I'm
Just
sorry.
for some reason.
I sorry guys, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
No,
we're
you're
trying
fine.
to
No
make
worries.
her a what is it called again, Stace?
Approved user.
Approved user. And so if she's blocked, that's the only way to get her unblocked. We used to be able to go in and unblock people, but we can't anymore. We have to make them an approved user. But I've got to go into the YouTube studio, which I go into all the time, and I've never seen where I make them an approved user.
Right.
I have
And I hate
never.
political.
Oh yeah, I do. I have never seen this freaking issue I'm having right now. All of a sudden, I'm not in the Web Sleuth studio on my laptop, but I am on my phone. I don't know what's going on. What the hell?
Banner, picture, name, handle, description. Okay. Let's see. Content. No, it's not in content. Promotions, collaborations, podcasts, languages, community. Sorry, guys. Keep discussing. Discuss amongst yourselves.
I hate anything political, so I'm surprised I'm even discussing.
Yeah,
but
we're not supposed to.
I'm interested to always, hear a different take on things,
Mm.
because I just like to look at things logically, but I'm always open to ideas. And then I have friends, like I said, on both sides. 'Cause this is one of those cases where I feel like it doesn't matter what proof is shown, you're going to have half the people that say one thing and another half of people that say one thing, and I think a lot of that is just going to be political bias. And I don't mean that
And
towards you at all.
oh no, no. And my personal relationships, anything like that, has no impact on whether I believe that anyone should be shot.
Same.
It's not
For a lot of
acceptable.
people, it will be a problem, is what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, I
made,
totally.
I made
Yeah.
what I thought was a very benign comment on social media about, like regardless of someone's political beliefs, no one deserving to be, no one deserving to lose their life or have children lose their parent, and and I had to remove my post because I had no idea it had became so controversial that people were like attacking each other in my comment section, and I was like, I'm not going to provide that platform. I mean, to the point where people were even like calling each other the C word. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I don't check my social media enough to have known that it was like 3 days of it happening, and I didn't know. And I was like, oh goodness, I'm not going to be a part of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know that there's a lot of people who won't listen to anything that I say, but I'm just trying to go based off of the evidence and see where there may be any holes in the case, and just make sure that if they do convict him, he's the right person for it. Because right now, they have not shown that that is the gun. With the forensic ballistic testing, they cannot conclude that that was the weapon. And there are a lot of experts out there who are saying that that caliber would have basically taken everything off. So, and then the footage they have of the person on the roof, you cannot conclude reasonably that that is for sure the same person. So the person in the parking structure, that one looks like him. The one on the roof is a lot harder to say. So I think that they just have a lot of holes that if they are going to take this further, that they need to clear up. Otherwise, it's going to turn into the next who killed JFK. It's just going to be a constant cycle of people.
Be that way already.
Yeah, it'll be that way even if they prove it. There will still be people saying it's a setup.
I think that regardless of the outcome, people will question it.
Yeah. And there's so many things. I'm not sure. I have not attended university in the United States. I am a citizen, but I am in Canada. I cannot believe that you can just walk onto the roof at any university in the United States. We don't have nearly the incidence of suicide or shootings, and you cannot get onto the roofs here. I, as a very, very foolish teenager, got onto the roof of one of our high schools, and it involved moving trash cans, stacking them, climbing up a basketball hoop, and then going from the basketball hoop onto the roof. It is a feat. But it's wild that there was just no barriers to getting onto that roof, and then that they also didn't have any kind of security briefing for the campus police before it happened, especially knowing it's a controversial figure. Yes, in Utah, it's a lot less controversial, but at the same time, people will travel to attend these events to cause a scene. And so doing it in one where it seems more likely to be friendly would be less security. So it just seems wild. And if you have any kind of event with 3,000 people here, by law, you have to have ambulances on site. But he got taken in an SUV.
There wasn't ambulance on site, I believe, if I remember right. But again,
was there?
Like you said, there was, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But it was quicker because of the proximity of to where it was. But I mean, again, we also, it's there are definitely flaws in security because, when the president of the United States, can also be presented in a situation where someone running for president at the time, you know, there's an unsecured rooftop also, you know, with, you know, hundreds and hundreds of people in the audience that are, you know, able to witness this person on the roof get up and, you know, fire a shot that did not take his life. But, you know, I mean, you know, so, you know,
But that one did take someone else's life.
yes, it did. Yes, it did.
A lot of people forget about that, but
And severely injured another person as well.
yeah. But yeah, it seems wild. And now they have drones circling the courthouse when he's there. So they have drones up in the sky. They brought him in
You could hear them, yeah, at the last hearing.
yeah, and so they brought him in an armored vehicle and went right into the like Sally Port or whatever they call it at the courthouse. And it was like a fully armored like vehicle. And it's just wild that that kind of thought wasn't put into it in advance. So hopefully there will be some changes to security at those kinds of events. And
I think that should go for even not just political things, but all high profile things.
yeah,
I mean, I would
absolutely. Well, a great example of that is that I grew up watching someone on YouTube who she just would upload videos of herself singing. And so she was nobody at the start. And she just like would upload these amazing videos. And she went on to audition and she got on The Voice. And she ended up coming in third one season. She signed to Island Records and she was touring. And she was in Florida the night before the Pulse nightclub shooting. And someone came in and killed her. She opened her arms.
What was her name?
Christina Grimmie. She
Yeah.
opened her arms to
Oh, I
hug
know.
the guy,
Yeah.
and he shot and killed her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't have metal detectors, and it largely got overshadowed by the next day was the Pulse nightclub shooting.
Which are, again, horrific. You know.
That also happened to
yeah.
the singer of Pantera. One of his fans
Yep.
shot him up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that if there's going to be firearms, there needs to be a lot more security.
Well, I just wish that, you know, I don't blame people for not understanding that there's always mistakes in situations like that.
Yeah.
No one can foresee every situation, but when something does happen, my problem is that when there's no changes or nothing ever happens to ensure that doesn't happen again. It's like, you know, like what happened in Las Vegas at, you know, where the guy, you know, like shot into that country music festival.
Yeah.
And what would kill, I mean, I can't remember how many people were killed, but it was an incredible amount of people. And I mean, I remember that when I was in Vegas for CrimeCon this year, I mean, I drove by that lot and it's hard not to think all of the people that lost their lives outside of Mandalay Bay that night. You know, what's to stop someone from doing that at any resort? And I know there are few things you can do to stop some of that. Like, you know, like any one of us could have had that kind of gun in our luggage, and it's not up to a hotel to like check that, you know. But you know, so
it's hard
it's
to.
a very difficult solution.
It becomes really challenging when there's a lot of high rises overlooking a venue like that.
Right.
That becomes a huge issue.
Right. But when you have someone that goes online and does these manifestos and they, you know, they have a pattern of posting things that are like, you know, could be signs that they're going to do something like this. You know, maybe that's what needs to be focused on more.
Stacey,
mental health
privacy, I guess.
Yeah.
Stacey, I found it. I can make her an approved user. I found it.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you get the code they sent you?
Yeah, I hit yes. I hope it wasn't too late.
So, and
Okay, let me
I
check.
need to go soon, but and you know,
Okay.
but
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just
no.
trying to do this here.
You're just ignoring us.
I am. I'm ignoring you guys. You're absolutely right.
That's like my ideal relationship. Someone that just ignores me in the middle of the night so I can like
just talk and
get some sleep and watch what I want to watch on TV.
Yes, exactly. Truth be told, dash U2K. U2K. There we go. And there it is. Now let me hit. Well, it's not letting me hit save anywhere. Save.
Yeah, then it's not done right here. Let's see. It's kind of tricky. It's a pain in the ass.
Approved users. I just typed it in like it's shown in the chat.
Yeah. You have to do it a certain way. Let's see.
Well, I mean, what other way can there be?
Like you type it in, then you have to make sure there's a proper space and that it turns to a link.
Okay. Sorry, you
That's
guys. I'm so sorry. This is not exciting. Yeah, do I have to put at truth be told? No.
Yes.
Okay, at truth be.
Or actually just the channel link. So the app, I'm not sure about. Let's see. Hold on.
Dash U2K. U2K. It's not doing it.
Yeah, there's a certain way. Let me find her. I gotta find her channel. Okay.
But I am typing it in there, just like normal.
Yeah.
I mean, like it shows in her right there on the, there's no space.
Okay. I got this. Oh, shit. Okay.
Language,
young lady.
We're from the West Coast. We tend to have a little bit of a mouth.
I'm sorry. Keep talking, people.
One thing that actually is just an interesting personal thing on that, Christina Grimmie on her shooting. I had never been big into YouTube and following things until I came across her on the platform. And I would regularly go back and look at what she was posting. And it was one of the first things that actually got me interested in staying on YouTube for more than just Googling something and clicking the link.
first mistake.
But it's also, yeah, right. It also was what led me to completely boycott it for quite a while, because I tried to look up her music after her death, and a creator uploaded the photos of her after she was shot.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so when I searched her name on YouTube, it came up in the preview image. And so I just stayed off of YouTube for probably 2 years. And just was like, no, not if they're going to allow things like that.
Yeah, that's horrible.
My oldest daughter was a big fan of Christina's.
Yeah.
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 And I'm old enough to remember when that happened to the actress. What was her name? Kate McGraw. Wait, what was her name? That opened the door to the fan.
Rebecca Schaefer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or my sister Sam, right? Or my sister Kate?
Yes. My sister Sam with Pam Dauber.
Yeah.
Yep. Paul, her name, his last name was not Bernardo. Something like that.
Paul, wasn't it? No, it wasn't Paul Bernardo.
No, that's really Robert. It was something like a Bernardo though. But his last name was like Bernardo. But yeah, he that's when the DMV laws here changed in California. You just can't go into DMV and get the address to go with the license plate anymore.
Right.
Because of that.
Yeah. Sadly, it's very easy. It's something in Canada. It's so funny. in Canada, I have a very good friend from Canada who she's always telling me, she's like, I'm insane. She's like, I love, like, 'cause she's a sleuth. She's like, I love how easy it is to find people in the U.S. because in Canada it's not that way.
Mhm.
We have so lackadaisical privacy like things online in the U.S. It's so easy to find anyone you want.
You're for sale.
To the point where you can find their their voting history.
Yeah.
I mean, you can find their home, their address, who they voted for. You can find everything. You can find.
I can find the last 5 addresses.
Yeah.
What high school they went to.
Oh
Their
yeah, I
birth
can
date.
find. Yeah,
And
I
not
can
all
find.
of it's always correct, but I mean, especially if you're using the free versions of things. But I mean, you can find. I mean, how much their home loan is for.
Everything. Yep, I get everything when I
And they
go
have,
looking for people. Yeah.
yeah, it's wild. They will potentially show you their past employers, and a bunch of other things.
Phone numbers. I mean, everything.
You
And
get everything. Yep.
it's hard because I avoid really looking too deeply into anything in Canada unless it's like a missing persons case where the family is giving out a lot of information. But like there was someone who was killed maybe 2 blocks from me a few years back. I don't live in the same place anymore, but he was killed, and right off the bat they had basically said that it looked professional, and that doesn't happen here. Like it's just not a thing. And a news outlet got in trouble because they had published something saying that a blood spatter expert was brought in.
Hold on one
And
second. One second. Trish, I added her.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We're good.
Yeah.
They'd added her.
Sorry.
We-
The blood.
Oh yeah. So they had to redact that, and it's been several years now, and there's no articles about it. Nothing. Dead silence.
Not even his families.
Yeah. And like they said at the very start that he wasn't into anything illegal. He played poker online, but either for very little money or no money. He had a job that he would go to, but he was just, yeah. And it was literally about 2 blocks away from where I lived, and we've just never gotten any answers. And
Even his family's not very silent.
yeah. And his family isn't in the media talking about it either. And it's just the most bizarre thing ever because we can't, it's still an unsolved, like, active case, supposedly. So we're not going to get any information. It's.
Well, yeah, that's something else though in the U.S. though. You can name anyone you want as a murderer, and that name will live on the internet for the rest of time. And nothing can dispel that from being out there. You can say this person did this with no evidence and face no consequences, really.
It's horrible.
It's horrible. And I just wish, I think anyone that goes online or on the media and says anything, I feel like should like really have a more ethical look at how they behave, but that's not going to happen. So.
Well, hell, I've been accused of killing 2 of my friends already. You know, it's ridiculous.
And like I mentioned, the reason why I left YouTube for a while was because YouTube let that photo be. It was not just in the video. It was a photo of her after she was shot in the
God,
head.
that's so horrible.
Laying on the ground. And that was the actual preview image. And that was there for an extended period of time because I asked a friend to check back and I'm like, no, I'm not going back. And so it was sad because I stopped listening to any of her music because I was not willing to search her name and have that come up again.
Right. I don't blame you.
That is such a problem for YouTube to allow that to go on, and it just shows their lack of really removing things, even when they clearly violate.
Consistency, especially.
Yeah.
It's very,
Yeah,
very little consistency when it comes to like abiding by
Mhm.
their own policies.
Yeah. And I think it's
I
such a
find.
huge problem with true crime has become something that is getting more mainstream, and people are coming to it who might not have the best of intentions. And with them not keeping up with removing that kind of stuff, it just becomes really hard.
Well,
And
even
someone asked about Spotify. It probably was on Spotify, but at the time, Spotify wasn't super available in Canada. Music distribution is really different.
Oh my God, you guys, it's almost 4 a.m. where I'm at.
I was saying,
Yeah.
even from a standpoint of like you said, true crime, like it's a $2 billion a year industry at this point.
Mhm.
And even as a creator, if you're putting content out onto YouTube, you're really, I've said this for years that true crime needs to have its own category on YouTube.
Yes.
Because you're
Mhm.
given the option when you choose, because as a content creator, you can choose a type of video that you're putting out, and you can either choose between news, or you can choose between entertainment. And
Right.
which one you choose, like you're gonna be like put in a different category, But sometimes true crime doesn't fit necessarily into either of those specifically. And so, I feel like there needs to be a different category. Plus, a lot of the words that are get triggered as far as like things that aren't like that they don't like on YouTube. I feel like you're diminishing the experience a victim goes through by not being able to use certain language.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You can't say suicide.
Right. So
Yeah.
so you have to. That's why you hear people say like, oh, corn, or
Yeah.
CSAM, or these different things. And that to me is almost like
It's so
disrespectful to a
stupid.
victim.
Yeah. It
So I
is.
feel like I mean, I think it's a large enough industry, and I think there's a large enough audience that there should be a broad oversweep of how they categorize true crime. And I
It's
do
like
think there should
pew
also be
pew.
some oversight into
Mhm.
the ethics of how people handle it.
Absolutely 100% right.
So, but again, I am tired.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to go to bed. I've got a banner I'm putting up
Can I,
that tells people not to call 911, that I'm not dead. Jesse, you don't have to leave your camera on. I am fine. I've done this every year like this. You are welcome to leave your camera on and have people watch you sleep, but you certainly don't have to.
Well, I'm going to be up for a little bit, so I might hang out if people are in chat, and
Yeah.
we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to
yeah.
go to, and Aspen, thank you so much for coming on, my darling. I love
do
you
I get
so
to
much.
come back on tomorrow?
Absolutely. In fact, I
Way to
will.
force myself on, right?
You know what? I will text you right now the backstage link to tomorrow. This one will go until what time are we going tomorrow? Till like 11:50 Eastern, I think. And then after that, 11:50 a.m. And then after that, we got link number 2. So I'll text you backstage to link number 2, and I'll text it to you too, Jesse.
And just
Okay.
have Stacy tell me a time or what and topic.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
But everyone, thank you so much for paying attention to Flora.
Hey, we're gonna
Absolutely.
we're
Let
gonna
us know
help.
if there's more.
Yeah, we are going to help. So thank you. Thanks again. We'll have you back on tomorrow, Aspen, because we have plenty of places we can plug you in. Okay.
Okay. Everyone, ladies, thank you so much.
Good night. Bye
Good
bye.
night.
Sweet dreams. Don't snore.
Snore loud.
Offie will snore for everyone.
There you go.
Okay, so let
Okay.
me put up my banner.
Stacy, did you get the message I just sent you?
Yes, I did. I looked. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, there's a few.
It's right there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, now it should scroll. Come on, scroll. Whoops. Let's see here.
Have to be like a news channel.
Oh, shoot. You know what? Hold on. I got to delete it. I got this. It did something stupid. Just a minute here. Dee, 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 dee. Okay, hang on just a minute. Let me delete. Okay, there we go. Now I'll make it do it. There we go. There we go. Trisha is asleep. She is not dead. Do not call 911. You know what I should do? Let me try this here. Oh, that didn't work. Okay.
I texted you something from chat I want you to look at real quick.
Okay. Hang on. Let me do that.
It'll be the part that's faded out, the show
Okay.
high buttons. Yeah.
Oh my God. Was this just put into chat?
Yeah, a couple of times. There's one visible and one hidden, and then one comment removed.
I'm going to basically tell what this person is saying, but I'm not going to say who they're talking about because I hate doing this and leaving people hanging. Somebody is letting us know that there is a creator on YouTube who has a son who is very racist and recently humiliated another YouTuber to where this person killed themselves. I've not heard that. To the person that posted that, could you email me, please? Hold on. Hold on. There you go. Yeah, email me. And yeah, Porter 64, not me. Yeah. It was just I'm not going to say any names or anything. It was about a person on YouTube who has a son that supposedly bullied another YouTuber to the point where this person killed themselves. And so I'm just asking them to email me because I'd just like to know more information. So is what that is. Oh yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to put the put on there that it's Authy snoring and not me.
There you go.
That's what I knew. I needed to do something else. Okay, hang on here.
Yeah. Ow, cat. Jeez. Hurt.
Okay, let's see how this looks as a scroll.
Mm.
Let's see. Does that look okay?
Let me see.
It's going pretty fast.
She is sleeping. She is not dead. Do not call 911. It is Trisha's dog, Authy, who is snoring, not Trisha. It's perfect.
Okay. We'll
We'll
leave it
read
like
it just
that.
fine. Yeah.
Okay. And let's see here. Love and Coco says that your feed is a little scratchy, Jesse. I didn't notice it. Can you unmute?
Yeah, is it still?
Yeah, count to 10.
1, 2,
It is a little
3.
scratchy, yeah.
Is it?
It sounds a little overmodulated. I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, I didn't notice it
Oh,
until someone told me.
I'm gonna see if it's the AC. It'll kick off in a second. Let's see.
Kathy Lynch says, Authy needs a CPAP. You're right, he does.
Yeah.
Is it still or
Count again.
1, 2, 3?
Yeah, it is
4.
still, but yeah, it's,
Okay.
but you know, I didn't notice it, but so it's not, I don't think it's that bad. So.
Oh, he's so cute.
I got, and Jesse, I'm sorry, I interrupted you and Aspen while you were having an interesting conversation to talk to Stacy about something really boring. So I do apologize.
No worries. Not boring. We got truth be told out of jail.
Yeah.
Did you see what she wrote here? Thank you,
Oh.
Jesse. Now I know what Bruce Willis felt like in The Sixth Sense when his character realized no one was responding to him. That's true. Here she is typing stuff and everybody's ignoring her. She's like, what the hell did I do? You know?
Oh,
So, yeah.
that's terrible.
Yeah, I scrolled through and I was like, I don't see any messages, and I didn't block her. That's why I just passed it on.
Yeah, Lynn Jen 2 says it sounds staticky. Again, I mean, I can, now that you pointed it out, I can tell,
Yeah.
but I don't think it's, in my opinion, it's not horrible. So I don't want you to stop talking because I don't think it's that bad. So I don't know what it would be though.
No, I don't know. I turned off the AC and there's not much else going on, and they're Bose headphones that should be pretty good, but
It's almost like a
I can always-
reverb.
It's almost like a what?
Reverb. I don't know.
To me, it sounds like a microphone that's like might be going out, you know, or a cord going out maybe.
Well,
But again,
they're
it's not that bad.
Yeah, they're Bluetooth, so I don't know if there's something
I hate Bluetooth.
interfering.
Yeah, it's probably something
But-
interfering. Yeah.
Hold on. Is it any better now?
Count to 10.
1, 2, 3.
No, in fact, it's softer now.
Okay.
And Angela Conley says it's the microphone. Oh, okay. I wish she hadn't. Okay.
I played around with the settings in StreamYard, but I don't know if it made a difference. No.
No, in fact, it sounds a little worse.
Okay, I'll put those back on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, apparently Chad got to the microphone.
I know. Well, Chad's
yeah.
good at kind of getting into smaller places now. He's learning, you know.
Hmm.
Oh, this is a good description, Emily Wilson. This is good. To me, it sounds either like the wind or like that's it. Clothes wrestling against a microphone is what it sounds like. That's not it, but that's what it sounds like.
Mhm.
So yeah.
That's weird because on my end I can't hear it.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
Rosemary, can you hear it?
Angela Conley
Oh,
says someone is
okay.
trying to suck you into the portal. Be careful.
Yeah, it sucks because I turned off the AC, and the only other thing is the fan on the computer.
I don't think that's it. I think it's in the microphone. It sounds
Yeah.
like maybe it's starting to go out or something. But again, it doesn't bother. I mean, not that I'm the be all end all, but it doesn't bother me. And then you say, all I hear is Authy snoring. Okay, I'm going to lay down, guys. I'm going to
Okay.
keep my, no, I'm not going to keep my headset in because it'll fall out. I'll keep my microphone on, but I want to stress, do not hesitate to call and wake me up if there's something going on and you need me, okay?
Okay. I'm gonna go to knock off here too and go to sleep.
Okay, yeah, and Jesse, please do not stay up all night, all right? You need your sleep too,
Oh.
okay? But a lot of people in chat have my cell phone number. If something funky goes down and nobody's here, just call and wake me up, okay? Don't worry about it. So,
Okay.
okie dokie, everybody. Okay, let me
All
get.
right.
I just want to show everybody really quickly. This is the quilt, and I've showed it to everybody when I got it. That Penguin made me. That matches the. It matches the pillow that she made me. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it's awesome.
It is wonderful. So this is what I'm going to use to kind of snuggle up with, even though the low is 85. And the high is going to be 109 in a few days. It's going to be ungodly.
Yeah, no kidding. Jeez.
So.
I don't know what that converts to, but I'm sure it's probably hotter there than it is here. But
It's really hot. In fact, I'll tell you because I want you to know so you can feel sorry for me and pity me in my suffering. Please. I ask for everybody's pity here. Okay. One. It's 42 degrees Celsius.
Yep.
So
that's miserable.
Yeah. So yeah, and thank you for pitying me. That's what I look for.
Yeah, we were 33 here today, according to it online, but it felt a lot hotter than that because I spoke too soon and I said that we haven't had that many wildfires. And
you
now
did, didn't you?
Yeah, so now it's kind of keeping all the warmth in because of the smoke. And so our car was reading, I think, 38 Celsius. We haven't gotten up to like 42 since the heat wave of 2 summers ago. 2021. Oh, apparently I'm losing track of years. 2021. Yeah, I'm being told it was 2021, and that year was when parts of BC got hotter than Death Valley, and we set the record
oh my
for
God.
the hottest place, and then the town burnt down.
Oh no! Oh, good Lord!
Yeah,
Wow.
one of the one of the trains went through and sparked on the railroad, and
Mm-hmm.
the whole town burnt down.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
That's horrible. It didn't take much then, I guess. That is terrible. Real quick, I'm going to tell you I think I did put it in the description. The 2 charities that we have so far, we will have a third one that we're going to encourage people to donate to, is the Tammy Daybell Foundation. That is the foundation that the Daybells started. The Douglases started, actually. And let me get it for you here. I'll put it in chat. And it is amazing. So, Yuta says, Trisha, you look like the Soap and Glory girl. That's what I was going for. Soap and Glory girl. Let me put the link in chat here. And it says, legacy is key component in a child's education. Is a key component in a child's education. Books take us on adventures, teach us new skills, and offer comfort. Yet schools are underfunded and libraries often lack the resources the resources they need to encourage kids in learning to love reading. So that's what you donate to this foundation, and they buy books for libraries for kids to read. So, and then the other one is the one that Dr. Christine Marie helped put together, and it was used in this foundation was used to help the women that escaped Sam Bateman in the Netflix documentary about the prophet. And I'll grab that here in just a minute. But let me put this in chat really quickly. So we'll be encouraging people, if they want to please donate to one of these 2. And then we're going to have one more, and it's going to have to do with our surprise guest. And you guys, this surprise guest, it's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. So let's see here. Here it is. It's actually called the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation, but the address is the TammyDaybellFoundation.org. And then the other one is voicesfordignity.org. And the mission is to dignify those affected by human trafficking, public humiliation, and stigmatizing by helping them to heal, reclaim their voice, and flourish. And I don't think it's any secret that that Dr. Christine reached out to me when she saw what was happening online to help me. And she has been a godsend. She's just
amazing.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, she really is.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put this in chat. Here we go. And again, I'll do an official announcement sometime tomorrow. And let's see here. Voices for Dignity. There we go.
Okay. Well, I'm going to mute myself now because I haven't had dinner yet, and then I got to get up early.
Well, I mean, sleep in. You don't have to get up. I Hate Chocolate, also known as what was the other name? Cherry Valley 5000. That YouTube made her change her name. She's going to come on and talk about her experience with the Jim Jones cult. But she's coming on at 8:30 Pacific. That will be 9:30 Mountain, 10:30 Central, and 11:30 Eastern. That'll be our first guest. And I do have a pre-recorded interview with Dr. Christine Marie that'll probably run in the morning and once again in the afternoon. But tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern will be our very, very special guest. And we're going to show you some really cool pictures. And yeah, it's going to be wonderful. So thank you, everybody. I'm going to mute myself for a minute here. I'll demute so you can enjoy Authy snoring. But I need to go check on my other animals. I'll be back in here, and I'm just going to lay down and go to sleep. And Jesse, please promise me you won't stay up too late.
Okay, Mom.
Okay, thank you. And everybody, again, if you have my phone and something funky is happening in chat, just call and wake me up. Okay? Okay, guys. Love you. See
One
you in a
last
bit.
question. Oh,
yes.
What format do you need photos in if I send them to you?
JPEG or Ping will work. Or is it Ping?
Okay.
Is that what it's called?
PNG.
PNG, yeah.
Yeah.
JPEG or PNG is fine. Okay, thanks, dear.
Perfect. Okay.
Bye.
Good night.
Night.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Come on, Scrappy. Come on. Here, I'll pick you up, okay? Oh, I gotta get comfortable here, guys. Hang on, yeah. Let's see. I actually probably want to do this. Get in there like that. Okay. And maybe put that there like that. Make it a little higher. And then what do I do when I do this? There we go. Okay. Come on, baby. Come on, sweetie. Come on. There's a good boy. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna have to come get you. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go up. Okay, come on. Come on. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. There's a good boy. There's my good boy. That's what I was trying to do. Goofy goof. Goofy goof. Oh, I gotta finish my hat. Shoot. Got to finish my tin foil old bat in a cowboy hat. Oh, guys, we haven't slept on this couch, have we? This is a new experience. Okay, hang on. Okay, I'm gonna set my alarm for 9:30. Okay. Here we go, guys. There you go. There you go, nut. There you go. You're a nut. You are a nut. Okay.
Welcome to Puppy Court. We have several cases to discuss today. Please be seated. First up is Gordon. We have evidence to suggest that he refuses to poop in mown grass. Fortunately for him, that is not a crime, just very weird. Next on the stand, we have a dog who let a raccoon into the house while their human was at the hospital giving birth.
I just saw a thumbnail from a creator I've never heard of, but they're quite big. And the thumbnail was so upsetting. And it was about me. And it was a complete lie. I can't believe it. I don't even know this person. Holy shit. I'll address it sometime. I just can't believe, I can't believe it. I can't. Never even heard of this person. Oh my God. I just want to remind everybody, I have not taken a personal donation since December of 2023. I can't believe this.
Thanks, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chipmunk 44. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I'm just in shock. I'm just in shock. I don't even know this. I don't even know this person. And they're not a little one, you know. I didn't. It just popped up in my feed, and I'm like, holy shit. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm fine. You guys don't need to call. I'm fine. I'm okay. it just was like a punch in the gut. It's like, oh my God, I don't even know this person. And, they're kind of I mean, they've got a lot of subscribers that I don't even know. I don't even know what they do, but they've got a lot of subscribers. And I'm like, holy shit. Oh my God. It was just something, it was a headline that was so not true. It's a headline. You guys, I'm okay. There's no need to, it's okay. You don't need to call. I swear I'm fine. I'll be okay. I need to get some sleep because I got to get up in like 3 hours. So thank you guys. I'm fine. And I'm sorry. Thank you guys. Love you guys too. Thank you. I just am like, shit. Yeah, they're right here. um I hope another moderator did not hide that comment because it's pretty funny. Insomniac Stitcher says they obviously aren't spending their time getting laid. And it had the option to hide or to show, and I hit show, but it said a mod had already handled it, so I hope they showed it. Okay, thanks, Jesse. Thank you. Oh, God. Can you guys hear Offie? Oh, you little stinker. What are you doing? You're snoring. I will probably address this at some point, not during the 24-hour thing, maybe like on Thursday or Friday or Saturday, because I can't let this, I can't let this one go. I'm sorry. I just can't. Because it's so wrong and so damaging. This is so damaging. And it's just a flat out lie. Okay. I'm going to try and lay down and go to sleep. Thank you guys, and I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sure this will be fodder for them. I don't care. So you guys are very sweet. Thank you. I don't normally fall apart like this. I think you know that. And I've been seeing crap like this all over, but it's usually like really, small, goofy, weird people. And I don't pay any attention. I really don't pay any attention. I don't listen. But this one just popped up in my feed, and it just, God. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, I'm a tough bat in a cowboy hat. Absolutely. I rarely do that. I rarely break down. I ignore it is what I've been having to do. But I was just getting off to sleep, and it popped up in my feed. I couldn't believe it. Porter, you're funny. Thank you, TMTB. I don't have my glasses. 80. Yeah, I mean, I report it all the time. I report it constantly to YouTube, and it doesn't do any good. But again, there are consequences for defamation. There are consequences, and I'm done. I'm done. Oh, Aspen, I'm fine, honey. I'm fine. Please don't worry. Oh, there's nothing to. I wish I could report him to the police, but I mean, it's not that type of thing. I better set 2 alarms. I'll never wake up. Thank you guys. I'm going to bed. I really am going to sleep now. I love you all and thank you for your support. I mean, honest to God, I don't know what I'd do without you guys. And again, this just popped up in my feed as I was starting to go to sleep. And I read it and I couldn't believe it. Oh my God. Okay, good night. Oh no, my headset isn't working. Come on. Come on. Oh, shoot. Let's see. Please work in here, maybe. That should work. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, God, wrong one. What the hell am I doing? Oh, Jesus. McSpunky. McSpunky, don't drive angry for me. That's not good. Thank you, sweetie. And thank you all for your kind words. It really means a lot. McSpunky says, I'm happy, but angry for you, Trisha. Love you guys. I really am laying down, going to sleep. Good night. Authy's moved over to the other side, so I'm sure he'll climb back up here in a little bit. Okay, guys. Good night.
Adam has some hanging on his balcony. I'll do something tricky with my tongue and an ice cube and take them.
It's not working. Oh, shoot. Come on. Aspen. Maybe a Chad Daybell audio book would help us all through this. Oh, you crack me up. You guys make me laugh. Chipmunk. Oh, you guys are funny. Let's see if I can get this other. Oh, God, I can't get a headset to work. Damn it. Where did it go? I just had it in my hand. That's not it. Here it is. There it is. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, an Amber Alert. I was just falling asleep. God, let me see who this is. This poor kid. Was that an Amber Alert or a weather thing? Don't know. And it might have been weather. Oh, I hope it was weather. Poor kid. Now where's my other phone? There it is. No, that's not it. What the hell is the other phone? I don't know if it was an Amber Alert or a weather alert. Shoot. Okay, trying to go back to sleep now. I hope it wasn't an Amber Alert. They make me sad. Okay, going back to sleep. Hello? 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 Okay. What time is it here? Oh, I can't even see. I can't even see what I typed. So what I'm trying to say is I'm going to sleep for another half hour because I don't think I got to sleep till about 5:30 this morning. So I'm going to try and sleep for another 30 minutes. I don't know who it was that just called me. It was a private number, so. It was wild last night, wasn't it? It was pretty fun. Okay, I'm going to try and sleep for another 30 minutes. Yeah.
Stacy, are you there?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to try and sleep for another 30 minutes. I didn't get to sleep till about 5:30 or 6.
Okay.
What time did you get to sleep?
Maybe like 40 minutes after I got off.
Okay, good.
Whatever
Okay.
time that was.
So I'm just going to try and sleep for about another 30 minutes. And then I Hate Chocolate is going to come on at 11:30 Eastern to talk about Jim Jones and her experience with that cult. So
Yeah. Yeah, my StreamYard booted. I woke up and I was booted out of StreamYard, so.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. So, okay.
God, last night when I finally said goodnight, we had like 177 people. I was surprised we had that many. So, but anyway, I'm going to try and sleep for about another 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then I have my outfit all picked out. So I'm just going to get up and get dressed and then feed the animals, and then we'll get this show back on the road. We have a big day today planned, so it's going to be fun, fun, fun. You feeling okay, sweetie pie?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
All right.
Try to go back to sleep. So, okay. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Hey, I need to lay down. I need to lay down. I need to lay down. Oh, here. Here's the bad dog. Here's the bad dog. No, no, no. Guys, I'm not getting up. I'm not getting up. Guys, I'm going to sleep. No, no. I need to go to sleep for another 30 minutes, guys. Okay? Hi, boo. Hi, boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, boo, boo. I know. Okay, okay. You win. I'm not going to sleep for another 30 minutes. I'll have to take a nap. I'll have to take a nap. I'll have to take a nap. Okay, come on. And again, thank you to Penguin for this lovely quilt. It is so comfortable. It's going to be 104 today in Dallas, Texas. Stacy, if you're still there, I give up. The dogs are wanting to go outside. So, let me do that. Get this here. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Well, not right back. I'm going to go take care of the animals. Then I'll be back and get some coffee. Okay. Oh, hey, I need to go check. Maybe I won the lottery last night. Let's go. Hey Google, what's the temperature? Oh, you're doing your bad dog. Doing the bad dog. You are the bad dog. Yes, you are. Okay, guys, I'm getting up. Dogs weren't going to have it. Weren't going to let me sleep another half hour. I've got to switch out the lights here, get dressed, and then I'll be back here. Welcome to the end of the world again. As we continue on, we're going to have Jesse Weber on from Lawn Crime here at about 12:30 Eastern. We're going to have, who else? Oh, yeah, I Hate Chocolate's coming on at about 11:30 Eastern to talk about her experience with the Jim Jones cult. And let's see, who's here? Oh, Jesse. Jesse's still up. Okay. Or Jesse's still on the live stream. I hope she's in bed asleep. So, okay, guys, I'll be back in a little bit. I shall return. Let's see here. Gotta go take care of the porch kitties. Don't know who's gonna show up today on the porch. And okay, I'll be right back. Come on, bug. Auntie, come on. Auntie, come on. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lilith. Hey, Stace, are you there by chance?
What'd you say?
I said, are you there by chance?
Yeah.
I'm getting ready, guys. But I did an interview with Dr. Christine Marie from the Netflix documentary, The Prophet. I think I'm going to play that now, and I'm going to play it again like later this afternoon. And so let me grab it here really quickly. I thought I had it, but I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. Okay, let me get into the studio and grab it. Let's see, content and videos. And there is this. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, it's an hour and 4 minutes, so that's perfect. So let me grab this. So everybody, this is Dr. Christine Marie. I'm going to make a banner. And I did this interview a couple of days ago. And Dr. Christine Marie is the amazing woman behind the Netflix documentary False Prophet. And she also has an amazing charity called Voices for Dignity. And that's one of the charities that we are asking you to take a look at if you would like to donate. Okay, you can donate right there on the page. And if you, I'll put the link to it in chat. Hang on, let me grab it right here. And this is Dr. Christine Marie's charity. And this charity helped the women from, oh, here we go. This charity helped the women from the documentary about Sam Bateman, help them escape, basically. And their mission is to dignify those affected by human trafficking, public humiliation, and stigmatization by helping them to heal and to reclaim their voice and flourish. So hang on here. Let me grab this. And that's it. Where did it go? That's not it. Here it is. Okay. So Stace, I'm going to play this. It's an hour and 4 minutes long. And then by that time, we'll be back and ready for I Hate Chocolate and her experience with the Jim Jones cult. So
Perfect.
I'm going to pull us backstage and bring up Dr. Christine, and we'll get this End of the World Again show rocking, everybody. So here we go. Let me do this and do this and do this and do that and do that. And then let me pull everybody backstage. Be back in a bit, folks. Welcome, everyone. We are in the end of the world again, 24-hour live broadcast, and we are having a good time. And we couldn't do it this year without bringing up one of a woman I admire so greatly. And if you have not seen the documentary, you've got to. Trust me, The False Prophet. It's Dr. Christine Marie. Dr. Christine, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
I'm so excited to be here.
Well, we have so much to talk about. Now, I've watched your Netflix documentary. It's called, again, trust me, The False Prophet. It's about Sam Bateman. And I know there might be one or two people out there that maybe haven't seen it. And we're going to get to it in just a little bit. But I think what might surprise people a lot about you is you are a former beauty queen. You are Miss, what was the state that you won? I forgot.
Michigan.
You were Miss Michigan. And you also had a puppet show. And I mean, the things that you have done, it's incredible. And you are a doctor. So let's talk about that. How did you get into the beauty pageant thing, if you will? And then how did you get on this path to becoming a psychologist?
Okay, so excuse me, I had a personal tragedy, like 30 years ago or however long ago. Anyway, then I wanted to focus on something after the trial. So I was a true crime victim. So I wanted to focus on something after the trial. So I thought, I want to get in shape. I want to be stronger. And I lived in this small town. So I thought, let me do a pageant and I'll just try to work on my fitness and focus on that instead of on the upcoming trial. That's how I got into it.
And my apologies for being nosy, but I'm really nosy and I can't help it. Would you like to talk about what happened to you as a crime victim? And you can tell me no, that's absolutely fine.
Well, there was a knock on my door in the middle of the night and my husband was gone. My children were there. So I answered the door and then you can imagine the rest.
Okay. And I'm so sorry. And I hope they caught that monster.
Yeah. The police were there before I was able to get to the phone and the police were there before he even left the house. So.
Wow. So you really can relate to the crime victims and what it involves and how it changes you. And it does change you,
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think about, maybe you don't do it now, but like, did you think before the incident and then you think about, well, that was after the incident, that was your point of reference in your life, when something that dramatic happens, that tragic.
It's interesting. That's called the centrality of events. There's studies in trauma where exactly what you're saying happens. So that point before and after is the central event. But actually, in my life now, the answer is no, because after that, other things happen. So that was old, and that I healed from that, and it just seemed so minor compared to other things. Which, by the way, I'm writing a memoir.
Oh, good.
I know. I'm so excited, and I have a deal with one of the top 5 New York publishers.
Yay!
So I'll be talking more about the things that happened in my past that led me to becoming a PhD in psychology.
Right.
So.
And so when you took that path and you got your PhD, did you open a practice and get patients? How did you continue after you got your doctorate?
Well, I'm not a psychologist.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were. I'm sorry.
No, what I mean is I have a PhD in psychology, but unless you are a clinical therapist, you don't normally call yourself a psychologist. We do it, just kind of in everyday language because that's what you think. A PhD in psychology is a psychologist. But you also have to be associated with the university. So different states have different requirements to say you're a psychologist. psychologist. Now, when I start launching some new research again associated with a university, then I can call myself a psychologist in this state. But
Gotcha.
not a therapist is the main point. So I never
Okay.
had that kind of a practice. What I focused on was more social psychology.
Mm-hmm. And how would you define that?
Well, specifically, it's media psychology. And media psychology, I was interested in that. I'll tell you why. I had an experience that I shared with what I thought was a reputable documentary company.
Mm-hmm.
When it came out, it was a docudrama when my story came out.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so slaughtered and devastating that I became very hated online.
Oh my God. That shocks me, because you are truly one of the most kind, gentle, and compassionate people. You have time for everybody, and you're always thinking of everybody else. And that shocks me. It
Thank
just
you.
does.
What this company did is they painted me as a caricature.
Mm-hmm.
So the person that they hated wasn't really me. It was how the media company portrayed me, and they were trying to get audience engagement.
Right.
So it was very devastating to me. And that motivated me to go back to school late in life
Mm-hmm.
and study media psychology, because I wanted to understand, why would a company take a true crime story
Mm-hmm.
and twist it and create victim shaming narrative out of it? Today, nobody would get away with it.
Oh my God, no, they would be torn apart.
Right. But back then it was the end of the world for me. So
Mm-hmm.
I went, I already had a master's degree, but I went back to school and I got a second master's and a PhD in media psychology. And what's interesting about that is that it is it's a new field, but it's the study of how media and technology impact human thought and behavior and communities. So anything that is digital or on a screen,
Mm-hmm.
it could be film, TV, social media, movies, gaming, mobile phone apps, software, all these things. There's so many avenues to study. I mean, you can study how different games impact children, or how, what are the elements of a movie that make people feel transported like they're in the movie. There's so many aspects to it. Well, I did my research on victim sensitivity. It was, the name of my dissertation was media, the traumatic impact of media misrepresentation, humiliation, and victim shaming on narrative identity and well-being. So if I had a war cry, it would be for the media to be sensitive, caring, and do their homework.
Yes.
Get their facts straight.
Mm-hmm. And you're exactly right, because it is devastating when the media comes out and gives misrepresentation. I'm not going to say they absolutely knowingly lie. Sometimes they do. But it is devastating to victims and their families, when, even if it's, something that doesn't matter. I remember very clearly there was a man whose daughter was murdered, and they reported that her shirt was torn and half off of her body. And that wasn't true. And that poor man focused on that. And he went around trying to get the media to report how she really was found. It devastated him. And again, go ahead.
It's interesting because that's one of the things that I talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I talk a lot about the emotion of humiliation. Humiliation is when somebody tries to lower your status, or you're degraded, you are defamed or represented in a way that that's not really you.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that happens to you, and it's never, the people who feel humiliated are people who feel like something unfair has been done or unjust. So there's
Right.
always a feeling of unfairness in humiliation. So in order for people to not feel humiliated, they need to be seen as whole individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And when some media company gets a fact wrong, even if it doesn't matter, it feels like that journalist or producer, it feels like they didn't care enough
Right.
to get the details straight. And like even small things.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I have 4 children. And if there was an article that came out that said I had 2 children, that would bother the heck out of me.
Oh, that'd drive me crazy. Right.
Now I'm used to it,
Mm-hmm.
but until, because there was so much media about trust me and so many things, they got different people have said different things that are not true, but they're not trying to be untrue. They just
Right.
write angry and, now it doesn't matter to me. But if you're not used to being in the media and you see something that's misrepresenting you, you feel like they're taking away a piece of you. That's not the whole and true you.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of the father, he was defending his daughter. That wasn't the whole true
Exactly. Yes.
situation.
Mm-hmm.
So being misrepresented, even if it's not bad, can be very hurtful. It's just we want to be represented correctly.
Exactly. And that's what he focused on. And so we made sure on websleuths.com, the True Crime Discussion Forum, that piece of the story was not allowed on it because it was so important to him. It really traumatized him. And again, the trauma of losing his daughter like that is just, I can't even begin to imagine. So, and again, it's something that he focused on and I understand it. That's a really interesting study, though, what you've chosen to go into. And like you said, it is new, right?
It is.
And what did you call it again? The study of what?
Media psychology?
Yeah, is it media psychology? But you said the study of media psychology, and then you said something else too.
Well, my dissertation is the dramatic impact of media misrepresentation, humiliation, and victim shaming.
Gotcha.
On narrative identity and well-being. So, because when people are misrepresented in the media or in the social media, like let's suppose that people say things about you that are not true.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're a social media influencer, you have this. And it hurts because that's not who we are.
Right.
And it really, I have it too. I'll tell you why. When I moved to the Crick, that's what we call this area,
mm-hmm.
in the year 2016, I was an anti-polygamy activist.
Mm-hmm.
And after I moved here, as it shows on the documentary, I realized I can't help these people if I'm attacking them.
That's right. I want to get into that too, but yes, go ahead.
So I laid down my weapons of war and I thought, I was thinking I was doing the right thing by being an activist. And I was protesting and wanting to increase criminal penalties for people that were living in polygamy. And I realized, I'm really not helping people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sitting on my couch, writing things that I think the world needs to know.
Mm-hmm.
And there are other people doing the very same thing, and they didn't need me being another voice in that field.
Mm-hmm.
I could actually be on the front lines right here and take a different approach, which I did. I took a harm reduction approach, which means to stop judging,
mm-hmm.
start helping, and just meet them where they're at.
Right.
And when that happened, my former anti-polygamy friends felt like I had betrayed the movement, right? And I had betrayed them. And since that time, it's been 10 years, they pop up everywhere where if there's some good media, you might see some hateful comments here and there. But the point is that they can't accept that my decision to take a kinder approach and just meet people where they're at. It's what worked in the Sam Bateman case.
Exactly. And again, that's so shocking to me because you were successful in getting Sam Bateman off the streets, basically. So you would think they would go, well, hey, maybe there's something to what Dr. Christine is saying. In fact, go ahead.
Well, they won't watch it.
They won't? Oh my
No.
gosh. That's ridiculous.
So it's like, we talk a lot about cults. I talk a lot about cults. I, am embedded in a situation where, there are people dealing with cultic impact, everywhere. Not just because I live here, but it's what I do elsewhere too. I help a lot of people on their path back to independence. But cultic mind control or undue influence involves a number of things, including cognitive biases, and it's like, you ask, how can people still believe in Sam Bateman? Now, he's been convicted for all these crimes against children and so on. And some people, they know that. They were there, but they still believe in him because they have something called belief bias, where you don't want to give up your beliefs. And then there's something called sunk cost fallacy, which is you've sunk so much of your time, your investment, your prayers, your spiritual life into a cause that you don't want your investment to be in vain. So you're finding reasons to hold on. So there are all kinds of things that our brains do to keep holding on to false beliefs. And even when my former friends, if they were to learn the total truth, they wouldn't believe it. People who don't want to know the truth won't believe the truth.
And I think we all know people like that, especially in this day and age.
Yeah.
You show them the black and white truth, recorded, video, audio.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. And that's what's so frustrating. But when I was watching the documentary, I wrote down a quote that you said that I just love. And you touched on it a moment ago. You said, I don't shun. If you shun, you can't help. If you attack, they are not going to come to you when they are in need. And that is so true, but it is our nature to shun and attack. I want to attack the people that have been attacking me falsely, just saying crazy crap about me. And my instinct is just to go in and attack them. Or I see somebody doing something really stupid and they won't be able, and they refuse to see that they're doing something stupid. I want to yell at them. But you are so right, Dr. Christine. None of that will do any good. If you really want to help people, none of that will do any good.
It's true. And I am far from perfect. And I have learned throughout the years, you kind of learn by trial and error. And what is in my heart is to love people and to think the best of people. But I have been the same at different times. I've seen people do some really horrible things to other people. And in that case, I will step up. But if it's something that they do to me, I usually just stay silent. I'm not saying that's the best thing to do.
Right.
I just read a study a couple days ago that said it's more effective if you defend yourself. Anyway, now I'm really diving into this one strain of thought. But
well, can we touch on that? And then I do want to get back to the documentary. But that is interesting because I've always been taught, and it has worked for me before, when this lawsuit that I had in 2013 brought against me, and it was literally made up of things that were not true. Person thought I wouldn't be able to hire a lawyer, so they would win. I wouldn't even be able to show up in court because I wouldn't have a lawyer. And I was able to get a great lawyer. And she told me, she said, don't, and they were online posting crazy, just ridiculous things about me. And she said, if you respond, I will fire you as a client. You will have your chance, and it will be better if you just wait and follow our lead. We know what we're doing. So, and she was right. And so I've always gone by that. Don't respond. Just don't give them energy. But now you're saying there's a little different study out there, maybe saying that may not be true.
Well, not, it doesn't suggest that you go on and respond to every comment or anything like that.
Right.
Do something. You don't have to take it passively. And you did something. You got legal. Legal is the best.
Yeah. Oh, and it was great. Everything worked out. No problem. You know, the deposition, in it, she admitted that she didn't have any evidence, and it ended up, I ended up keeping the website. So it worked out fine. But again, it's court documents, they're out there, and people bring them up, and they think because something's said in a court document that it's true. Well, this person said a bunch of stuff that wasn't true, didn't offer any proof, but because it's in a court document, people think it's true. And I have been ignoring it. And you're right. It was best to get legal help then. But in this day and age, with social media and these social media platforms, I do think it would be great to figure out the best way, and short of getting YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and TikTok to actually enforce their terms of service, because if they did that, none of this would be necessary, but they don't. What can we do the best way to serve our purpose, to get the truth out and to not be destroyed by these lies? And so that I'm so grateful that you are digging into this and studying about it, because I would love to follow what you find out and what you suggest.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I mean, there is a lot of great information out there and available, but I do think it's important to share the true narrative, to make sure that that's out there somewhere. The people that aren't going to believe it, they're not going to believe it.
No matter what, right.
You know, in the same way, I believed in a false prophet once, and if somebody, and people did, they told me, he's a fraud, but I had my reasons that I believed in him, so I was ignoring all those red flags. If I wasn't ready, I couldn't see the truth. So if people are not ready and they're not open to look at the facts and change their opinions, then you know, you just have to let them go or take legal action.
Right.
But you can still, and I think it is important to make sure that whatever the true narrative is available for people to see somewhere.
That's a very good point. And I'll talk to you more about that off this interview here. And I think we'll be discussing it later in the future publicly. But I do want to talk about Trust Me.
Yes.
The false prophet. My God, I mean, if you haven't seen it, people, you have got to see. It's a 4-part documentary. And how did you start? And again, I'm going to ask you questions that I know the answer to. I just want our audience to understand how this happened. How did you get into this? How did you get into the FLDS area of Utah, basically? And how did this come about?
Well, I was mainstream Mormon. Yes, is the term they prefer to use. And then I got divorced, and I got recruited by a very deceitful person who represented himself as the new prophet, and I fell for it. I know, but I did. I did. He had, you know, documents that provided validation and all kinds of things. But the end result of that was very traumatic for me. And when I woke up from that, nobody wanted to help me. I was still in Salt Lake City. And the attitude was basically, I should have known better. You made your own bed, you sleep in it. A lot of victim shaming and unwillingness for people to help me because they thought I deserved what happened to me. Yeah. So when the more educated I became regarding the way the brain works and all these unseen influences that impact us, the more I realized, I feel like I could help people now, people who have come out of a high control situation or coercion. I'm in a better place. I've been through it myself, and I went through a lot of self-blame for a long time, many years. And I wanted to help people to be able to heal from that and not take as long as I did. So Tolga and I, we were living in Las Vegas.
And that's your husband.
That's my husband. He's Turkish. So that's the explanation for his unusual name, Tolga. Anyway, we moved 2.5 hours away from Las Vegas. And that's where we live now. It's the southern Utah area. And I just embedded myself right here in the land of polygamy.
And that's how it started. And you and again, everybody, you've got to see the Netflix documentary. And what is so shocking, and I don't want to give away everything, but and honestly, Dr. Christine, I've probably watched this part of the documentary, I don't know how many times, because it's so hard for me to believe. You get Sam Bateman, and that's who this is about. He actually broke away from the FLDS sect to create his own thing. And again, all these guys do it because they're just dirty, disgusting old men that want to have sex with girls, basically, underage girls, young girls, and they're just disgusting people. And he broke away and started his own. And did they call themselves Samites? Is that what they called themselves?
Samuelites.
Samuelites, that was it. Samuelites, yeah. And he presented himself as the prophet. You got him on tape. You recorded him without him knowing, or he admitted what he was doing. He admitted it.
Yeah. So I had been reporting to law enforcement the things that I was told, because there was one young lady who was in the group that he hadn't married yet, and he was pressuring her to get married. And we would have secret meetings, and I learned a lot from her, but she didn't know everything because she was not married to him yet. So they didn't let her in on all the sordid details. But what I did learn, I was telling law enforcement as I learned it. Well, they kept saying it's not enough. It's hearsay. We need rock solid proof.
Right.
So when Sam started confessing what he was doing to women and children, I secretly recorded it on my phone. And when it was horrible, it was
to listen to it it's awful.
Yeah, I was in shock. That was a very monumental moment for me, and I just wanted to kill him.
Oh, I don't blame you. Right. Absolutely.
I mean,
and you had to sit there and act like everything he was telling you was just fine. And inside you want to reach up and throttle him. I get it.
Right. So, and I've got his victims in the car next to me. I mean, sitting in the seat next to me in the car. And so when I turned that tape in, I thought it would create immediate response.
Oh yeah. I would think
got some proof.
Yeah.
He's saying it, and the victims are admitting that they were the victims of this. But it still wasn't enough because they wanted a victim to be willing to testify against him. So, but other than that tape, everything else that was in the documentary, that none of that was a hidden camera. All the video that was there was by consent. He wanted to be filmed. All of the women they came to our house to be filmed.
They thought this was just great and normal and wanted to tell the world about it. That's what's so shocking.
Right. They wanted these testimonies that they were sharing with us that we were filming to go on YouTube.
Wow.
And so they are all wanting to be filmed, which made it easy for us. I mean, and they gave consent, you know, in various ways. And we just kept turning it all in to law enforcement. We didn't know what was evidence and what wasn't. We would just film and then turn it in. And in the trial, it was interesting because in the trial of two of his accomplices, Sam didn't go to trial because he did a plea.
Right.
But two of his accomplices did go to trial. And in that trial, they used our footage over and over and over. And obviously it's different than what you see in the documentary. There was so much footage. But Toga and I, you know, after each sentencing, they would even use clips of our footage in the sentencings. And we would say, what if we wouldn't have come? What if we wouldn't have done that? What if we would have moved here? What if we would have given up? Because the clips that they used at the time we filmed them, we didn't know how important that statement was.
Right.
But the prosecutors were just masterful at going through hundreds of hours of footage and pulling out statements that show, you know, intention and time, dates and times and states and places and details. And it was like a master class in how to prosecute crime.
They did an amazing job. Yes.
Amazing.
And he took a plea, and he recently just was found guilty on state charges of child abuse. And we did cover that. Is there going to be any follow-up to this documentary? I hope so.
I don't know. I mean, I think so because a lot of people would like it, but nothing has been started so far.
Well, you have a lot of wonderful, amazing people in your documentary, and one of them is a young lady named Gnomes. It's Naomi is her name. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And I just love her. Oh my gosh, she has left the cult basically. And when I saw her recently, well, I had Lauren on one of our lives, and she came out and said hi, and she was dressed. The only word I can think of is normal, like a normal, wonderful, young, beautiful woman.
Yes.
And tell us about that journey, if you wouldn't mind, because when you watch the documentary, you get to know Gnomes, and I, like I said, I just love her. Could you explain how that happened? How she was able to lift that fog, come out of that fog, and see the truth?
Well, according to her, the biggest influence was prison. She went to prison because she did something that Sam coerced her to do. So she ended up in prison. And understand, FLDS are so very sheltered. They wear their clothes from their neck to their wrist to their ankle. They don't use words like, you know, sex or rape or body parts. You know, everything is very sanitized, and there are certain things they don't talk about. They are so sheltered. They, you know, when I moved here, I would ask my FLDS friends, you know, have you ever heard of Kim Kardashian, Britney Spears, Elvis Presley? No, they hadn't heard of any of them.
Wow.
And I mean, depending on which generation they were. But so take a sheltered girl like Gnomes, who they don't even go in the media. I mean, they don't do social media. They don't go online. All they knew was their very sheltered lifestyle of being devoted to God. Like, think of a nun, right? Take somebody like that, maybe somebody who's been a nun her entire life.
Right.
Throw her into prison with all kinds of people.
Oh God, talk about culture
all
shock.
kinds of things. The
Mm-hmm.
language they use, the fights going on, the backgrounds of the people that you're in prison with. And so that was a big crash course in, in reality.
Mm-hmm.
When she was in prison, she was able to be separated from communicating with the believers. The believers would be calling all the time and encouraging the
Mm-hmm.
women in jail, because a number of women went to jail, maybe 7 or something, 8. So they went to prison, but the constant communication from the rest of the believers kept them in groupthink.
Mm-hmm.
Groupthink is a very strong social force. It's like super glue on your mind.
Okay.
You want to stay in conformity with the group that you value.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in constant communication, it's going to be very hard to extricate yourself.
Okay.
But when Knowles went into prison, her attorneys, put her in a situation that was very good,
Mm-hmm.
in that they took her away from the prison that had all the other inmates in it and put her somewhere far away, got her therapy, and that is when she started to deconstruct.
Mm-hmm.
And she was able to read books and watch documentaries. Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
you can do that in prison, and it really just helped her realize that the life that she believed was her entire worldview
Mm-hmm.
started shattering. So she woke up. I call it woke up. She woke up on her own.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, her therapist helped her.
Right.
And the people she was in prison with, she actually has some fond memories of.
Mm-hmm.
They were very protective of her. And so when she got out of prison, she still wasn't fond of me and Tolga,
Mm-hmm.
because when you first believe something, so they believed that because I turned in Sam, that we were these evil people. And
Mm-hmm.
even when you let go of Sam, that doesn't mean you let go of the belief that,
right,
and all the emotions associated with,
mm-hmm.
with feeling like somebody has betrayed you. But once we met in person, and once she heard my story, then she understood why I did what I did.
Mm-hmm.
And now we are very close, very, very close. And in fact, she's moving her stuff into my house tonight.
Oh my gosh.
I
That's
know.
great. Oh, I would imagine I would imagine it is difficult to go from that sheltered life to the reality of our world now. That must be a huge culture shock. I mean, prison, yes, but then to live this every day, I would imagine she does need a lot of help, but she's a very strong, brilliant woman.
She's so resilient, and
Mm-hmm.
and now she's independent, she's confident. She's about to come out with a song and a visualizer that Tolga made, that it was a song that she wrote in prison.
Mm-hmm.
And so he did a production on it, and it was like a healing. It was like using media to heal in a different
Right.
way. So the
Right.
documentary, she agreed to be on the documentary, and that was a healing experience for her. It was a healing experience for me, and it helped make up for that bad docudrama that I was in
Mm-hmm.
a million years ago. But the way the director put everything together, because we weren't the editors, we weren't the production company, we did filming, but
Right.
a company called Arc Media, they went through all the footage and they decided how the story was going to go and which pieces they were going to use and
Mm-hmm.
who they were going to have say what. And so we didn't even know how the story was going to turn out until 2 weeks before it came out. So the director came over from New York, and
Mm-hmm.
so me and Tolga and Gnomes sat in our theater room, and we watched all 4 in one chunk, and it was emotional.
Oh, I
But it was
bet.
very sensitive that they did that. They wanted us to see it in advance. And it, it took me, I mean, it was beautifully done, but every one of those scenes, we have other memories associated with them.
Sure.
So it felt so heavy for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I did some crying, and mostly the next morning. Gnomes cried during it, but it's not like the story shouldn't have been told because someone's
Right.
going to cry. People who weren't even involved in it cry. I hear that from people around the world.
Mm-hmm.
That it's just a touching it's a story that makes some people cry.
Right.
And that's one of the elements. We shouldn't not tell the Epstein story because the victims might be triggered.
Mm-hmm.
Some stories need to go public for justice to be done and for the society to learn.
Yes.
But it just needs to be done in a victim-sensitive way, which I believe the directors accomplished that.
Mm-hmm. They did, and it was incredible. So Gnomes started out like in the FLDS community, right? Yeah. And tell us what FLDS stands for.
It's the Fundamental Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And they split.
Mormons, basically.
They split from the Mormon Church, basically over polygamy, if I remember correctly. Is that right? Okay. So she was a member of the FLDS Church. Then she got in with Sam Bateman, but now she's not even practicing FLDS, right?
No.
Okay. And was that a difficult leap to go from, Sam Bateman, he's disgusting and horrible. Did she want to go back to her FLDS belief, or did she realize that this just wasn't the way to go?
What happens so often is that when people come out of a cultic situation,
Mm-hmm.
then they start unpacking everything like I did. I made so many mistakes in my life because I was acting on faith
Mm-hmm.
or on feelings that I had. And at some point, when you're following feelings
Mm-hmm.
as your guidepost for what's true and what you should do, then you can make a disaster out of your life because feelings don't represent facts.
Right.
So at some point, you only believe what you can see or what's been proven, and you get very scientific about, your decision making
Mm-hmm.
out of protectiveness and self-preservation, right?
Right.
So no has gone through that. So she, I have heard her say that she feels like her whole life was a lie, and at some point you say, well, is the Bible even true?
Mm-hmm.
Is there even a God? And you go through these
Steps.
questions.
Right.
And some people lose their faith completely,
Mm-hmm.
and other people find a way to keep believing in God.
Right.
And there are productive things that come from being involved in a religion if it's not a controlling religion.
Exactly. And again, so many times we hear about this. The first thing they control is their women.
Yeah.
Women have to be second-class citizens and serve the man.
Right.
That's the biggest red flag for me for any religion. It's like, come on, really? But again, it's all about educating the public. But even when people are in a cult, like yourself, you are following this person. Even when your friends presented you with the truth, it didn't work. They couldn't penetrate. You had to find out yourself through your own journey. And that's what I think people have trouble understanding. I do. I have trouble understanding, how can anybody be in a cult? Here is the proof. And this is why we do the end of the world again, because people are following Chad Daybell. They literally believe in him. Yeah, I mean, it's just a few people, from what I understand, just a handful of people. But he's trying to change the narrative behind bars. Last year, he had this thing called Letters from Chad that we believe his daughter was putting on Facebook, and he was rewriting his own history. Well, it pretty much got to the point of where he was going to have to explain the murders, why he, 2 children were found buried on his property, and why he was convicted of killing his wife, Tammy. And then all of a sudden, well, my lawyer says I can't do this because of my appeals. He stopped short of going forward. And he was presenting these ridiculous letters, trying to present himself as this, religious, deeply thoughtful, kind, loving man who had near-death experiences and had touched God's hand and all this. It's just crap.
Same as my false prophet. He had a near-death experience. But he said he had a near-death experience, but that's very common with cult leaders.
Yes.
Because they have to find a way to say they have been imbued with knowledge that you don't have. So they use the near-death experience as their justification for why they, have access to the truth that you don't have, and you can't question them.
Yeah, and again, my apologies for being nosy. I can't help it. I've tried. I've had therapy. It doesn't help. But no, I'm kidding. Do you mind telling us who this person was? Are they a known cult person or?
Well, actually, I was going to talk to you about that. I don't want to say who he is yet.
Okay.
Some people know, but I would like your web sleuthies. What do you call them?
Just web sleuths, yes.
Okay. At some point they could help investigate.
Oh,
this man.
They live for that. Are you kidding me? That you saying that right now, everybody's ears just like, what? Huh? What? Yes, absolutely. Whatever you need.
This is a man who has changed his story so many times, and we have it documented, and who used to teach that suicide was not bad. It was just a resetting to the next life. So if you get tired or burned out or whatever, just reset. And when he was teaching that, there were a number of suicides in his group. Then he had to, I think he realized he could be in big legal trouble, because then he came out with a book that was against suicide. But what about those lives lost? I mean, there's so many things that could be researched that when I'm ready to go public with it, I really would like your help.
We would love to help. Absolutely. And again, that's what our Web Sleuths members, this is what they live for. This is what they do. This is what they do. And they're from all over the world, and they have all different types of life skills and professional skills. They are an amazing group of people. You just say the word, Dr. Christine, and you've got a huge team of researchers digging in, and they'll find everything on this guy. Trust me, everything.
Yeah, there is a lot to find out. And he has silenced everyone through lawsuit threats. So that's why he's still on the street.
Right.
Because the truth about him is not really known.
And the thing is, and that can stop a lot of people. But remember, if you're telling the truth, anybody can sue anybody. That's the problem.
Right.
But when you're telling the truth, you will win. It's going to court and spending all that money. That's the problem.
Right.
Does he have any idea about you and what you've done? And
yeah, he does. He watched the documentary, I'm told, and he tries to say that what he does with people was the same thing. He was just deceiving them to get them out of religion.
Yeah.
The difference is, when he deceived people, he would take their money, have them turn their wills over to him. I mean, many, many, many benefits to himself.
Of course.
And he did it through there was no grand unselfish purpose. He was making a great living.
Right. And again, I should have added that when I said these these men that start these cults want to have sex with young women. And the other thing is self-enrichment. They want to get rich and have power. Yeah.
Yeah. Cult leaders are motivated by money, power, and sex.
Absolutely. No question. And that's Chad Daybell. That is Chad Daybell all the way.
And do you have a pug?
I do. He's right here. Come here, baby.
I'm a pug lover. We had a pug.
Come on. This is let me tell you his full name. It's it's Othram Tex Bug Nugget the First. I actually named him Othram. Othram and Web Sleuths are partners now. Othram bought Web Sleuths and we're partners. That's the DNA company. And but even before they did that, I just loved what they did so much that I named my dog Othram. And then the other names are what other people came up with. So he's Othram Tex Bug Nugget the First, and we call him Othy. We used to call him Bug Nugget, but people thought I was saying Butt Nugget. So we changed it to Othy. Yeah, and he's a good boy. He's a very good boy.
Oh,
and he comes in. Usually he'll come in with his he's got these little toys and he wants me to play pull toy with him while I'm trying to do an interview. I mean, it's constant. And I tell people, this is just how it is. This is who I am. I can't change it. They control my life. And, you know, when they want to play the pull game, I have to play it. And then I have a little wiener dog here. Although some people think that his mom got out and had some fun with a Chihuahua. They think he's a Chiweenie, but he's supposed to be a full-bred. Come here, he's asleep. Come here, Scrappy. He's an old man. Come here, baby. Oh, he's a good boy though. I tell everybody he's like the old man that sits there and yells at people to get off his lawn.
Oh, he's so cute.
He's a good, and he's a best boy. He's a Scrappy Joe, and he barks at people and says, "Get off my lawn," because he's old and grumpy, but he's a sweetie pie. And Othy drives him nuts because Othy just wants to play. So this is my life right here, and then my cats, of course, but they're just hanging out. But anyway, back to you, and the cult. I worry about Chad Daybell a lot because, first of all, apparently his kids, and I don't know about all of his kids, but at least one of them, his daughter, who helped him put together letters from Chad to try and, like I said, to manipulate the public narrative. It didn't work. It was a disaster. In fact, we started a counter Facebook page called Letters to Chad, where people could write letters to Chad and say whatever they wanted. Not that he'd see them, but it was just a way for people to get their frustrations out. But anyway, the fact that his daughter is apparently still helping him and believing in him after everything Chad Daybell has done, it's very troubling. And again, that's why we do the end of the world again, because he said the end of the world was going to happen on July 22nd, 2020. And to be sarcastic, I said, well, we'll do a 24-hour broadcast because we're all going to hell, according to Chad. So we'll all go to hell together during this live broadcast. And then every year we just say, well, maybe Chad got the year wrong because he's an idiot. So, but we do use this time to bring attention to many things. And one of the things that we like to talk about is the fact that cults are real, they're dangerous, and it doesn't matter how crazy the ideas seem to us, they can draw people in to do dangerous, horrible things.
Yeah, our brains play tricks on us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and why did I believe in a false prophet?
And you're so brilliant. I mean, you are brilliant. Everything I said at the beginning is true. You're brilliant. You're kind. You're compassionate. You know, you're creative. All of those things. You would be the last person I would ever think would fall for that.
Well, I'll tell you why I did. And it's because I was a very religious, devoted LDS woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I prayed about who I should marry. Because now I was divorced and looking for the real Mr. Right.
Sure.
And then I had a dream. And I saw this man in my dream. And when I met my false prophet, he looked like the man in my dream.
Oh, wow.
So I thought that was God's answer. I thought I had proof.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I was, you know, I didn't think I was running down the wrong path. I thought,
here's the proof. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah.
So that gave him so much power over me that he took advantage of. Wow. And again, and this is my point. And this is why it's so important
that we will do this every year while I'm doing a live stream to bring attention to cults and how dangerous they can be. Again, all you need to do is look at, does this person want sex? Especially with younger women. Do they want power? Do they want money? If they are, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish your.
No, I was just going to say, if they are really religious and into God, they're not going to value those things. They're not going to value those things over everything else. And that's what they do. Power, especially power, that involves everything. If they have power, man, they'll get the money, they'll get the sex, they'll get whatever they want. And that's what's scary.
Yeah, for sure. And I tell you, it's a good living.
Mm-hmm.
You're a cult leader, and you have power over people.
And people will give you all their money. It is amazing. And again, Chad was starting to build his cult when he got caught. You know, I think he had like 7 women that just kind of would hang on his every word. And again, the fact that his daughter was trying to help him change the narrative. He wants to be Warren Jeffs. That's what he wants. He wants to be the leader behind bars, but he can't accomplish that yet. But again, we don't know what he's doing and who is out there working for him. So go ahead.
That's what's great about watching true crime documentaries, I think. Because one of my weaknesses that made me vulnerable to this false prophet is I didn't understand how predators worked. I didn't understand what a psychopath was, and that a person can preach all kinds of beautiful and wonderful things. They can know the scriptures inside and out. They can talk about Jesus or Muhammad or anybody. They can be an expert in the things that we value. And so I didn't put 2 and 2 together that this man could be saying all these beautiful, loving, kind things that I agreed with, and at the same time he was planning ways to be hurting me. That didn't compute. But I think the more, because true crime has exploded,
yes,
I think people are more savvy to look at somebody and say, just because he comes across like he is the most incredible man that I needed in my life, or woman, that doesn't mean that person doesn't have an evil motive.
Right.
Because that beautiful costume that they wear could be just a costume.
Exactly. And it more than likely is, especially if they're wanting money, power, and sex. You know, it's again, for those of us on the outside, we can so clearly see it. And it is very frustrating to have people that you love and care about that believe in this, you know. And again, I worry about Chad's children. I don't know them. They're all adults. But I really worry because especially his daughter, Emma, really believed in her father, really believed everything, believed that he was set up, believed that he was framed, that he didn't bury those children in their yard. That was Lori and her brother. I mean, it's so ridiculous, you know?
Yeah. When you love somebody, it is really easy to have a mental block when the facts are presented. And criminals use it as a defense that I'm not that kind of person. They have people say, you know, he's not that kind of person.
Right.
In the Sam Bateman case, he did the same thing. In fact, Sam said it himself in the recent trial. He said, I would never harm a child.
Yeah.
And we're all sitting there, really? Now, how many children have you harmed, and how many times, and how many charges did you have? You know,
exactly.
You know, anyway, but I don't want to judge his daughter because I feel like in her situation, she's seeing the man that she knew.
Right. No, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Facts. You know, it's our brain gets into this like cognitive shaft where we see things a certain way. We do this in politics too, and where this is what we believe in. Anything that doesn't match that, it's just going to bounce off.
Right. It's not going to penetrate. And I agree with you. And I don't want anyone to think I was judging Emma. I wasn't. I don't know her at all. I'm worried about her. I would love to sit her down and hold her hands and just say, here, let me help you. Let me help you through this, you know? But again,
is it possible that she knows he did it, but she still thinks he is a man worthy of love and he wants those letters there, so she's just doing it?
It very well could be, because I have no idea. To me, I would think she's got to believe he's innocent, but that she absolutely could be doing that, saying, I love my dad, he's a good man, although he did this horrible thing. Maybe that's what she's doing. I just feel so bad for her. When you hear, there's a couple of body cam footage out there where she's talking to her dad while he's in the police car right before he's arrested and taken away. And it is heartbreaking. When you see what she testified to at trial, you're just like, oh my gosh, Emma, let us help so many people. If any one of his kids came out and said, somebody help me, I know my dad's horrible and I don't know how to break away. But I mean, they would have thousands of people coming forward saying, let us help you. Let us, and bring you in and surround you and hold you and give you love and show you that you don't need him. But that's, again, he's trying to be Warren Jeffs behind bars. And that's one of the reasons why we do this every year, is we do talk about different crimes. We talk about victims. We have victims' family members on, but we also always want to bring awareness to cults. One final question, Dr. Christine. What is next for you? I know you said you have a memoir coming out. Is there something else happening? And do you have a website or something that we could promote for you?
Yes. Okay. So, I'm very excited about my memoir. I have a website. It's christinemarie.com.
Okay. We'll put that up here in chat.
I'm thrilled if you guys would go in and subscribe, because when I get closer to my book coming out, I'd love to tell you. It's not going to be out till next summer. But I also I'm on Instagram.
Okay.
Dr. Christine Marie on Instagram, and there's a period after the R, so Dr. Christine Marie.
Gotcha. I'm going to write this down right now in my notes. And then what we'll do is we'll put this in chat, because we'll be showing this interview live. So Dr. Period Chris, and no space, right?
Correct.
Okay. Christine Marie. And that's for Instagram, right?
Yep.
And then there's drchristinemarie.com.
Yeah, just christinemarie.com.
Oh, it's just christinemarie.com. Okay. And that's your website.
Yeah, I started a charity, and it's called Voices for Dignity.
Okay, let me write that down. Voices. And is there a website for that?
Yes, voicesfordignity.org.
.org. Okay, gotcha. We'll put that up as well. We'll put it in the live chat. We'll also put it in the description under the video. And Dr. Christine, anytime you want us to help dig in and investigate anything, we are here for you. Please tell Gnomes I admire her a great deal, and I'd love to talk to her sometime. Give her my number, because again, she represents what all these women can do if we could get them out of there,
Oh, so true. She is spreading her wings and experiencing life on her own terms. I'm so proud of her.
She is amazing.
She's really one in a million.
She really is. Hopefully we'll be able to have her on our live stream soon. So Dr. Christine, thank you so much. We will be in touch. Everybody, Dr. Christine Marie, we've put the link in chat to her, the Instagram, and to Dr. Marie's website, as well as voicesfordignity.org. And all of those links will be in the description under the video. Thank you, Dr. Christine. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Tricia. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, there you go, Dr. Christine Marie. I did not put the link to her website in the chat. I will here shortly. Let me just grab it really quickly. Okay. All right. STINE. Sorry, I meant to do that. I did put the link to her charity, and that is the charity that we are asking people to donate to. Voices for Dignity. It helps victims of abuse, of, online humiliation, helps people recover their life. And it is an amazing organization, absolutely amazing. So here is Dr. Christine Marie's website, and this will be put in the description underneath this video when we're done. Now we're getting ready here. We're going to have I Hate Chocolate on to talk about the, I need to turn my light on, to talk about her experience with the Jim Jones, the people that she knew in the Jim Jones cult, okay? And then we're going to switch live streams because we can only go for 12 hours. So we're going to switch live streams as soon as we're done. I'm going to put the link to that live stream in chat, but hang on shortly. Let me bring Stacy up. Stacy, are you there, my darling? Hello, Stacy, Stacy. 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 Okay, well, I'm going to take her off stage here. Anyway, so hang on because I just need to turn on my, I couldn't figure out why it looks so dang dark. I don't have my light on. Hang on here just a second. Just a second. Da, 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 da. Dee, 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 dee. Come on, turn on light. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. That makes it just a teeny bit better, don't you think? Anyway, welcome everybody to the end of the world again, live stream 24 hours. And who knows, maybe Chad got the year wrong. And if he did, then guess what? We're all going to hell. We are all going to hell because we're certainly not one of the chosen ones as far as Chad is concerned, right? So anyway, sorry, cleaning up here. Had a little bit of a cry fest last night. We'll talk about that later as well. Let me see if I can get Stacy up here. Bring her on stage. Stacy, are you there? Stacy.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Here we go. Okay, can you, while I bring up I Hate Chocolate, can you grab the link to the next live stream and pin it in chat? You'll have to unpin Dr. Christine Marie's charity. And can you do that? Because it's live stream number 2 that we are going to.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, great. Okay, so here we go. I Hate Chocolate. Hi, my darling.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Good. I really appreciate you doing this. You've come on our live stream before. Well, you've been with us since day one, and you called me one day out of the blue. I'd never heard of you, and you offered to help me move to Texas. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was some crazy woman that was just messing with me. In fact, you said that. You said, "I'm not a crazy person messing with you," is exactly, I think, what you said. You said, "I want to help you move to Texas," and you've been so helpful and kind and just a wonderful friend since day one. Just that phone call out of the blue, it was. Do you remember that?
I remember that, and I hope you're still enjoying Texas.
Well, who could not enjoy 104 temperature with humidity? No. Yeah, I mean, that's what I call fun. Oh my God. I do have air conditioning, but it can only go so much. And you've got to be careful because the power grid in Texas tends to blow up. So you can't have, like, I can't have it the temperature that I like. I have it around 75 or 78, but that's okay. It's better than 104. Next week it's going to be 109. So it's going to be bad. But anyway, you are one of these people that you grew up in the 60s, and you are the epitome of a loving, peaceful, amazing woman. You embody everything that the hippie movement was supposed to be, basically, and you are in San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
It's true. You are just so kind and sweet and compassionate. And you were there when Jim Jones was actually doing good things. Tell us about that. Tell us about that time period. Give us the year and tell us what Jim Jones was doing at that time.
Well, this is an old lady with her memories, but I was awake so long last night, my head would not stop spinning about remembering all this stuff.
Uh-huh.
So I wrote down notes. Bear with me.
Oh, you take your time, my dear. Take your time.
Well, I moved to Redwood Valley in 1965 when I was 15 years old to live with my grandma and grandpa. And Redwood Valley is just 10 miles north of Ukiah, which is about 110 miles north of San Francisco. So we were at the very northern end of the Bay Area. Big music scene. There was a lot happening there. In 1965, that first summer, Jim and Marceline Jones moved to the valley. They lived about, I don't know, a football field away from us. And we were all impressed because they had many children of different nationalities, I think 9 or 12 of them.
Oh, wow.
And that was very impressive right back then when
Mm-hmm.
the hippie movement and the peace and love was
Right.
settling in. And they started building what they called the Mother Church, which was the People's Temple. And it was about 2 football fields away from our house across the road. And they were building it for about a year. They brought a lot of people from the Midwest. They bussed them over. When the church really started going and opening up was about a year later.
Mm-hmm.
There was more people in the church than there was in our whole valley.
Really?
Yeah, it made a big impact for us.
Mm-hmm.
We all there was one church in the valley, and it was just a non-denominational church. And one Sunday, our pastor said, it would be good if we all went next Sunday to hear Jim Jones at his new church.
Okay.
And so Grandma took me and my sister, and we went to the Mother Church. It was a beautiful, big redwood, huge, spacious church.
Mm-hmm.
And so we started listening to him. There was maybe 1,000 people packed in there, standing room.
Wow.
Only. The door was open in the back. People were standing outside to listen.
Mm-hmm.
And he was up there in all of his glory.
Yes.
Always in his black sunglasses.
Mm-hmm.
And spouting off beautiful. He always had beautiful suits, and his black hair was nice. He just could mesmerize everybody in the room.
So he did have that charisma. He really did.
It was amazing. I'd never been in the presence of anybody like that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe part of it was from the crowd,
Right.
His followers from the Midwest and the people that were coming. But we were listening for a while, and pretty soon he was talking about he's the Father and everybody should follow him.
Mm-hmm.
And call him Father, and pretty much he was God's right arm,
Wow.
And pretty soon my grandma, she grabbed my hand and my sister's hand, and she yanked us up in the pew, and she said, "Girls, we're out of here." And she pulled us out of the pew and started down the aisle towards the door. And he goes, ma'am, where are you going? And I mean, 1,000 people were looking at us. I was mortified. I was 16 years old.
Oh my God, I can
And she
imagine.
turned around, she said, my grandma never cussed, but she said, this is such BS, we're out of here. And he said, ma'am, no, come back, you don't understand. And she says, I understand everything, and it's bullshit.
Wow,
And
how incredible that she did not do anything that would, I mean, that she was able to tell that he was full of crap, and
yeah,
she would do
out of all
anything to
those
get you out
people.
of there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Get rid of all those people. What guts that woman had. She pretty much saved me because I was very gullible and seeking something else, which during those days everybody was.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that next year, for the next year, that was 1966, and during the next year, the church grew and grew. We had a lot of Bay Area influence of music and Haight-Ashbury and hippies, and in the
Right.
morning, I would iron my gym shorts and blouse for PE and go to high school. And in the evening, we would dress up in our bell bottoms with embroidery and little peasant blouses with vests
Sure.
with tassels on them. And we'd go to the courthouse and burn our bras and have sit-ins and walk-ins and stand-ins and lay-ins against the war.
I love that. Well, I have a question. Well, we have a question from chat. This is a great question from Neil Campbell. Did Jim Jones mostly preach to poor people?
I would think the majority of the members were poor.
Okay.
Many blacks came from the cities
Mm-hmm.
to him. He took everything from everybody and redistributed it.
Right.
He was a socialist bent guru, I guess, in his mind. But so with all of the war happening at the same time and all of the peace movement happening, it was a major struggle between the two in that area.
Right.
I don't know where else in America. I never visited anywhere else then, but it was just a hotbed of this give and take, back and forth and back and forth. People were looking for answers, and a lot of people went to follow him because he was so mesmerizing, really.
But he did a lot of things like feed the poor, help the poor people, things like that, right?
He did. He helped drug addicts and single moms, but he did it by taking everything that he could get from everybody.
Right. Oh, sure, absolutely.
He was the God figure to determine how people lived, even who they slept with, who they lived with,
wow,
where they ate, when they ate, where they lived.
Oh, that's
And
incredible.
they all let him do it.
It kind of evolved because it wasn't like that at the very beginning, obviously, but it evolved as he got more and more power. He started doing these types of things, pairing people up, telling people who they could sleep with. But
yeah,
then
it happened pretty early, though.
Oh, it did? Okay.
I remember going by the church and big lawn out front, and there must have been 200 or 300 people out there eating together. Women breastfeeding in public, which nobody'd ever seen up until then.
Oh, yeah, I bet that was a shock.
It was a whole new world from the 50s and the early 60s. And it was all about peace and love, supposedly.
Right.
My best friends were Danny and Edie Catullus, and we all rode horses together. Every weekend we would ride. There was a group of us, and one day Danny and Edie were in their mid-30s and could never have children. And one day we rode to their house to go riding with them, and they came out with this baby, and they were just beaming, and they said, look, we've got a baby. And we said, where'd you get a baby? Oh, Jim gave us this baby. Jim gave us this baby, and well, we were happy for him. I couldn't understand what that meant.
Right.
But so they said they couldn't go riding with us, so we went on our merry way. But the very next weekend, we went to see them and see if they wanted to go riding.
Mm-hmm.
And their horses weren't there in the corral. And when we were wondering where they were, these men in black, all dressed in black, carrying assault weapons, came out of their house and said, "Get off this property. You don't belong here." And we said, "Well, where's Danny and Edie?" And they said they don't live here anymore. They live at the church. And come to find out, Danny and Edie, in exchange for this child, had signed over their whole farm and everything they owned to them, and moved to the church to live in the church or wherever Jim could put them.
Oh my God.
And that's how he worked. That's how he got all of this stuff. But the church really grew during the next few years himself into the political side of Ukiah. He entered business in Ukiah and government in Ukiah. One day, when I was a junior, I showed up to civics class, and there he was. He was a substitute teacher. Oh, I had him three days in a row as a substitute teacher, and that man spun our heads for that class to the point, excuse me, after class, we would all go out to the quadrangle and just sit there and just kind of look at each other. We couldn't speak. It was just like we weren't ourselves anymore. It was the strangest thing. And around then, he also